to Hong Kong, and we buy from Hong Kong a much lower value, that is 17.6 billion ringgit. This makes a trade surplus of approximately 78 billion ringgit. That is our trade surplus with Hong Kong. So bilateral trade with Hong Kong is very important for Malaysia, because we know very well Malaysia is an export-driven economy. Now, Malaysia exports to Hong Kong mainly on products like the E&E, electrical and the electronic products, iron and steel, petroleum products, optical and scientific equipment, and machinery, equipment and parts. Okay, these are the major exports that Malaysia sent to Hong Kong. So in other words, the halal products stand a great chance for greater potential. In 2022, Hong Kong was Malaysia's 9th largest trading partner, okay? 5th largest export destination, despite a population of about 7 million. Hong Kong has been our 5th largest destination. So I do believe that Hong Kong is a great trading hub where we sell to them and they can re-export or sell to other parts of the world. And they are also, Malaysia is also their 15th largest import source, okay? In 2022, Malaysia was Hong Kong's 8th largest trading partner, 15th largest export destination, and 5th largest import source. So from this data, you would find that, you know, both Malaysia and Hong Kong, our bilateral trade are very active, dynamic, and pose a great potential for improvement. And now let's zoom in into the halal industry in Hong Kong and globally. Now, halal concept is very new to the 7.3 million Hong Kong people, except for the 300,000 Muslims residing in the island. Hong Kong receives more than 65 million tourists every year, including the Muslim travelers. So which means it has very high potential for the halal products. Some of the potential halal export to Hong Kong are OEM and halal-based food ingredients. At the moment, it is the mainly on OEM. We manufacture under for them under their brand, and some of the halal-based food ingredients. That is our major export to Hong Kong at the moment. And according to the State of the Global Islamic Economy 2022, the report last year, the global halal market is projected to expand to US $7.7 trillion by the year 2025. And this clearly indicates the immense economic potential of the global halal industry. In 2022, the top 5 halal export destinations for Malaysia are China, Singapore, Japan, United States of America, and Indonesia. And the top export products include food and beverage, halal ingredients, cosmetic and personal care, industrial chemical and pharmaceutical products. And also according to the Global Islamic Economy Indicator, Malaysia leads the overall ranking in sectors such as Islamic finance, halal food, Muslim-friendly travel, and pharmaceutical and cosmetic. So this positions Malaysia as one of the very important strategic center for halal trades. So today we want to welcome every one of you. We have here a buyer from Hong Kong. We have also a seller from Malaysia. And we have also the money man, the banker from Affin Bank. Let's give them another applause. So with the buyer sharing with us their buying experience, and the seller telling us his business journey, and how the bankers can meet the gaps and the challenges. So I do hope that there will be a lot of takeaway from this, and then we can sell more and improve our Malaysia economy. And I want to also invite the audience here to use the Slido to pose a question, so that there will be interaction and engagement with our panelists. So without further ado, I will first invite Ms. Rachel Low to share with us their company. And yeah, please. Thank you.
Thank you for inviting me to attend this Knowledge Hub, and then I would like to share what is the positions in Solent Group, because hello, I'm Rachel, and then good to come here and then speak with you that introduce my company Solent. Yes, our aim is making the people feel much more better in a sustainable way, because environmental protections and as global warming is getting serious in the world, and then we are looking for a sustainable way to supply in the supply chain and then the products in globalized. So, our office in Hong Kong is getting a lab, and then the supply chains. Just a moment. And then we are setting up 7 branches in the globalized. Most of them, Hong Kong is the operation center to consolidate all the Far East suppliers and then get to ship and import to the Europe countries, especially United Kingdom. So, during the thank you. So Hong Kong is the hub for gather all the supplier in Far East, and then we are the buying team to present the supplier to the customer. Hello. So 3 of the office in United Kingdom is which is nearby the customers, and then 1 of the office is setting up in South Africa for the Woolworths South Africa. And then for the Vietnam, we have setting a branches for the bags and non-food and non-toiletries goods because we have 3 to 5 suppliers making the shopping bags in Vietnam. So for the corporations, we are setting up branches in Vietnam for easy monitoring. And then for China, we are setting hubs in Shanghai for mainland China sourcings. Yes, this is Solent Group is already under Humble's groups. Maybe you will getting much more information for the stock market, because Humble is already in a stock, and then so this is a big supply chains companies in the world. Oh, hello. So Solent Group is focusing on health and beauty, home care, and then some part of food and snack supplier. Yes, for the health and beauty, we are also focusing on the own label OEMs developments, and those are the captures or what kind of products we are supplying to our customers. So this is a house and a home products. We are the main non-food supplier in Marks and Spencer. Those are the goods is already nearly $4 million in sales amount in Marks and Spencer. So for the non-food and then snacks, we are also doing own label to supplying Marks and Spencer, Tesco's, and then for the Woolworth South Africa. So this is our general captures on what is the customer we are focusing on. Primark, for the discounter and license, we are supplying Primark, Poundlands, Asda, Metalands, and some bargains and Aldi's. And those are the supermarkets in United Kingdom. And then for the grocery, we also focusing on Marks and Spencer, Woolworths South Africa, Morrison, Tesco's, and Sainsbury's. So we are always finding a suitable and professional and mature supplier who can offer OEM product to Solent. So this is our trip to looking for. We are focusing on household cleansing at this moment, and then health and beauty products, toiletry, and then some of the product is for the bags, shopping bags as the photo. So, so here is our presentations. Maybe it's good to have Q&A sections later on, should be. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Low, for giving us the introductions of Solent Group. So you have heard what Ms. Rachel mentioned. They're looking for toiletry products, pharmaceutical and cosmetic products for them. Well, as a buyer, Ms. Rachel, probably I will continue on with you. Well, as a buyer, we want a supplier. Their prices are competitive. The qualities are good. They're always timely, you know, and reliable. Okay, maybe you can share with us some of your buying experience with the Malaysian suppliers. Yeah.
Yes, I'm very nice and to participate for this event because I'm going to visited one of the factory. It is good to know that what is the standards and the setting up in Malaysia's toiletry supplier, because we are also always looking for the qualified manufacturer, because we are offering the own label to the United Kingdom supermarket. So we are focusing for the having a globalized certificate suppliers, which has ISO 9001, and then some of CGMP supplier, and then they are already have well R&D departments which can getting discussions or formulated with our office, because we are having a very deep talk in the OEM products, and then we are sourcing a qualified supplier and goods to the customers.
Ms. Rachel, what do you think, in your opinion, the role of Hong Kong towards the demand, supply of the other bigger markets from Hong Kong, like the Greater Bay Area in China and the West? Can you share with us? Yeah.
So at this moment, Solent Group is focusing on Europe market, especially United Kingdom. For us, we are setting up, the reason why our head office in UK setting up buying hubs in Hong Kong, because we are having a very such amount Far East supplier, and then Hong Kong is the one to gather all the informations, and then supply chains from Far East to the West, and then maybe because in different markets we have different game rules on supply chains. Especially China, they are having such policies which is totally different with Europe country, and then Solent Group is very familiar in Europe, and then supplying and import the goods to Europe country, and then we are very understand what is the Europe country people, and then markets trend in Europe. So at this moment we are focusing Europe markets, not the Asia. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Rachel. As you understand, Solent Group, her market is basically towards the Europeans market. Yeah. So perhaps there will be other companies who would be the gateway, to the bigger China market. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe I can explain more, because in Muslim, I believe in Europe, the population is much more larger than China, Asia, in China. So it's a good way to having a export to MIHAS goods to Europe country, because their populations, they are much more easier to sourcing and getting close to the customer.
We also understand from the report, the Muslim populations in Europe, like in UK, in France, in Germany, are also increasing. So that will present to us a bigger market potential. And I want to go on to Dr. Tan, our durian man, top fruits, okay? Durian is always the fruit that make Malaysia famous. I was in Penang a few years ago. I met one American girl, and she told me every year she would make a trip to Penang for durian. And she was the lady who has eaten or tried durian almost 20, 30 countries all over the world. And she concluded the durian in Malaysia is the best. Okay, let's give an applause to our durian producer in Malaysia.
Yeah, thank you, Mr.
And Dr. Dan has told me a brief history of his business journey. And that is a very exciting story. And maybe now I shall invite Dr. Dan to share with us your export, journey and your success story. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Jacob. Yeah, good morning to everyone, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Dr. Tan. I'm the CEO of Top Fruits and MIHAS. With Martrade, we have been a journey about more than 10 years. I know Martrade very well, and from a small private company, we start to grow internationally. The first step that we go with the Martrade help, we penetrate into the Hong Kong market. Hong Kong market is a very, very international market because Hong Kong is a free trade area, and we have been there for more than 10 years. So one thing, we bring our good agriculture products into Hong Kong, from agriculture products into food market. And you can see for the past few years, there's a strategic growth in the Hong Kong market, especially in the F&B industry. So what happened is I'm started as a medical doctor. Subsequently, I transformed into a business. And I grow this company from the agriculture company. We start to look for opportunity. And with the help of our good product, and Malaysia is one of the highest Halal, especially in Jakim. So when we want to go internationally, exactly like what Richard said, we need to get a lot of international certifications. So for our factory, we are improving ourselves. At this moment, we have set up our regional office 2 years ago with the help of Martrade, with the help of Malaysia Embassy in Hong Kong. They gave us a very fantastic and amazing, and we have did it. And there's a big surprise, because as a private company, you go to Hong Kong and set up a company, and the living expenses in Hong Kong is not cheap, and everything is. But this is something that we need to be closer with our buyer. We can serve them more, and we can done even greater things. So, from my side, the whole journey is a very like a roller coaster. It's definitely interesting because we are target on the agriculture product. We are main on the durian, okay? We are the pioneer in the durian industry. We start to export in our China market more than 11 years. And for now, every year we see there's a huge growth, and we are very proud, especially our durian products are into the big market. So you can see a lot of big achievement on that, yeah. Probably what we want to say to everyone who are interested or have a very good product, first we need to be focused, because Malaysia, we need Halal certifications, all our products, and with Martrade, because Martrade is not only confined to the in Hong Kong, but it's everywhere. So they are in China, they are even in Hong Kong, they are everywhere, even in Australia. So with the information, with the help They are willing to help us. As a Malaysian, we are proud to bring our good product, especially on the durian is one of a local delicacy that we love. Everyone, we love durian. And with the durian product, we can see a lot of things. For us, we will see there's a huge amount of market share, especially on the value-added product. We can see Malaysia have launched a lot of durian ice cream internationally, and for the past few years, we can see a lot of big boys, example, those like internationally, those like McDonald's or KFC, they have launched their durian products, and these are very localized. So what we do is we always look for our opportunity. Next, we are looking for transformation and to be innovation. And the last thing is we need the whole industry to be sustainability. That is important. So what we need is we have to keep on improve ourselves to make our food product, especially not only on the food safety. Now we are talking about more of ESG, on the market. We are talking about ESG on the sustainability, on the whole complete supply chain. Yeah. So our journey is very, very dramatic. As I share it to Mr. Jacob, we have a very wonderful journey, and we are very thankful with Matrix help, with our Malaysian embassy. We keep on proud of ourselves as a Malaysian. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tan. I still have further question for Dr. Tan. I just Google, China imported $4 billion of durian every year. A few months ago, I attended a Bermuda meeting, and someone told me China only imported less than 5% of durian from Malaysia. Majority of the durians are from Thailand and Vietnam. So, as a Malaysian, I believe no match with Malaysia quality. That's number one. So there's a big market potential for durians in China. Number two, you have a very special competitive advantage. You have a Halal certificate. I'm surprised, processed food, probably you need a Halal certificate. Normally fresh fruit, we probably do not need the Halal certificate, but you do have that Halal certificate. And China has one of the largest Muslim population in the world. So in Xinjiang, in other provinces. So Dr. Tan, what is your aspiration to probably or invite your other fellow, maybe planters, durian planters, or maybe your competitors as well, so that we can increase, our durian export to such a big market. $4 billion USD is a lot of money. I can't imagine how much is $4 billion USD. It's actually a big market share. Can you share with us this?
Yeah, Mr. Jacob have raised a good question. Based on the 2021 figure from the China, they have imported about $4.2 billion. That is equivalent of 822,000 metric tons of durian. But that is on the fresh durian, because at this moment, only Thailand and Vietnam are allowed to export. And Malaysia, we are only allowed to export the frozen whole durian, as well as we have export on the frozen durian seed pulp and paste to the China market for the past 10 over years. So it's definitely, you can see a huge growth. Based on 2021, Malaysia, we have planted about 85,000 hectares of durian. Is equivalent to about 48% of the whole tropical fruits. and we have produced 450 metric tons. And please remember, 4.2 billion is a huge amount. But when you come to durian product itself, it's already exceeded for more than US dollar 20 billion, where is the value added product in China. I mean, the value added product is even bigger than the fresh durian itself. So there's a lot of market opportunity. As I say, the first step as a Malaysian company, we have to product ourselves the Halal. Halal certification from the JAKIM is the highest standard among the worldwide. And we keep on innovative. We have to do a lot of, like our factory, we have our FSC 22000 is equivalent to the ISO 22000. We have HACCP, GMP, we have a lot, we have into SMACTA, we have a lot of certification because we understand that is the opportunity, and we believe with the amount of the durian, and especially from Malaysia, we do produce the best durian called Musang King. In fact, you can see for Hong Kong market, we are allowed them, every day we are allowed to export fresh durian to Hong Kong, and Hong Kong people able to enjoy. From farm to Hong Kong market is less than 12 hours journey. So daily we also send our shipment, air shipment from Malaysia, from their farm here to the Hong Kong market. And Hong Kong market, they do love Malaysian product. And we can see this year, you can see there's a lot of durian value added product, especially because the Mooncake Festival is coming. So you can see a lot of, example, a lot of big one, Maxine Group, they are also focused on the durian product. So, and lately we have about McDonald's have launched durian McFlurry. Within 5 days, they have sold out their products. So they tell me they got to stack up more and more. I say the amount of, the great thing is because Asian people love durian.
Thank you. By the way, do you know what the Hong Kong people or the Chinese people call durian in their language? They call it, Ms. Low, correct me if I'm wrong, they call it golden pillow, 金枕頭. Is that correct? Yeah, so they call it golden pillow. So, so that is a very precious product.
Yeah. Actually, the Kanchang Khao is Mantong from Thailand. Our Malaysia, we Mao Sang Wong is our clone, and we proud of Musang King because we have very, very unique clone. And not only in Hong Kong, in worldwide, we can see a lot of Western company also start to talking about durian product as one of the source of ingredient.
From the sharing of Dr. Tan, I think Matrix has a very important role to help Malaysia to sell our fresh fruits, fresh durian fruit to China. So you also mentioned, Dr. Tan, that Matrix helped you in your export journey. Could you deliberate a little bit more how Matrix, help the Malaysian suppliers to export our products? And I believe there are many exporters here or future exporters here. Probably you can tell us how you can you're being helped by Matrix. Yeah.
So Matrix, especially they are big because they are serve our private sector also. They have a lot of regulation. First, we must understand every country of regulation for export. And they are always there. They're not only confined to Malaysian, so they are worldwide. They have regional office. So every time we have problem, we will approach Matrix. Okay. First step, what is our journey is we join them on the trade show, okay, for the past 13 years. Then after that, we get their advice, we get them how is the flow of export, because Matrix is one of a division of the MITI, and we have to follow because there's a lot of free trade agreement. Example, like if you want to go to China, we need a Form E. So example, if you want to go to ASEAN country, you need Form D. So because for export, we can exempt it from the import duty. Otherwise, if you go to China without any Form E, they have to pay 30% of import tax. This is a huge amount, and the price are not, and your price that you are selling to them, it will be not competitive anymore. So first approach, any problem, Matrix. Anything, Matrix will help. That's the best thing about Malaysian. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to concur with, an applause, yeah. I want to concur with Dr. Tan. When I started to export to Vietnam, I went to the Vietnam market, okay. I know nobody there. The second day when I arrived, I went to the Malaysia embassy in Vietnam. And I tell them, I'm a Malaysian. I want to sell things to Vietnam. Can you tell me how? So they get the trade commissioner in Vietnam to talk to me. The trade commissioner took charge of the whole, they call it what? The Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos, and a few countries, you see, the Indochina area. So they connect me with the local people. So this is how, I think like for Taiwan, because I'm the BAG chairman, business advisor group chairman between Malaysia and Taiwan, appointed by MITI. Like we have Matrix office in Taiwan, in Taipei. Like I remember there was a Buan Sauda. I think she's now back to Penang, the Matrix, She's very helpful. Our Malaysia trade officers in overseas, they are very helpful. So I do encourage Malaysian business people, when you are there, you probably need more connection. You can approach Matrix office or MIDA office or our embassy, the staff there would definitely help. Now I want to talk to the money man, the banker, Mr. Hanif. Well, you have a buyer, you have a seller. We need a lot of like trade lines and facilities and perhaps financing needs. Could you tell us what are the critical factors that are required for the bank to help them so that they can do the business? Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Jacob. So I think as explained by Dr. Tan, we are the facilitator. So for example, just now being elaborated quite extensively by Dr. Tan, how Matrix has helped our business people, businessmen from Malaysia, how they want to venture out to overseas market where you have less knowledge or limited knowledge in terms of their regulation, culturally, things that can be done or not. So as a bank, we are also being a facilitator, okay, via our correspondent banking. This is how we reach out to other countries. We assist businessmen in terms of how to secure in terms their exchanges or their trade business with the counterparts from overseas, because rarely when we assist in terms of the transaction, it is not a known party. Yeah, just now Mr. Jacob mentioned when he went to Vietnam. So how do we facilitate this? How do we know that we are going to get paid? As a seller, definitely you want to know whether you got paid. But as a buyer also, put it in themselves, how would they ensure that they will get the product that they want? Yeah. So interesting, just now when we spoke just now, a short discussion with Dr. Tan, when he started his business in Hong Kong and China, is on open account. What open account means? The buyer from China pay 50% first, and then once the product or his durian reach the shore of Hong Kong or China, then the buyer will pay the remaining 50%. So it's a very traditional role played by a bank, so to ensure that the money is there and then release the goods to the buyer. So as a bank, we may assist in terms of the documentary documents. If it is an open account, as I explained just now, via the payment first, down payment, and then the product reach there, we pay the balance. But we can save our client by using the product from the bank. For example, we issue what we call letter of credit. Yeah. So at least from that angle, the money is yet out from your account. We use the bank reputation, dealing with another bank, with the buyer's bank. We issue what we call the LC to ensure that, to assure the buyer that you will get paid so long you comply to condition 1, 2, 3, and 4. For example, if the product stated as durian, what is the quantity, what is the quality to a certain extent in terms of the acceptance, then we ensure that. But banks, we only deal with documents. Of course, in terms of the product itself, will be between the buyer and seller, as well as the shipping company and the freight forwarding agent. Yeah. So from bank perspective, we assist them in terms of the document and advising what is the best, the most efficient way, as well as in terms of capital outlay will be less for both sides in terms of the seller as well as the buyer. So we have multiple products in terms of assisting the trade exchange between the buyer and seller, exchange across the countries, across the borderline, so we can at least know which are the bank that is reliable for us to deal with. So in terms of banking, just a bit sharing, we have multiple tiers in terms of the ranking of the banking. So from there we'll know which are the bank that you should deal with. For example, if let's say in terms of Dr. Tan case, yeah, because now he said that he dealt more with the state-owned companies by China parties or China government. So they require LC. So it's a big difference as compared to previously when he dealt is on the upfront payment. So in terms of LC, where the bank coming in, okay, which are the bank that the buyer would like to have? Then we check with our banking correspondent. If it is within the list, he said, okay, this is a go. Yeah, we deal with this bank. They are very reputable. They will honor whatever that our LC issued. They will accept it. And then from that moment, if let's say in terms of Dr. Tan case is on the side LC, meaning the moment the LC is cleared by both bank, Malaysian bank and Chinese bank, there is no discrepancy, all in order, we will release that, and then later on, Dr. Tan will get the money from the Asian bank from China. So that is a simple term, how the bank can assist in terms of the importer as well as the exporter. Because bear in mind, when talking about cross-border reputation, know your customer, know your seller is very important. That is the thing that the bank can really assist, because we have our networking as well as correspondent bank in terms of assisting both importer as well as exporter. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Hanif. So if you have any issues with financing, please do approach Afin Bank.
Yeah, Afin Bank is a very good supporter. Yes, with Afin Bank also, it's one of the things that another approach that we will get into them, because they will have to knowledge of international trade. So from Afin Bank, you will ensure all your payments have been done in the proper way, and as a buyer, as a seller, so they are the moderator, you know, for the make sure all the payment have been done properly. Yep.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, time is running out. So I'm going through the last round with our panelists. You may now post in your questions if you do have. Okay, now Ms. Rachel will come back to you. What are the advantages of using Hong Kong as the trading hub or the gateway to the other market? Yeah.
Yes.
Can you share with us? Yeah.
Yes, I believe Hong Kong is a center for getting all the Far East suppliers in together, because Hong Kong is very well experienced to understand the global market trend, and then we are also consider and operate all the supply chain and ship to the globalized, because we are not only focusing in China, we are focusing the Europe country, and then all the South Africa, and then some of the USA's markets. So we are trying to gather all the suppliers together and then working with Solon and doing the OEM product and ship those to the customers. So for one of the supplier, we are already getting $3 million per year, just around for the household range. So this is a big amount and shipping, and then I hope that we can find a suitable supplier from MIHAS and then Maitre, because Maitre is linking up Solon to with Malaysian supplier, because they are having such as a database and then link up Solon to the certain suitable supply manufacturer, and then we are trying to get close to how we can develop the products and ship those to the Middle East and then Europe country, because the population is Muslim is getting growth, and then they are much more open-minded and getting into the MIHAS products. Not only the food, they are focusing on non-food product also.
Thank you. Another question, Ms. Rachel. I don't know whether you can disclose, like, you know, at the present moment, what kind of like value that you are procuring from Malaysia, and probably for the immediate future, how much more will you think that you would buy from Malaysia? Yeah.
Yes, I can say that Malaysia is the raw material supplier. That is the palm oil, especially because all of the customers in Europe, they are request using a standardized palm oil from Malaysia. So we are also already importing some of the palm oil from Malaysia to China to getting into our personal care, household products. So this is the reason why we are getting the product, finished the product from China, not from Malaysia, because we are already using the raw material from Malaysia. So we are looking for any opportunity to in Malaysia, how we can do the toiletries and household cleansings in Malaysia and direct ship to the Europe country. So this is the reason why we are coming to here, and this is the first time to working close with the Malaysian supplier and manufacturers, and then it's getting to understand what is the factory standards, and then setting up, and I hope that we can get closer and then link up all the business together. And then for the future, we are looking for 3 to 4 million per year, just in the house toiletry or household cleansings, because we are not only doing 1 to 2 product SKU, and we are doing for the whole range. So thank you.
Thank you, thank you. So 3 to 4 million extra for the future. So please, there's a quick question here. My understanding is that Solon is not looking to source Malaysia's own brands or labels, right? Can you answer this? Yeah.
Yeah, at this moment, our customer is focusing doing their own label. That means we are working for Marks and Spencer's branding, and then we are doing the OEM and then shipping and manufacture made in Malaysia, and then taking the labels as Marks and Spencer. So at this moment, we are doing the OEM, not ODM business.
Yeah, so it's more of OEM sourcing, yeah? Okay. Dr. Tan, come back to you for the last question. What are the challenges and the opportunities that you would see? Because, like, you know, I understand that the China buyer for durian, they want a tag, like a QR code, where the tag will tell where is the durian tree located, you know, in which, like for example, Malaysia, in which state, in Pahang Hang or in Johor, in which plantation, how old is the tree,
yes,
you know, and the date of production. So a lot of digitalization. So are there challenges or opportunities that you see in future? Like for example, like exporting to USA, they have new requirements on like make sure that it is not there's no forced labor issue. A lot of ESG compliances, you know. So would this affect you? Yeah.
Yes, exactly. There's always a challenge. Okay, the thing is we want to overcome the challenge. So we understand, especially in our this agriculture, we face a lot of challenges, especially from the source. So we got to be very innovative. So especially on durian farming, it's very traditional farming, and it's the time for us to move not only into the smart farming, we are focusing into the precision farming, okay? Because you must understand, one of the biggest issue is we will face a lot of labor worker, shortage of labor, because we rely on the foreign worker, especially during the MCO time. We face a lot of problem, especially in our farm. We have no foreign workers to come over. So the next step is for our company, we take a massive change. We use a lot of agri-tech. We move into machinery, and not only rely on that. So you will have better source. So when we talk about whole thing about this whole thing is talking about complete supply chain. So the story start from the source. Then after that, we will go into the manufacturing. And when you come to manufacturing, we keep on have to improve ourselves. Not only confine, when you have ISO, the next thing is what we need to do. We got to move. We got to go into ESG, because the labor, the regulations, then we got to improve our products. And when you come to products, now we are talking about traceability, because in this era, we are moving into a lot of things, especially like our factory, we will move into Industry 4.0 on the machinery, and we have more productivity to cost down, so that when you sell the products at a competitive price and people able to enjoy it. Yeah. So there's always a challenge, and to me, challenge is something is good, and we want to overcome it. When you overcome it, you will share the fruiting side. Yep.
Thank you, Dr. Tan. To Mr. Hanif, are there any financing products that give, like for the new exporters or the SME especially, a lower interest, help in that? And also, probably you can share with us the critical success factor of getting a loan and facility from the bank to export, yeah?
Two questions, I believe, from Mr. Jacob here. First, in terms of financing product that probably have some preference rate. So we do work closely with in terms of development bank from Malaysia. In this particular case is Exim Bank. So for Exim Bank, there are certain particular industry or segment. There will be some preference or special interest rate given to boost up along the line with the Malaysian focus segment. Yeah. For example, in terms of, let's say Malaysia is looking into the high segment industry, into the supply chain. So there will be an initiative from Malaysian government. So it's being channeled via Exim Bank. So we can work closely or together with Exim Bank for this particular exporter to enjoy that benefit. Yeah. So this is also akin to development as per Bank Pembangunan Malaysia, if there is any particular segment that the government want to focus. So this is what I say is the critical segment that they want the Malaysian company to grow. So that particular segment will be given an incentive, or lack of better word, subsidy, in terms of lowering down the cost. So we will normally work together with that agencies. It can also be in the form of other agencies, for example, Malaysian Debt Ventures. So these are among the agencies that normally been given a certain special interest rate treatment by the government of Malaysia in order to lower down the production cost and assist the company. So we normally work with these agencies. So to answer that directly, there is no direct product from Affin Bank, but we work closely to capitalize on that. And normally in a year, there will be a certain allocation by government, channeled through those banks that I mentioned just now, be it Exim Bank, MDV, Bank Pembangunan, or even SME Bank, in order for ultimately the user or the seller or the exporter to enjoy lower production costs. So that's for your first question. Second question, in terms what are the critical factors that the commercial bank is looking in terms of ensuring that the customer or the client financing application being approved. I think first is in terms of the industry itself. Where are the industries that this particular customer belongs to? So for example, in Affin, talking from the Affin perspective, we are really into the trade business in terms of the export or import market. So if client come within this industry, definitely this is in terms of our high priority segment. Secondly, whether we like it or not, we need to know a bit more in terms of their track record, historical. 2 years, 3 years, at least we have a gauge in terms of how the customer or the company has been doing for the past 2 years, at least to give us some comfort that they know what they are doing, because the expert is at the company itself. We are, as banker, we just facilitate, we just know how to read in terms of the financial segment, and we try to project from what the financial history that the customer has been providing. So that will be the second factor. And thirdly, how comfortable with the bank with the projection that being provided. Because in banking, it's always about projection. Because when customer come to us, they have the proposition. This is what our company going through, what we are going to expect, what will happen in 2024, 2025. This is our assumptions. For us, the bankers, we just challenge the assumption. Is it reasonable enough? Does it make common sense? And then we go along with it. So if we believe the assumption makes sense, it is not highly, too aggressive, then we are fine with it. We go along and then we agree, we calculate in terms of the net working capital requirement. Then from there we go on in terms of providing the financing facility to the potential customers or to the existing customers. Because it can be either from the new customers, we totally have no background, so that's why more due diligence need to be done. But for existing customer, like our friend here, it's much easier. Track record is there. We have known them, so we just rely on the existing track record, and then we move forward. So my advice to the customers, the always challenging part is the first time. When you want to do it first time, it will always be very difficult. To be fair, I give simple analogy. If an outsider come to you and ask to borrow money from you, how do you feel as compared to your relative that you know, to your friend, for example, classmate or uni mate, that you already know. You know their spending pattern, their behavior, their credibility. So what the banker try to form a basis is, how do we define that character in terms of their character, their integrity, and in terms of their business planning. So that's really matters in terms of critical success factor in terms of getting the financing application approved.
Thank you, Mr. Hanif, for a very comprehensive answer. I think we have only 15 minutes left, so I would want to open this time for any question and answer. Yeah, this gentleman. The mic is there, yeah.
Assalamu alaikum and very good morning. I have 3 questions for 3 panels. My name is Saizam bin Saimota. I'm a CEO of Aliyah Halal Mart. I'm based in Kuantan. I would like to ask one question for Ms. Rachel. Can we take Hong Kong as a gateway to China? And what are the most demanding products that we can, from Malaysia to Hong Kong? Because I met one of the supplier of red oil palm. Okay, so that's a good product. So I'm thinking that product also, because you mentioned palm oil just now, I think that product also can be exported to Hong Kong. That's one question for you. And Dr. Tan, very interesting. I'm also from an engineer background. I was the project manager in oil and gas for 20 years. Now I'm venturing into halal for the past 11 years. I totally agree with you. We have to be a Matrade member. And Matrade doing very, very well to make Malaysia as export countries. And I totally agree with the tagline of Madrid. The time to export is now. Because just to share, because our currency is weakening. So that means that's the best time for us to export, not to import. So the COVID-19 is make us to make a exporting country rather than importing country. You know, that's the message that we need to learn from COVID-19. Because we are very much importing rather than exporting. Then I live in UK, so a lot of Mak Saleh also love our rendang and satay. So we have a lot of foods to share with the world. Okay, maybe I ask Dr. Tan, how long it takes for you to be an exporter to China? Then I'm quite surprised you need the halal certificate for the fresh fruits. Sometimes I don't understand as a Muslim. I think we are sometimes overboard on the halal certification. For me, as a Muslim, I'm a practicing Muslim, we are a bit overboard on halal certification. For me, fresh fruit, you don't need halal certification because that's from God. There's no process involved. I'm a chemical engineer. Okay, there's no process involved. Like mineral water, there shouldn't be halal certificate because it's natural. Okay, so we don't need halal for the certain things, but sometimes we overboard. Then second question for you is, do you get any assistance from the financial institution for you to become an export? The third question from
Excuse
Mr.
me, maybe we let the panelists
No.
answer the first two questions.
Let me finish this one, very, very short one.
Okay.
Mr. Hanif, I'm planning to set up my halal mart in overseas, in Asian market, in London, in Dubai. Because we are receiving a lot of foreigners to open the outlet in Malaysia. You know, we have Family Mart. Now I see Family Mart is everywhere, but we don't see the local brand. You know, as I said, we are very on the lower hand, not the upper hand. We are importing rather than exporting. So this is question I posted to Madrid. Do you have any financial assistance for me to set up my pasaraya in Southeast Asia, in overseas? Okay, so because I took loan from Bank Rakyat, and for me it's crazy. Okay, 20,000 for SMEs. What can I do with 20,000? On top of that, I have to pay 9% interest rate, which is very high. Okay, so then for me, I've been doing 11 years business. It's not easy to borrow money from the financial institution, especially during the COVID-19. Then I would like to comment one more thing, and I want to propose to the banks. Don't only look at the financial statement, look also at the viability of the business, okay? The business model. I want to share with you with the story of Jack Ma. Jack Ma got a financial assistance, $120 million US from SoftBank owner. Okay? Jack Ma cannot be so successful because without the assistance of SoftBank with pumping $120 million US. Okay, so for me, doing business in Malaysia is not easy because the financial institution not really supportive for the SMEs and also for the business community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, Ms. Loh.
Yes, thank you for your questions and interest to Solon Group. At this moment, I can say that Solon is not focusing on any China's and Hong Kong market, but I can say that we are already importing some of the pure coconut oil to China, manufactured to getting into the formulations. So I can say that we are not only doing, Solon is doing Europe market, and so if you are talking about importing the pure coconut oil for China as a marketing, and at this moment, Solon may be not the right person you are working with, but we are only using the pure coconut oil as an ingredients into the formulations. Thank you.
Okay, so you also answered question number 3, right? Yeah, okay. Yeah, Dr.
So, thank you. Interesting question. So I will have just a bit of recap, because our first export country is to Hong Kong. Hong Kong is a gateway. It's a, as I say, I stress, it's a free trade zone area. Hong Kong is always the first place where you go before you go to China market. And why we need halal certificate? Because we not only confine on the fresh durian, we have frozen durian. We have about 20 SKU of product, and we are ingredient company. We do from ingredient company, we transform, we go into value added product. From durian product, we can develop about 98 products into value added products. So there's a huge market. And as I say, we need bank, okay? The first step is to keep a relationship with the bank, to have a track record. So we work hand to hand, because as your business grow, cash flow will be a problem. Trade facility will come and help, especially those like BA, or even you do with LC, this or that. So the banker is always the great support of an entrepreneur, and they work very closely with the SME group, okay? And they will also facilitate in the on the cash flow upkeep. So there's always stages that we need to go. So I think Hong Kong is always the first choice for the international market before you go. Because from Hong Kong, you can move to Europe, you can move to Middle East, you can move to everywhere. So like my products, the durian can be found in 30 countries. We even export to the South Africa on our durian. You will be surprised. Who are the one who eating the durian? And it's always, there's always, when you come to people thinking durian is only for Asian market, I say no. Even the Western people are start to eat durian, and we can see a great success, especially in US market, in Canada market, yeah. So there's always, what we do is we look for opportunity, we do be innovative, then we need to sustain our company, then we can grow even further. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, very interesting question, and it's not an easy question, I would say. In terms of financing, I think just now you mentioned about you're trying to set up in other countries, right? In terms of the mud. So I'm trying to addressing in terms of two main things here. Because when you set up your mud overseas, you are taking the market risk, because you are selling to the consumers or customers in that particular countries. So that's number one. And in terms of getting your supply product from, let's say from Malaysia, and I could be wrong, it could be more other countries that you take your products to be sold at your mud in the respective countries that you set up. So the key thing here, if I may advise, I think in terms of there's two particular cases that Afin assist previously. First, in terms of we are not regional or even international bank. Afin is still a local bank, so that is the fact. So how do we assist these two particular customers are that because we are very comfortable and we have a bit of track record when they did their business in Malaysia for at least between 5 to 7 years. Because of that, we are lending to them because we are very comfortable in terms of how they do their business in Malaysia. We take cognizance because in this particular case, they are setting up the operation in India as well as in Indonesia. We know nothing about Indonesia as well as India as a bank. Of course, as a person, I know what's happening in Indonesia. But talking about from the bank perspective, how do I mitigate the Indonesian risk? Yeah, especially after hearing the big giant as big as Maxis or Usaha Tegas also failed there. Yeah, this is a public news, right? So we know what's happening. So in terms of bank, how do we address this particular risk? I'm taking the comfort of their particular successful operation in Malaysia, take a bit of security because to hedge the operation in Indonesia, that is how I'll assist this particular customer. But if let's say you directly come to me straight away with the financing for overseas, I have to say that it's very tough for me to give the financing because two key areas here, I do not have the track record of yours, and number two is setting up in the foreign countries which I have very limited knowledge and very limited recourse to. If anything were to happen in that particular country, I can't do much, okay? So that's my advice to you. But I totally agree with you. As a bank, not only we're looking in terms of the past financial statement, as I clearly mentioned just now, I need to know a bit about you and your financial track record, and in terms of your projection, how practical or how common sense it make for that particular projection that I can relate to in order for you to achieve your projected sales and then be able to honor all your creditors as well as your financing costs. I totally agree with that, because for future financing, working capital, we always look at what is your future growth, what the assumption that you put into your working or your project paper. We test that. If we are agreeing with that, we think there is a basis for that assumption, we will agree into that. So normally that's why bankers will just normally sensitize a bit what will happen. For example, if let's say Malaysian ringgit go further, decrease further in the next 1 year, what will happen to your assumption? So these are among the things that we normally do. So I'm sharing to you what are the actual case that happened, how I assist my existing customer when they go out overseas. Because if you are talking, for example, regional bank, the likes of OC or HSBC, they have different setup, they have footprint everywhere, they have the local knowledge, yeah? So they can easily assist you in terms of, facilitating your transaction as well as your trade business.
Thank you, Mr. Hanif. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we don't have too much time left. I have only two more minutes. So I would need to end the sessions. If you have some questions, you may approach the speakers later on. Okay? Shall we then give our panelists a big applause for the information they have conveyed? Okay? And thank you very much. Thank you very much for your participation. Yeah. Thank you. Mr. Maslan, pass on to you.
Thank you, Mr. Jacob. I think before I end the session, I would like to correct the statement just now about halal certification for fresh fruit. Actually, there is no such requirement, right? Why Top Fruit has halal certification is because they are doing process, ingredients and paste. That is why, not fresh fruit, all right? Yep. So, okay, we have finally come to the end of our session. Thank you to all the audience for joining us today. If you are really interested with Hong Kong market, please do contact our Hong Kong office. All right, you can get the contact details at our website. And if you want to get your e-certificate, please scan the QR code. All right, thank you.
Thank you everyone for your exciting participation in our session 1, Meet the Expert, Hong Kong SAR. Before we end session 1, I would like to kindly request the audience to complete the feedback form. I believe the technical can show the QR code for feedback form. Okay, thank you. And once you've completed the form, you will then receive an e-certificate through your email. Thank you everyone. Please kindly seated. We will start our session 2 in a moment. To the audience, we would like to kindly request everyone to please fill up the front row seats as we will begin our second session shortly, and also opening remarks by our CEO. Thank you. Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly remain seated as we will start our session soon for the opening remarks by our CEO. Ladies and gentlemen, announcing the arrival of Yang Berbahagia Datuk Muhammad Mustafa Abdul Aziz, Chief Executive Officer of Matrade. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting you a short preview of MIHAS Knowledge Hub segment. Enjoy the video. And now, without further ado, I would like to invite, please join me in welcoming Yang Berbahagia Datuk Muhammad Mustafa Abdul Aziz, Chief Executive Officer of Matrade, to deliver his opening remarks.
Thank you, Ms. Adlina. To my two deputies, CEO Puan Syarimatu and Syed Wakil Yusof, are they here? They're not here. I must be very busy walking around, doing the walkabout. Senior management members of Matrade, esteemed moderators and panelists, distinguished guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, salam Malaysia Madani, and a very good afternoon. First and foremost, I think you got to fix the audio system, because we have our guests here. They want to have a perfect sound system, because this is MIHAS, the biggest halal show in the world. So it has to be a world-class audio system that you have. Okay, please fix the problem quickly. Now, I am delighted to see a good crowd at this venue today attending the Knowledge Hub session with the attendance from members of the Malaysian business communities, MIHAS 2023 exhibitors, exporters, manufacturers, entrepreneurs, buyers and sellers, traders, as well as those from the academics and media. And on behalf of Martriat, I wish to extend our utmost appreciation to the esteemed moderators and panel speakers of MIHAS 2023 Knowledge Hub, comprising local corporate leaders, Malaysian exporters, as well as premium buyers from key markets such as Hong Kong, Indonesia, Thailand, Australia, UK, France, and Turkey. They joined us this year in our international sourcing program on Monday. We brought with us, Martriat brought 255 physical buyers, including the 11 premium buyers representing 8 countries. And the feedback that I got from them, I think a few of them, basically this is their first time visiting Malaysia. And they're very thankful and grateful for all the arrangement, especially when they managed to find quality suppliers, Malaysian suppliers, in order for them to start importing from us. I think that is a recognition to all the Malaysian companies that we have proven to the world that we are able to provide quality products and services. We also appreciate the sharing of their experiences, knowledge, and market insights by these buyers, as well as the esteemed panel speakers on much awaited Knowledge Hub. A dynamic platform aims to provide a comprehensive perspective on the challenges and opportunities within the global halal industry. Now, this year resounds another success of Knowledge Hub, which is an important program held in conjunction with MIHAS 2023. I think all of you, majority of you, attended the opening ceremony yesterday by the Right Honorable Prime Minister of Malaysia, also with the presence of Deputy Prime Minister. For the first time in the history of MIHAS, both top guns were here yesterday. As I said, it's meaningful to Martriat especially. This is the 19th edition of MIHAS, biggest ever, almost 1,900 both from 44 countries, 255 foreign buyers, including the premium buyers as mentioned earlier, as well as about 240 importers and buyers that we connected them with the Malaysian companies through virtual platforms, which took place from March this year and will end of November. The amount given to me, the KPI given to me for the international sourcing program was about 800 million ringgit. And last year, we managed to achieve 750. But I keep to myself, I believe that we'll be able to achieve more than 1 billion ringgit Malaysia. For the fact that we are able to bring in more Malaysian exporters to meet these buyers and to offer your product and services. And I think with the outcome from the virtual meetings that we conducted from March to November, definitely we'll be able to achieve more than 1 billion ringgit. So don't forget to treat me with just a cup of coffee. Brown sugar, 1 sachet, I'll stir it, don't worry. So this year, results, as I said, another success of Knowledge Hub, where meet the expert sessions. I thank all our premium buyers and speakers to discuss the sourcing opportunities as well as premium buyers' requirements. You need to know their requirements for Malaysian companies to join markets, key market supply chain. And the sessions also feature stories and insights by Malaysian exporters who have successfully made inroads into the international market. So one good news that I want to share with you, yesterday even we had our rebranding exercise of Martriat after 30 years. I've been with Martriat. I was born, bred, and raised in this organization for the last 30 years. I've witnessed myself some of the companies just from a trading company, and now they're worth millions or hundreds of millions in terms of their business transactions. So this is basically a good experience for us that shows that our people, especially my team, be it in here as well as outside there, really work hard to help the Malaysian, to facilitate the Malaysian companies to venture the overseas market. And for your information, how dynamic this organization is, we are going to reopen our Singapore office. There's a good news for the fact that last year, Singapore ranked first in terms of our export destination. But in terms of total trade, China, import and export. For that, I believe, we were 2 years to convince the government that we need to reopen our Singapore office. Now, on top of that, we are going to upgrade our Paris office. My first posting back in 1997, that was my first posting. I was there for 3.5 years. It was a full-fledged office, but somehow or other we downgraded it to just a marketing office. And then Egypt, Cairo, also a full-fledged office because of the Arab Spring, we downgraded. But alhamdulillah, thank God, we managed to convince the government that we're going to upgrade again our Paris office as well as our Egypt office, Cairo, to a full-fledged office, reopening our Toronto office, and the latest will be Karachi, Pakistan. So all in all, we have 49 officers, the second biggest outfit after Wisma Putra. Now, I'm proud to say this, as I said, we grow from strength to strength. When I first joined Matrix back in 1994, we only have about 24 or 25, if I'm not mistaken. Now we double it up. And with the transaction of our exports worth about 1.552 trillion last year as compared to 1.24 trillion, and increased about 25%, we believe that we'll be able to push our exports further in those markets. No doubt that because of the geopolitical situation that we are experiencing now and the disruption of the supply chain, there was I would say a small drop, a slight drop in terms of our exports. But again, believe me, we need to be aggressive. You need to support our programs, activities. When we go outside there, prepare yourself to become an export-ready companies so that you will be able to contribute back to the government in terms of paying your taxes, and it goes back to the rakyat. So we have a duty, responsibility to ensure that every segment of the community will enjoy the benefit of our efforts. And we thank you for that. We thank you for that in believing in us for the last 3 decades. Esteemed panelists, ladies and gentlemen, as one of the top 25 trading nations in the world, we used to be in the top 20. Back in 2018, if I'm not mistaken, we ranked 18. And I told my team members we should be back in that top 20, but it's not as easy as we thought, because some of our major competitors are making a big inroads into the global market, and of course, with the advantages that they have. But I believe that if you talk about top 30, definitely we'll be there. And with all the FTAs, be it bilateral or regional, that will provide added advantages to the Malaysian companies. Now, as I said, as one of the top 25 trading nations in the world, Malaysia relies heavily on international trade. The success stories that will be shared by the panelists in their venture into international market can inspire more Malaysian exporters, especially SMEs, whose businesses are still domestic-oriented. It's a very small market here, 32 million. The big money is outside there, with limited resources and capabilities. Now, the context setting for Knowledge Hub session also revolved around the recently launched Economy Madani Framework and the new Industrial Master Plan 2030, which are aimed to raise our country's dignity and standing, outline initiatives to boost economic growth, enhance economic complexities, and build local industries so that they can become more innovative, competitive, and capable of expanding into the global market. The Knowledge Hub at MIHAS 2030 also fosters knowledge exchange related to the market trends and requirements in the area of digitalization, sustainability, and ESG, and that basically in line with the recommendation by the National Trade Blueprint. Now, I believe the knowledge sharing in these areas by the premium buyers as well as Malaysian exporters could become a reference that will benefit the business community, enabling them to remain competitive and be ahead of competitors in seizing the lucrative opportunities in the halal export market. Now, MIHAS, the 90th edition with the team paving the way of halal, launched yesterday, the biggest ever. We've been given the task by the Prime Minister as well as Deputy Prime Minister that has to be the biggest. It continues to be a platform for 13 major halal industry clusters encompassing over 1.5 million different types of halal products and services. And MIHAS 2023 offers nearly 1,900 exhibitors, as I mentioned earlier, from 44 countries, occupying the whole of MITEC for the next couple of days. This 19th edition, we occupy the whole halls. And I don't know whether we will be given the task again next year, bigger than this. So we might have two venues, maybe here as well as KCC. If we are given that task, we are ready with the support of all of you. Now, MIHAS remains as a leading platform for companies that are keen to tap the US $5 trillion global halal market. And according to the State of the Global Islamic Economy 2022 report, the global halal market is projected to expand to USD 7.7 trillion by 2025, an immense economic potential to global halal industry players. MIHAS this year is also special as we celebrate our 30th anniversary of MATRID. And this prestigious platform was also used to launch MATRID's rebranding initiative as we chart our journey towards the future. The new logo was unveiled yesterday, manifesting MATRID's fresher, professional, and contemporary image. And I would tell my team members that it's not the logo, it's about us. My people, my traders, need to change. They need to carry themselves not like a normal, typical government officer, but like a corporate sector. And we are running the organization for the last 2.5 years. I started this initiative where I told them that we cannot behave like we used to be 27 years ago when I took over the office. Of course, there's resistance. A few of us, or some of us, are very complacent in the way of doing their work and tasks. But with the major shake-up and whatnot, I think we have proven that worth transforming ourselves. And for that, I wish to share with you, most of the buyers who attended MIHAS this year, majority of them are first-timer, and all of them I met in the hotel, I met in the reception, networking reception, and other functions for the last 2 days. All of them were very happy, not only with our hospitality, not only about the country development, but also the professionalism showed by the Malaysian business community. And I thank you for that, for your willingness to change to become an international player. Now, MATRID's journey in organizing MIHAS is also an interesting story to share. Our commitment and relentless efforts to bring MIHAS to the next level have led us to navigate the uncharted waters where no other TPOs, trade promotion organizations, had done before, whereby we took up the challenge to organize a fully virtual MIHAS for the first time in 2021. And as the pilot, if you watch Top Gun movie, I love the pilot. Of course, Tom Cruise, not only he is a great actor, but handsome, smart, 60-year-old man. You see the drive? By the way, I'm 58, okay? But many people say that I'm 43, thank God. So, as a pilot, I had to fly the plane high, upward despite the resistance and challenges ahead. In any transformation changes in any organization, the most difficult part is to convince your people, the people. It's not easy. It took me 2.5 years. But now, all of them witness the results. And for that, in 2021, when we organized MIHAS 100% virtually. I was the only one who actually told them, we will do it, and we can do it. And finally, as a result, Madrid was awarded the best trade promotion organization in the world by the Geneva-based International Trade Center for the best use of technology. Number one, I told my team members, there shouldn't be number two. In this organization, we always believe to be number one. And to be number one, you could imagine the effort they have to put through. So once they have this in their mindset, change the mentality of these people, then only they can help you to go the extra mile, to go beyond what they're supposed to do. And as a result, this year, we succeeded in organizing MIHAS, the biggest MIHAS this time around. And bear in mind that this is the biggest halal show in the world. It's not easy as you all thought, but to bring, to put, to communicate, to coordinate, and transform that, or rather translate that into actions is not as easy as you thought. Yeah, while managing the dignitaries, the VVIPs, business people, we also look at every aspect of it so that our guests, the foreigners who come here, they come back for their holiday with the family and so forth and so on. So a few of them came back with their family and said that this is home, sweet home. Thank you for the hospitality shown by all Malaysians for that. Now, we won the reward, and what more? I have 70 initiatives when I took over the office. I have 5 years to do it. 69 completed within 2.5 years. And there's a will, there's a way. And that 69 initiative, the last one was launched yesterday. The rebranding of Madrid. What's next? The big news will be announced towards the end of the year. So just wait for the big announcement. We are going to run this organization not like a government entity anymore. We are going to run this entity, Madrid, like a corporate sector, like you guys, to ensure that all our exporters community will benefit from this initiative of ours. Ladies and gentlemen, let me end my remarks once again to extend my heartfelt gratitude on behalf of all my traders. My team deserves a big round of applause for their hard work. Please, thank you. I love my people so much. The biggest asset of Madrid is basically the people. They are the one actually to drive, to help the country to drive the economy. So if you need any assistance, any help, do let them know. If you find difficulties, let the boss know. Okay? We'll guide them. We're not going to cane them, okay? Don't worry. So once again, our heartfelt gratitude to the moderators, panelists, as well as all the attendees of Knowledge Hub for the sharing, exchange, participation, and commitment to strengthening halal export, as well as contributing to the development of the global halal industry. And I believe all the panel discussion in the Knowledge Hub session today will present interesting insights, discuss market trends and opportunities, as well as provide effective entry strategies for our exporters. With that, ladies and gentlemen, with great pleasure, I declare this Knowledge Hub session open. Wishing everyone a productive and fruitful session. Wabillahi taufiq wa hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Yang Berbahagia Datuk. Please kindly remain on stage. And then I would like to invite Madam Sharimatun Mat Saleh, Deputy Chief Executive Officer, Export Acceleration of Madrid, Mr. Abu Bakar Yusof, Deputy Chief Executive Officer, Exporters Development Madrid, and Mr. Naim Abdul Rahman, Head of Knowledge Hub MIHAS 2023. And now for the presentation of tokens and appreciation. For our session 1 moderators and panelists, I would like to invite Mr. Jacob Lee Chokok, Vice President, Federation of Malaysian Manufacturers.
The music, please, music, slow down. I don't know whether you realize, now, if you go to Madrid Pavilion, on this, no, on the 3rd floor, we showcase the baseball cap of all our 49 officers abroad. I wanted to do this 20 years ago when I presented to the senior management, to my CEO. After 20 years, dream comes true. So, if you go to Madrid Pavilion, I told them, I want to brand Madrid just like Hard Rock Cafe. So if you go to Madrid Pavilion, you can see all the caps with all the cities, Madrid officers all over the world, plus our regional as well as headquarters. You can see the jacket, you can see the mark, you can see the tumbler, just like Hard Rock Cafe. And we managed to do that. And thank you for your support.
Next, Ms. Rachel Low, Buying Manager, Solent Group, Hong Kong. Chief Executive Officer, Top Fruit, Sendirian Berhad. Mr. Hanif Muhammad Yusof, Executive Director, Group Corporate Banking, Affin Bank Berhad. And now, group photo for session 1. Every guest, our moderators and panelists, please come to the center stage and smile to the camera. Please give your thumbs up to the camera. Thank you, moderators and panelists for session 1. And next, we would like to invite our moderators and panelists for session 2. First, I would like to invite Mr. Nur Shahrin Hamidun, President Dewan Perniagaan Melayu Malaysia. Mr. Marco, General Manager International Business, PT Sukanda Dijaya. Ms. Suci Maulana, Chief Executive Officer, PT Worldmark Indonesia. Mr. Muhammad Mazri Muhammad Hasim, Director Trade Business, CIMB Bank Berhad. And now, group photo for session 2. Please, our esteemed moderators and panelists, please go to the center stage. Smile to the camera. One thumbs up for the camera. 2. Many thumbs up for the camera. Thank you so much, Yang Berbahagia Dato' and our esteemed guests. You may kindly take your seats. Thank you, Yang Berbahagia Dato', for gracing our Knowledge Hub session. And thank you to Madam Charmaton and Encik Abu Bakar Yusof and Mr. Naim for the token of appreciation. Ladies and gentlemen, from the Pearl of the Orient, now we are about to embark on a journey across to our neighbor, exporting to Indonesia. Jom, export Indonesia. To kick off session 2, I would like to hand over the proceedings to Mr. Syed Muhammad Fairuz, Deputy Director of Construction and Business Services, Matrade. He was previously served in Shanghai and Chengdu. Please join me in giving a round of applause to Tuan Syed Muhammad Fairuz to kick off session 2. Tuan Syed, the stage is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dan salam sejahtera buat hadirin dan hadirat sekalian. Jangan terkejut, sesi kita memang dalam bahasa Melayu untuk yang kedua ini. Okey. So, terima kasih saya ucapkan buat Puan Nur Syafiqah Adina, saudari pengerusi majlis kita pada pagi ini. Nama saya Syed Muhammad Fairuz Syed Ismail yang akan menjadi anchor bagi sesi kedua Knowledge Hub MIHAS 2023 yang bertajuk Jom Ekspor ke Indonesia. Sesi kita pada pagi ini akan membincangkan satu tajuk yang sangat menarik, iaitu menerokai peluang di pasaran Indonesia. Tengah hari ini kita bertuah untuk bersama-sama dengan moderator dan para panelis yang hebat-hebat orangnya. Sukacita, saya ingin menjemput moderator sesi kita pada pagi ini, Encik Nur Syahrin Hamidun, yang merupakan Presiden Dewan Perniagaan Melayu Malaysia bagi mengambil tempat di atas pentas. Dipersilakan. Encik Nur Syahrin Hamidun merupakan seorang akaunten yang bertauliah yang telah mengasaskan firma perakaunan sendiri pada tahun 2003, iaitu Syahrin & Co dan Syarikat Syahmas Management. Beliau juga telah dinobatkan baru-baru ini dengan anugerah Business Personality Award pada Majlis Malaysia Industry Personalities and Entrepreneurs Award 2023. Berbekalkan pengalaman luas dalam Hello, okay, sorry. Minta maaf tuan-tuan, technical issue. Berbekalkan pengalaman luas dalam bidang korporat, beliau juga telah dilantik sebagai co-chair untuk Technical Working Group Business Insolvency oleh pihak pemudah. Seterusnya saya ingin menjemput panelis pertama kita pada pagi ini, Pak Marco Mansher yang untuk turut mengambil tempat di atas pentas. Silakan Pak Marco. Pihak Madrid telah menebangkan Pak Marco yang merupakan pengurus besar perniagaan antarabangsa di perusahaan PT Sukanda Jaya dari Jakarta untuk berkongsi pengalaman luas beliau di dalam sektor makanan dan minuman. Pengalaman beliau bukan terhad di Indonesia, malah beliau telah memulakan karirnya di negara Belanda sejak tahun 1988. Pak Marco juga adalah bukan premium buyer pada program MIHAS tahun ini dan telah mula mengenal pasti usahawan Malaysia yang telah bersedia untuk menerokai pasar Indonesia. Seterusnya, saya juga ingin menjemput panelis kita yang kedua iaitu Ibu Suci Maulana yang juga merupakan pengarah pembangunan pasaran di perusahaan PT Worldmark Indonesia. Silakan Ibu. Ibu Suci kini bertanggungjawab dalam membangunkan dan mengurus rakan niaga yang strategik dalam mengembangkan perniagaan. Selain di Indonesia, Ibu Suci juga berpengalaman Sorry again tuan-tuan. Ibu Suci juga berpengalaman dengan sektor korporat di Malaysia, terutamanya pada tahun 2016 hingga 2019. Ibu Suci juga telah dijemput sebagai premium buyers pada program MIHAS tahun ini. Dan akhir sekali saya ingin menjemput panelis kita yang terakhir iaitu Encik Muhammad Mazri Muhammad Hasim untuk mengambil tempat di pentas. Beliau merupakan pengarah Trade Business, Trade Structuring and Solution Malaysia Group Transaction Banking Malaysia di CIMB Bank Berhad. Beliau juga telah berpengalaman lebih 3 dekad di sektor kewangan terutama dalam bidang trade finance. Pada hari ini Cik Mazri akan berkongsi perspektif beliau terutamanya dalam aspek potensi pasaran di Indonesia untuk usahawan Malaysia. Sebelum kita memulakan sesi ini, saya juga ingin menjemput para hadirin dan hadirin semua untuk mengemukakan soalan dengan mengimbas kod QR yang ada di skrin. Soalan-soalan yang terpilih akan dibacakan oleh saudara moderator pada sesi soal jawab nanti. Dengan ini, saya menjemput Encik Nur Syahrin Hamidun bagi meneruskan sesi ini. Dipersilakan, Tuan.
Baik, terima kasih Encik Farus. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya ingin mengalu-alukan kita punya guest speaker, Semako Ms. Suci dan Encik Mazli ke program kita pada hari ini. Program kita Jom Indonesia. So Jom Indonesia tu maksudnya marilah kita bersama-sama berniaga di Indonesia. Sebelum saya menanyakan soalan-soalan kepada panelis kita, saya just nak explain sikit tentang background kita punya session pada pagi ini. Sebenarnya usahawan-usahawan di Malaysia selepas pandemik PKP yang lalu, kita menghadapi masalah untuk menguruskan perniagaan masing-masing. Dan namun begitu, alhamdulillah setelah pandemik berakhir, nampaknya usahawan-usahawan kita telah mula untuk menjalankan perniagaan mereka dengan lebih baik, bukan sahaja di Malaysia tetapi juga di antarabangsa. Actually, I would like to explain about Malaysia Chamber of Commerce. In Malaysia, we are a bit unique because in Malaysia, we have National Chamber of Commerce. In our NCCIM, we have 5 constituent chambers, namely Malay Chamber of Commerce, Chinese Chamber of Commerce, Indian Chamber of Commerce, FMM, Federation of Manufacturing, and also International Chamber. So dekat Malaysia ni kita unik kerana kita ada perbilangan kaum dan sudah semestinya banyak produk-produk yang boleh kita ekspor ke luar negara. Baru-baru ni saya juga ada pergi ke Indonesia menyertai Asian Summit, Business Summit, dan di sana nampaknya memang isu-isu berkenaan dengan halal, isu-isu untuk menggalakkan ekspor memang sentiasa menjadi topik perbualan. Baiklah, untuk hari ini kita kalau boleh ingin dapatkan input dan penerangan, explanation, sharing session dengan Mr. Mako, Ms. Suci dengan Cik Mazli, macam mana usahawan-usahawan Malaysia dapat ekspor produk-produk keluaran kita ke Indonesia. Ya. Dan sebenarnya kita ini serumpun dan banyak persamaan yang ada produk-produk keluaran usahawan-usahawan kita di Malaysia yang boleh dipasarkan di Indonesia. If I'm not mistaken, the population in Indonesia is about 278 million, right? So it's a huge population, huge opportunity over there. So marilah kita sama-sama dengar sharing session pada pagi ini. So maybe saya nak mulakan dengan Ms. Suci tentang apakah sebenarnya company syarikat Ms. Suci dan apakah nature business yang dan juga produk-produk yang dikeluarkan oleh syarikat Ms. Suci. Dipersilakan.
Okay. Baik, terima kasih soalannya. So before that, can I answer bahasa Indonesia and mix with English if you guys don't mind? All right. So the natures of our business in Indonesia that we supporting our Malaysians to go export in Indonesia market. What we do is do regulation comply. Second is doing warehousings and omni-channels. Last thing also, we provide the end-to-end solutions for those Malaysians who really keen to go for the Indonesian market. So that's basically our natures of our business as PT Worldmart.
Okay, then Mr. Marco, maybe you want to share something about your company?
Halo, halo. Yes, it works. Good. Selamat siang, Bapak dan Ibu. My bahasa Indonesia is really on this level, so I'm so sorry. I need to do it in English. I can order nasi lemak, but that's it. Yeah. So actually, I'm representing PT Sukamna Jaya, which is a part of Diamond Cold Storage in Indonesia, which is public listed there. So on one side, we have Diamond Cold Storage, which is our manufacturing business, where we do ice cream, susu, and many other products. And then on the other side is PT Sukamna Jaya, which is then the entity which is importing foreign brands and distributing them all over Indonesia, where we have 24 distribution points on the different cities and the different islands in the country. And that we do with more than 1,000 trucks, which are either supplied with units to keep things frozen or chilled. So that's a little bit in short what we are doing in Indonesia.
Baik, thank you Mr. Marco. Seterusnya Cik Mazri, ni banker kita. Tadi kita sebelum kita start kita punya session, kita ada discussion tadi. Cik Mazri ni nampak begitu energetik dan dia bersemangat sekali sebenarnya untuk share dengan usahawan-usahawan kita di Malaysia ini tentang bagaimanakah cara-caranya untuk mengekspor produk-produk Malaysia dan apakah servis-servis atau produk-produk bank CIMB yang ditawarkan kepada usahawan. Sila Cik Mazri.
Terima kasih Tuan Speaker. Saya nak share produk sekarang ke atau nak kenalkan diri saya?
Just perkenalkan and then bagi tahu briefly about your ni lah.
Okay. Saya sekarang bekerja di CIMB Bank Malaysia Berhad. Okay, CIMB Bank di Malaysia of course semua orang kenal. Tapi di seberang sana kami juga ada branches atau ada subsidiary kita bagi PT Bank CIMB Niaga. Kat sana popular by the name of Niaga. Yes. Warna sama merah. Merah di hati, right? For the Indonesia. Okay. Ekspor sekarang ni saya diberitahu the forum kali ini berkenaan ekspor to Indonesia. Ekspor to Indonesia maksudnya kita ada pembeli di Indonesia. For example, Suci and Marco, Pak Marco. And customer ataupun klien kita di Malaysia ni adalah eksporter. So apakah produk bank yang sesuai untuk eksporter di Malaysia untuk menjual di Indonesia? Okay, simple. Eksporter bila dia jual to Indonesia, yang dia risau, boleh ke dia dapat duit? And while di Indonesia, bila dia beli barang, boleh ke dia dapat barang? So, macam mana kita nak mitigate the risk? Orang Malaysia eksporter nak dapat duit dan orang Indonesia di sana nak dapat barang. Masing-masing risau. Saya hantar barang ke Indonesia tak dapat duit, saya hantar duit ke Malaysia tidak dapat barang. So, macam mana kita nak solve problem ni? This is where banks come in. Kita jadi facilitator. Kita akan menolong pengeksport di Malaysia untuk berjual di Indonesia dengan dua cara. Satu, menggunakan letter of credit. Dua, kita boleh send bill of collection. Apa itu letter of credit? I mean, sebagai eksporter kami mesti pernah dengar LC. Everybody talk about LC. This is common, right, Michael? Suci? LC is something that letter of credit yang dikeluarkan oleh importer. In this example is Suci atau Pak Mako yang akan keluarkan LC. Bila LC dia keluar, dia akan hantar through the bank, from their bank to, for example, bank in Malaysia. So for this, I nak you all remember, bila you jumpa pembeli di Indonesia, macam mana nak jual, you just ingat address ni. 8 karakter, CIBBMYKL. Just ingat tu. Cakap to your buyer in Indonesia, issue LC to CIBBMYKL. That is the Swift code for CIMB. The rest will be banyak technical tapi tak perlu. You ingat benda tu, settle masalah 90%. The rest the bank will help you. Okay? Okay. Bila LC di-issue by Indonesia dan datang to CIMB, kita akan pass the LC to you and dia ada terma-terma dalam LC, ada condition dia, ada syarat-syarat dia. Okay. Jangan bila you negotiate with the, for example, the buyers in the Indonesia, because dia orang yang akan issue LC minta the terms jangan ketat sangat, jangan terlalu banyak terms. Yang paling penting of course invoice. Kedua is the bill of lading. Bill of lading kalau dia jual melalui kita you all export to Indonesia melalui kapal, bill of lading is title of good. So pembeli di Indonesia kena ada bill of lading nak claim the good. And since this is halal, perhaps kemungkinan the importer in Indonesia require sijil halal. So you all boleh kemukakan sijil halal certified by our Dewan. And kita you pass to CIMB pass to the bank in Indonesia, and bank Indonesia will pass to the importer. And bila dokumen dah dapat, tak ada bercanggah dengan LC, then the Indonesian importer we need to pay, not the Indonesian importer, the issuing bank need to pay the money. Between issuing bank dan importer itu ada adalah diorang yang akan deal sendiri-sendiri. For your sales under LC, your counter risk or counterparty is always the bank, not with them. So apa yang terjadi kat diorang tak apa, bank still kena honor kalau documents are in order. Maknanya bank di Indonesia kena bayar to CIMB and CIMB bayar kat you all. Itu is letter of credit, very simple. Okay, of course then as exporter in Malaysia, you kata letter of credit ni mahal because our friend Indonesia need to issue LC, you need to send document. Memang ada charge, tak semua free. That charge is actually to pay some cost for the bank. Kita ada satu lagi solution, tapi solution ni a bit risky. Banks just jadi postman. Kita panggil build on collection. Maknanya instead of yang initiate first stage by the importer, sekarang yang initiate is by exporter. Maknanya you all yang initiate, you pass the document to the bank, CIMB. For example, you pass bill of lading, you pass invoices or sijil halal to CIMB, and we will pass that document to whatever banks in Indonesia.
Baik, mungkin Cik Mazli,
Technical.
kita akan explain further.
Okay.
Apa tu pembentangan daripada Cik Mazli selepas ini. Tetapi apa yang kita nak bagi tahu kepada usahawan-usahawan, bila kita punya intermediaries ialah bank. So of course kita akan rasa safe. Kita akan rasa ada third party yang membantu transaksi-transaksi di antara exporter dengan importer. Ya. Dan I just nak further question Mr. Marco. Actually, could you tell us the required qualities or procurement procedure needed for the exporter to export to Indonesia?
Okay, that's a long story actually. So we can keep it simple. It's very simple to export to Indonesia, but actually there are some parts which need to be taken care of. I would always say everybody needs to do his homework. So I think a brand who wants to export needs to first understand what the brand is about, needs to know the story of the brand himself, and really needs to understand how they want to position a brand in another country. That is one step. Then the next step is, I think that a brand should also be very interested in the country where they go to. So start with understanding what is the country about. If you, for example, say Indonesia, 280 million inhabitants is a lot of people. But the buying power, of course, for your products is not under 280 million people. Probably it's less than half. You still have more than 100 million people left, which is still fantastic. Thank you. Yes. Okay, I continue. So then still you have more than 100 million people, potential customers left. Then I think you need to understand what is your competition on the market in Indonesia, what is their pricing point, and how do you want to enter the competition in Indonesia, how do you want to fight with them, how do you want to par with them. If you have the idea on this one, then you can start approaching different distributors. I would always say take at least 3. I'm cutting now on my own finger, but at least take 3 and start comparing them if they understand your product. Because a distributor, if they are just distributing for the sake of distribution and making money, that's not helping you as a brand. I think when you go into Indonesia or in a country, you really want to secure a long-term settlement in that country and do business there and build your brand. You can build a brand like trading, but you also can build your brand to maybe a brand which is a value of more than $5-10 million US. And that then you will be substantial in a country. So I think you need to really select your distributor based on what you want to achieve with your brand in the country. So then you get to the decision point where you want to work with either distributor A, B, or C, and then you start doing the negotiations on the marketing, the negotiations on the investment fees for, let's say, if you want to go into retail. And then the next step is that you will start on building a business plan, agree on the business plan. Then you will work on the distribution agreement, and then you come into the lovely world of the registration in Indonesia. I know that a lot of people from outside Indonesia see that as a hurdle or a real obstruction, but I think as an exporter you should not worry about that. That is the part where the company, as us for example, we take care of your registration. We just make sure that we get all the documentations related for the registration will be done. As soon as those are all in our possession, then we will submit to the so-called BPOM, and then the BPOM process will take around 3 to 6 months. So yes, from A to Z, I would say it can take up to a year or even longer before your brand is on the market, which sounds long and which sounds dredging, but on the other hand, I always say, if you can bear the 9 months, I always say it's like delivering a baby. If you have delivered the baby and your product is on the market, the product can grow for into the teen years, into the adult years, and even to the senior years. So there is always a very good opportunity to go to Indonesia.
Thank you, Mr. Marco. For Ms. Suci, apakah produk-produk yang ada di Malaysia ini yang mendapat sambutan di Indonesia, dan apakah plan-plan bisnes syarikat Mitsubishi untuk mendapatkan produk-produk di Malaysia?
Thank you. First of all, that as we can see the trends of like what Mr. Marcus told just now, right? That Indonesia, of course, is a big country, big populations. Like I think statistically say like 270 millions now, but definitely that will be challenging to go Indonesia market. Like what he mentions that if you really want to go for Indonesia, you have to study further about the culture style, the purchasing power of Indonesia. Different provinces have a different, capacity, and also we have the problem in terms of infrastructures. So luckily we have growth in digital basis. So as we can see now, the trends of Indonesia dramatically grow in terms of e-commerce side. Like we really rely on the digital basis like TikTok Shop, right? And also we have there are top 10 categories that I think get the consumers' attentions now. Noodles, I think for healthcare, baby diapers and cosmetic. The other 6 I think I have on the slide. I can show you later. But
Maybe kita boleh share slide. Tadi you cakap you nak share ada slide presentation. Up to you. Maybe bahagian PA boleh share the slide. So maybe you can explain.
yeah, thank you.
Okay.
So PT Wordmark is we create a platform to supporting closely our Malaysian's product to go for Indonesia market. So first of all, let's see Indonesia now. We can go for the next slide.
Next slide.
Okay, I'm not sure if you guys can see that. See the numbers? All right, perfect. So just want to ask the audience here is that I believe those audience here have been to Indonesia before? Jakarta? Okay, and wondering that how many of you are really keen to penetrate Indonesia market? Can you raise your hand? Just want to see that? All right. So Miss, on the other side, if you can ask you that, how do you see Indonesia so far in terms of the cultures there, and why do you want to go there? Just to know the perspective. Can I ask the audience? Yeah.
Yes, Indonesia is very close to Malaysia's Rumpun. For me, because I have a cosmetic brand which is a vegan formulation, and it's a sustainable, ethical brand, which I think that's what the world wants right now, right? You want to have cosmetic brand that's good to your skin as it is pretty on your lips. So I think Indonesia is a big market, 270 million. As Pak Marco says, maybe 100 million will be the one that will be able to purchase some of the items that we're selling because of the price point, which is a bit high. What we like, I think Indonesians will like, because we are from the same rumpun, and I'm looking forward to open up my brand to go into Indonesia.
Wow, thank you, Miss. All right, okay. So the reason why I asked is just I really want to know that whether you're really keen to go Indonesia, or like what Mr. Marcus say, if you really want to go there, then you have to adopt the cultures there, pricing issue, purchasing power there, the income there, the infrastructures in Indonesia, the trend there, the food that they really afford for the, not to mention the channeling that we have. So you can see on the screen. Second. All right. As for the channeling, 60% now is a majority comes from the traditional thread, as for now. And following with the modern thread, high supermarket, and the last one, what is that? Okay, the last one is we actually have 5 channels in Indonesia, but normally 60% belongs to the traditional thread. And since you can see also the growth of e-commerce there, so the transactions, we can see like more than billions transactions in US dollars itself for the e-commerce. So All right, okay. So the slides, the previous slide, just to show you that the overview market in Indonesia. So that's where we came from to support our Malaysian product itself. Like, what are the challenges is the registration definitely for the product. Like in Indonesia, we have BPOM, we have Halal, and later on, we still accept Jakim, right, Mr. Marco? We still accept that. For the PT Walmart, we provide the end-to-end solutions for that, from the compliance regulations and also for the warehousing, fulfillment, omni-channels, until reach out the direct customers. That's what we provide the solutions. Maybe the, okay. So this will be like the stimulations looks like. So one single dashboard, we can really see our selling point. There. As for now, also we have around 45 warehouses in Indonesia with 24 cities. So that's why we also are working really hard to provide the omni-channel solutions for the product coming from Malaysia. So that's all it. Yeah. So to answer this challenging, come back to your questions. If you have an issue for the certifications of BPOM or Halal, all the required documents, so we really can working closely with you, supporting you as long as we can working together. And to reach out us, you can see the numbers there. I mean, we are not promoting, but simply you can, that is the contact number. I think to answer that question.
Baik, all in all, sebenarnya kalau diikutkan slide itu banyak lagi produk-produk ataupun services yang diberikan oleh syarikat Ms. Suci and also Mr. Marco. Jadi maybe selepas daripada program ini, jika nak tahu lebih detail, bolehlah berhubung dengan Mr. Marco directly and also Ms. Suci. Kita terus balik semula kepada kita punya Cik Mazli from CIMB. Apakah masalah-masalah usahawan dari Malaysia apabila nak pergi memasarkan produknya di Indonesia? Apakah isu-isu yang selalu dihadapi oleh pihak bank?
Itu actually soalan quite general lah. From ini bukan from the bank point of view, cuma daripada saya bila saya berbual ataupun bercakap dengan exporter to Indonesia from Malaysian exporter, the hindrance to go to Indonesia is basically banyak berkenaan dengan regulation because walaupun kita serumpun, walaupun kita ASEAN, Indonesia ada dia orang punya law tersendiri. Macam tadi sebelum kita berbual di luar, kita cakap pasal halal certificate. Sekarang ni halal certificate by Malaysia still valid until next year.
Yes, next year.
Until October. It may be renewed, may not be renewed, kita tak tahu. In order nak continue kita halal kita masih lagi boleh dipakai di Indonesia, perhaps kita kena dapat some sort of help from our friend here in Jakarta. You did mention just now that the exporter can actually approach you and to get your guidance on how for them to get registered their goods to be sold in Indonesia, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
How does this registration all about?
Yeah, exactly. So you have two different registrations, sometimes even three. So the two main ones are the halal registration, of course, where we still recognize Jakim halal, so there is no issue. Then the other part is the BPOM registration, and I just explained that a little bit. That is a registration which makes sure that your product is ingredient level and design level all according to the Indonesian regulations. That process takes just quite some time. I would say 3 to 6 months, depending on the brand and the ingredients. If it's well-known ingredients, the flow goes much faster. If it is a little bit difficult, it can take a little bit longer. But that whole process is normally taken care of by the distributor. So you don't have to worry. The only thing you have to do is to submit the documents they are requiring. Sometimes they are requiring really documents which go deeply to your ingredient level of what you use. But always understand that the BPOM has a very strict safeguarding on information they get. They will not share that outside.
Okay, Mr. Marco, from your experience, okay, what was your experience dealing with Malaysian exporter? Was there any additional benefits or challenges that you have faced before?
I would say that not really challenges. I mean, what I just explained is the challenge is that you as a brand need to prepare, that you know what you want and that you understand already the Indonesian market and that you are good in explaining to the distributor how you want to be your brand perceived on the market. Because if you leave your brand up to the distributor, they will make their own story, and probably that's not how you want your brand to be perceived on the market. So make sure you are the owner of the brand, you are discussing with the distributor and their marketing team on how to build the brand on the market. Then the market knowledge, of course, should come then from the distributor. That is their part of the business. So that is, I would say, getting as a challenge, or it's not a challenge, it's just a proper preparation. The challenge can be where products are very similar to Indonesian products already on the market, that you, from a price point, will get an issue. But in general, our cultures are more or less the same, so there is a lot of similarities. If you have products which are competing to European products, it's mostly much easier because normally the production costs are a little bit lower here than in Europe, and also, of course, the transportation cost, and we have the advantage of the ASEAN no duties. So for that perspective, you can be very competitive with the European brands.
Okay, berbalik kepada Cik Mazri tadi,
Okay.
apakah produk-produk bank yang berbeza dengan bank-bank yang lain daripada you punya perspektif?
Okay, I think because produk ini berkenaan dengan import dan ekspor. So most of the bank akan guna produk yang sama because kita ada letter of credit, not only bank CIMB, also banks in Indonesia. And bila kita guna letter of credit, there is actually ada agency yang memantau letter of credit, actually based in Switzerland. We follow UCP 600, that is guideline. It's not a law, tapi guideline. Most of the bank will follow that guideline. So kalau ada letter of credit, that actually dah selamatkan you all in terms of the risk of tak dapat payment, tak dapat goods. Actually almost like 100% elimination. Because the risk of that is been taken by the bank. Bank take the risk. Because when banks deal with the client, they know who's the client. If, for example, bank in Indonesia tahu dia punya client di Indonesia, bank di Malaysia tahu client in Malaysia. So the risk between your exporter and importer is mitigated by having the bank.
Okay. Next question. Actually, this question is from online audience. Mr. Marco, how about online service delivery in Indonesia, especially in halal food? What is the challenge?
I would say from an online perspective, we are also doing online and we have our online stores. I would say 90% of our products are anyhow halal certified. So I think for ambient products, there is no issue. That is very easy and simply to do. Also, the last mile is very good organized, I would say, in the major cities of Indonesia. Where the challenge is still is a little bit, but that's more the perception of the consumer, is of course the chilled and the frozen, that the consumers are afraid that the products will not arrive frozen at their house. But also that part is been improving a lot, especially where the concern is the last mile.
Okay. Next question to Ms. Suci. Halal Jakim, halal Jakim di Malaysia ni sebenarnya satu ketika dulu menjadi standard kepada halal di seluruh dunia. Tadi kita dengar Mr. Marco ada bagi tahu bahawa kemungkinan pada tahun yang akan datang halal Jakim mungkin tidak lagi menjadi salah satu requirement untuk produk-produk Malaysia untuk memasuki ke Indonesia ataupun produk-produk dari luar negara lain untuk memasuki Malaysia. Jadi jika halal Jakim di Malaysia tidak lagi digunakan di Indonesia, apakah alternatif kepada halal produk di Indonesia untuk memasuki Indonesia?
Sebenarnya, bahasa Indonesia lagi nih. Sebenarnya kalau bicara Jakim, terus terang kita di Indonesia masih banyak menerima Jakim sendiri. Kita bahkan ada beberapa tahun masih pakai Jakim ya. Karena again like what you say just now, we are serumpun Yeah, we are Muslim, 90% is a Muslim there. We admit that Jakim, but there's certain distributors or retailers, they don't want to go for Jakim, they want to go for MUI. It's just to be, and according to our presidents also say that effectively the MUI in the 2024, which is next year, there should be MUI. But I don't think it's going to be a problem. I think if you really want to go, of course, there is a certain, procedures that you have to go through there. But once you enjoy the experience there, you will get the market there. It's just a matter of procedures, processing that the documents that we have to, comply the local regulation in Indonesia. But once you see the markets, like what Marco say, we have more than 400 billion transactions over e-commerce in Indonesia. So as for now, everybody rely on the TikTok shop. We can also do lively selling your product. Normally, if it is Muslim, they will asking your packaging if it is written not in Bahasa, right? Especially, if it's not in Bahasa Indonesia, they will question in that. Is it halal or not to consume? Things like that. That's a frequent questions that our local consumers will say that. But not to be worried about whether it is Jakim or MUI. Supposed to be okay, right?
Okay. Saya rasa tadi ada daripada Cik Mazri nak share. Ada slide presentation.
Tadi slide.
Maybe pihak sekretariat boleh? Slide presentation dari Cik Mazli.
Itu nama saya tu.
Okay.
Okay. Tekan. Next page. Boleh? Ni tekan ni. Tadi yang saya dah cakap tadi yang mulia-mulia sekali, address yang paling penting tu CIBB MYKL. Kalau you as an exporter jumpa your buyer di Indonesia, suruh dia keluarkan LC keluarkan kat mana? Tu CIBB MYKL. That is our SWIFT address. That is the most important thing. The rest of the item nanti CIMB akan take care. Because your buyer in Indonesia may have banks different from us, maybe not CIMB Niaga, maybe BNI for example. Tapi all the banks in Indonesia, most of them boleh hantar SWIFT to our CIBB MYKL. You can take picture? Okay. Lagi nak tekan ni Okay. Okay, yang saya cakap tadi yang mitigation is letter of credit, document collection. Tadi ada explain letter of credit tadi. Letter of credit actually irrevocable, maknanya tidak boleh mansuh, undertaking of the issuing bank. Maknanya kalau LC itu issue by, for example, CIMB Bank Niaga, CIMB Bank Niaga mesti bayar to the importer bank provided dokumen itu tidak bercanggah.
Okay. Mesti irrevocable
Irrevocable, tak boleh dimansuh. Okay. Ini yang saya cerita tadi, Indonesia importer kena buka LC di Indonesia, send to the importer bank, then importer bank akan send to advising bank, which is CIBB MYKL, which is CIMB. Kita akan advise LC to the Malaysian exporter. Then the next slide, jam. Okay, the next slide, exporter in Malaysia kena submit document as per the LC. Apa itu terma LC? Normally yang paling penting bill of lading, because bill of lading I explain tadi is the title, sijil halal atau dengan invoice to the bank in Malaysia. Then kita akan hantar to importer bank akan hantar dokumen to the importer for importer to collect the good from the ports. Okay, ini tak apa penting. Okay, the payment flow is I cakap dengan letter of credit ni, your counterparty yang you are facing is the bank, bukan importer, bukan importer partner ni. Dia punya bank yang akan bayar kat kami. Between importer and the bank, they deal separately. Tak ada kena-mengena. As long as your document is in order, you will get your payment. No video input jap. Okay, tak apa. Okay. This satu lagi yang nak simplify. Tadi letter of credit, this is documentary collection. This is another way. Slightly cheaper, tak ada LC issuance by importer, only export documents submitted by exporter. Maknanya Malaysia exporter yang submit dokumen dia, for example to CIMB pass to a bank in Indonesia, bank Indonesia pass to the importer. Tapi for this documentary collection, you have to remember, The risk is not with the bank. Bank acts just like a postman. Okay, although kita tolong, kita facilitate hantar dokumen, bank tu just a postman. For example, under the documentary collection, if the payment term you pilih documents against payment, this is slightly selamat. Dokumen tu sampai di Indonesia and the importer Indonesia nak collect barang, dia kena ambil dokumen tu because ada bill of lading, dia kena bayar. Tapi kalau dia tak nak collect dokumen, kita tak boleh buat apa. They go back to Malaysian exporter tanya, what are you going to do with that document in Jakarta? Kapal dah sampai kat Jakarta, for example, Tanjung Priok. This is document collection because bank acts just a postman. This is the payment flow. Importer akan bayar against payment which side ataupun acceptance you kasih term. Acceptance another thing. Kalau you kasih term, for example 60 hari under document collection nak bayar, maknanya dokumen tu kita akan bagi tu di importer. Importer ambil barang you 60 hari lagi, tak tahu dia bayar atau tak, itu kita tak tahu. Katakan dia tak bayar, the bank will only notify you the payment has not been forthcoming. Kita tak and up to you to take your action on the importer. Because this is documentary collection, bukan LC. LC is undertaking by the bank. Documentary collection, bank is post Malaysia. Okey, itu je saya nak teranglah.
Okey, terima kasih Cik Mazri. Saya rasa kalau mana-mana yang hadirin ada di sini yang interested nak lebih tahu further pasal produk-produk yang dikeluarkan oleh bank, bolehlah ingat boleh buat satu discussion nanti yang nak detail. Ramai yang ada yang tak faham pun apa tu LC pun. Okay. Jadi saya rasa Cik Mazri ada willing to share dengan kita punya audience selepas ni ya. Okay, back to Mr. Mako. In your opinion, what else can Malaysian products improve to meet the demand of consumer in Indonesia?
Okay. Now the easy one is the price.
The price.
Easily solved.
Why? Because it's not competitive.
Sorry?
The price is not competitive or what?
No, the price is competitive. But I would say if you have products which are very familiar, so let's say snacks. Indonesia is also famous for their domestic produced snacks. We have a lot of snacks, very low price. So either if you want to fight the local snacks, then you need to come in with a very low price. Or you need to position yourself on a different level where you are not competing with the local snacks, but more with other imported snacks. So I think you always need to see, and what I said in the beginning, try to understand what the Indonesian market is about and adapt your product to what is already there or what you think could be a gap in the market. Because if you start fighting as I think as a country like Malaysia with par on Indonesian products, it's going to be quite difficult. You need to have a more how to say that, a standing out point to be into the market and to make yourself relevant. If you're too high in price, that's the other part, you will be very niche. And the niche market in Indonesia, I would say you have a potential consumers of maybe around 10 million only. Those are really the niche. And with those potential consumers, of course, a lot of them are not specifically looking for your product. So I would always say try to be somewhere in the medium of products which are either imported. And once again, if you want to compete with local products, you really need to think about quality and price point.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mako. We have a question and answer session, so maybe you can just open to the floor. Okay, please.
Yes, I'm Hilda. I'm journalist from Jakarta. I like to ask question to Mr. Marco. Mr. Marco, before COVID, I'm a journalist who concentrate in tourism. But after COVID, now I learned about industry halal. So I came here to berguru to MIHAS to learn about the halal industry. Yes. What I want to know from you is, you as entrepreneur, not on behalf of your company, your personal opinion. How about ecosystem halal in Indonesia? Because Indonesia want to be a center of halal world next year. Yeah, your personal. Thank you.
Thank you, Abu. Very interesting question to a white guy. Okay, so I cannot judge the halal ecosystem in Indonesia. Well, to be honest, but please correct me if I'm wrong, Suci. In my opinion, the ecosystem in Indonesia concerning halal is working very well. There are, of course, things that need to be improved, and I think that the government is already busy with that by setting up, of more or less taking away the halal certification from the organizations outside the government into the government. So now the halal falls under the Ministry of Religion, and they have set up the BPJPH. And the BPJPH will be the new certification which should be implemented somewhere next year. Then in the meanwhile, they're still thinking about maybe how to cooperate with other halal bodies around the world, but as it is now, it is purely BPJPH. So that is securing for the Indonesian consumers that a product is really halal according to the regulations in Indonesia. So I think back to your question, I think that a lot of Indonesian consumers can safely buy products when there is really the halal certification of BPJPH. There are even, in the modern trade, for example, the CVS stores like Indomaret and Alfamaret, they really require products being halal certificated by the BPJPH. Yes.
Okay, any other question? Okay, please, sir.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. My name is Zaki, Coach Zaki. I'm from Johor, Pertubuhan Usahawan Nusantara, Johor. So most of the time I always go to Indonesia Trade Expo, and this year will be the number 5. Every year we go there. Then every time we go there, we receive a complaint from Malaysia businessmen. They will say they always been scammed because of to enter Indonesia must have BPOM. So whose responsibility this BPOM? Either exporter or importer. As my concern, as my understanding, importer responsibility to apply this BPOM. But every time Malaysia want to go Indonesia, BPOM. You must pay 10,000, 20,000 for BPOM. This is what I always have the complaint. Okay, thank you.
Ms. Suci, please.
Okay. Wow, it's a very good question. I think not only Malaysian facing the same issue, I think other countries also, because the BPOM is a must though. I mean it's the requirements, like you say, is it obligations under importers or under exporters? It's the options, right? For example, you appointed PT Walmart, right, to do the BPOM. Obviously, we'll be do registration on behalf of your brand, right? We will asking you to provide all the documents. Of course, like you say, scammers. Any country will have a scammers, right? Promising that a short period of time, but like what Marco say, normally it's like, is that launch like 6 months, right?
Yeah, 3 to 6
4 to
months.
6 months, maximum 6 months. It's really depend on your documents, list of ingredients. If it is cosmetic, also more complicated because they will see that each of ingredient that you have. You will meet maybe the agent that we will charge you high prices. But again, it can be importer or exporter can do that. But to do registrations, it has to be Indonesian PT, right? Because they will ask you, do you have a contract with the origins brand in Malaysia? And then they will ask you that, is there any contract that do you have? Is there any letter of appointment letter that you get from Sendirian Berhad in Malaysia, something like that. But I'm not sure if I answered the questions, but scammers happen a lot. You just gotta be careful and reading like what Marco say. It's good to do mini research, right? Visiting Indonesia, reading on the Google, maybe reaching out the right people like PT Walmart later on. Things like that. Okay.
Okay. Our next question from online, yeah? To apply MUI Halal, only can get the Indo distributor to apply. Why cannot do it here? We need to have our company at Indo to apply if we have yet to get distributor. I think maybe Mr. Marco.
Yeah, I can answer that question, I think. So as I explained in the beginning, and as also what Ms. Susi said, The BPOM is purely on the part of the distributor. So we take care of the BPOM. I do it for $5,000 for you. That's a joke. So that is for free, no investment on your side. On the other side, halal. Halal is your product will be halal certified. That means that you own the halal certification. That is not based on the distributor, so purely on the product or the brand owner. So that means in our case, we will support you with the first steps in that online certification for the halal. And then within that online process, there will be question asked by the BPJPH. As soon as the BPJPH is agreeing on your documentation, they will set up together with you an on-site audit. And based on the on-site audit, your certification will be issued.
Okay, next question. Okay, Miss, over there.
Hello, Assalamualaikum. Okay, my name is Ummi and I'm from Malaysia, Miss Berhad. I just would like to ask, currently that we know that all product want to enter Indonesian market must have halal logo. Currently in October 2024 must have the BPJPH halal logo. Okay, so now JAKIM and BPJPH already signed the MOC. So it stated there that supposedly both countries don't need to apply for halal. JAKIM halal logo can be used for Indonesia and Indonesia logo can be used in halal. So I just would like to know what is the status, because in future, I mean October 2034, so if we want to export to Indonesia after that, is it halal logo JAKIM can be accepted or we must apply for halal logo BPJPH?
Okay, so Marco?
Yeah, I think it's a very good question. And yeah, your look in the darkness is as mine look in the darkness. So I don't want to start deciding for the Indonesian government on what's going to happen next year. But I think that both the MUI halal, sorry, the BPJPH as well as the Malaysian halal, the JAKIM can perfectly arrange the outcome of this. But what the outcome will be, honestly, I cannot predict. I'm just the importer and the distributor, so we cannot judge on the government decisions.
Okay, next question.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Nama saya Zul Fahmi. Saya mohon sedikit tip and honest secret. So wilayah di Indonesia ni terlalu besar. Boleh tak you bagi data ataupun spesifik produk yang sesuai untuk kita enter to the Indonesia market? Itu saja. Terima kasih.
Good question. Maybe Ms. Suchi want to answer?
Yeah, it's a good question. It's more to demographic, yeah. Like you say, we have around 270 millions populations. If it is registered, maybe 300 millions. In Jakarta, we had around 10 millions. In East Java, I think more populated will be Java, around almost 40 millions. Correct me if I'm wrong. West Java as well, contributed, populated will be in Java. If you're talking about what are the purchasing power came from, it's definitely from Java, right? Sulawesi, only 8 millions. Sumatra, around 40 millions. You can check on Google and statistically, but that's the latest data that I know. But talking about what are the majority purchasing power came from, I would suggest you go for Java and see also the wage that, because in Jakarta we have a minimum wage, right? In different provinces we also have a minimum wage, so you really need to see STP, segmenting, targeting, and positioning. If you're targeting, like what Marco say, middle class, they will maybe prepare for the nutrition, things like that. If for lower class, they will say, I really need to buy 1 piece of diapers for my baby, things like that, right? So we have to consider each province have a different purchasing power capacity. So I think it's really good to do research, learning about Indonesia cultures. Jawa, Sulawesi, Kalimantan definitely have a different languages, have a different, the way of thinking, you know, the way of habits, where they want to go for online, they want to go for traditional market, because we really rely on convenience store, yeah? Because everywhere they just everywhere. it's like 1 kilometers and then convenience stores, so they rely on that. Ibu ya? Yeah, I'm not sure. Data for statistically about the. Yeah, we have that, but we cannot show over here. we do.
Saya rasa data tu ada dekat Madrid. So maybe lepas ni kita boleh pergi ke Madrid and then dapatkan information daripada Madrid. Ya, saya rasa Cik Fairuz ada ya. Okay, you did mention about minimum wage just now. In Malaysia, we have minimum wage as well. We have 1,500 ringgit. What about Indonesia?
Ibu, correct me if I'm wrong, yeah. In Jakarta and Bekasi, completely different. In Jakarta, we almost 4 million, Pak, yeah? 4.1, all right. Right. You know better than me then. In Bekasi, not even 4 millions, around 3.8 millions. Jogja is very low. You just need to remember that we have 4 biggest cities: Jakarta, Surabaya, Makassar, and Medan. So if you want to go for these 4 biggest cities. So you don't need to educate them because they love Korean food, they love Japanese food. It's just like a urban city area in Makassar, in Jakarta, in Surabaya. So if you claim that your product will be a premium buyers, then it's good for go Jakarta, Surabaya, Medan, and Makassar. So if you're targeting low class, yeah, thinking about other province, right?
Okay, actually kita dah kesedukan masa. Maybe one last question lah from the guy over there. Last question.
Okay, I'm Ridwana. I'm from the local Islamic Chamber of Commerce. I'd like your advice here. We are setting up a company in Indonesia. We're looking for the opportunity for that. So there are 5 key areas that you need to look at. First, formation of the company. Second, the B-form rectification. Number 3, it will be whether the Kita visa and also the IP registration and so on. Which one should be the priority for us to look at under these 5 areas?
So, if I understand your question right, you a Malaysian company wants to start a company in Indonesia,
yes.
and you want to import products and distribute them in Indonesia.
Yes, that's
okay.
right. Which should come first?
Yeah, I think what should come first is look into Indonesian market if your product will be acceptable in Indonesian market.
Yes, we are. They are.
Good. Then the second part is start your joint venture because you need probably an Indonesian partner to start the company. And then you start with the registration of your products.
So means set up the company first under
Yes.
PMR, and then second only.
Exactly, because the BPOM registration it's always to be done by an Indonesian company which has the rights to do importation. So if you cannot import, you can also not ask for a BPOM.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Okay, kita ada dalam 2-3 minit, maybe nak bagi peluang pada Cik Masidi nak cakap yang terakhir. 1 minit.
Tak ada banyak yang nak cakap except kalau you jumpa your buyers in Indonesia, suruh dia issue LC to CIBB MYKL. Ingat tu je, lain tak penting.
Mr. Marco, the last word from you. Last word.
Oh, a last word. Yeah, I would say Indonesia is really a big opportunity. We are always open to assess brands for sure. So you're most welcome to email me or whatever via MyTrade. Contact me, and don't be afraid. Indonesia is a very nice country. It's very beautiful. Your products will do very fine in Indonesia, and there's a long future ahead of you.
Ms. Uche, last word from you.
Yeah, just as conclusions, like everybody here is for a reason, right? Wanted to go Indonesia, want to go overview for Indonesia. I think it's like lots of foods in Indonesia. We have from Europe, we have from India, we have from Saudi Arabia, we have from Malaysia. But the good news for Malaysia, because we have the same cultures, we have the same taste, so you don't need to worry. Out of 10, maybe acceptance will be 9. But for the Western, sorry, Marco, it's like more than 5% for the acceptance because we still have to educate them. But not to worry, the regulations, we still can assist you, right? So that's why the Walmart is for helping and assist you there. Okay, that's all.
Baik, jadi sebagai penutup, saya rasa hari ini punya discussion kita dah cover banyak topik. Yang penting Indonesia dengan population almost 278 million people over there, and then dengan taste bud yang sama Malaysia dengan Indonesia, So banyak food product yang boleh di Malaysia ekspor ke Indonesia. Dan pada masa yang sama, saya juga ingin mempelawa supaya awal-awal panelis ni membawa produk-produk di Indonesia juga ke Malaysia. Ya, supaya kita sama-sama cross selling each other dan kita dapat bersama-sama share kita punya wealth. Saya mohon semua berikan satu tepukan gemuruh kepada semua panelis kita pada hari ini, Ms. Suci, Mr. Marco dan Datuk J. Mazri. Dan diharapkan agar program sebegini akan kita banyak lakukan di masa yang akan datang. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi Cik Nur Syahrin. Terima kasih saya ucapkan kepada Cik Nur Syahrin dan juga para panelis yang telah banyak berkongsi pelbagai tips dan panduan yang berharga untuk usahawan-usahawan Malaysia menerokai peluang-peluang yang ada di pasar Indonesia. Bagi pihak Matrik dan Sekretariat Knowledge Hub MIHAS 2023 juga ingin merakamkan setinggi-tinggi penghargaan kami kepada hadirin dan hadirat yang telah setia mendengar pada sepanjang sesi pagi ini dan juga yang juga terlibat dalam sesi soal jawab bersama dengan para panelis sebentar tadi. Dan untuk sesi petang ini, sesi 3 dan sesi 4, pihak Sekretariat ingin mengumumkan kami ada menyediakan touch and go card kepada para peserta yang bertanyakan soalan. Tapi limited untuk 7 peserta bagi sesi 3 dan 7 peserta untuk sesi keempat. Jadi InsyaAllah kita harapkan penyertaan yang hangat sebagaimana pada sesi sekarang ini untuk sesi petang nanti. InsyaAllah kalau ada semua di ladang, izinkan saya menumpang mandi. Kalau ada umur yang panjang, semoga kita berjumpa lagi. Saya serahkan semula ini kepada Puan Alina. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi. Terima kasih Tuan Syed Muhammad Farus dan para panelis serta moderator yang telah memberikan kita satu perkongsian yang saya rasa sangat menarik dan saya rasa sangat gembira melihat active participation daripada para audience kita hari ini kalau kita bandingkan dengan MIHAS-MIHAS sebelum ini. Jadi kita berikan satu lagi tepukan gemuruh untuk semua. Saya pasti semua tak sabar dah tengok 1:30 ni, dia bau-bau kat luar tu dia dah masuk kat dalam. Okay, jadi the Knowledge Hub session will take a break and we'll start again at 2:30 p.m. and we kindly request everyone to get back to the hall by 2:20 p.m. And again, thank you to Mr. Nur Syahrin and all moderators and panelists. We would like to, you may take your seats and proceed to the next agenda. And thank you everyone. See you back at 2:20 p.m. Sekian, terima kasih.
run slide dulu sebelum ni. Dekat skrin ni tak nampak. Saiful habis. Okay, next slide, next. Dekat conference screen tak ada apa lagi. Dua-dua tak ada. Conferencing kosong. Pakai mic ni. Pakai mic. Sorry ya, kita buat rehearsal sikit supaya smooth sikit petang ni. Sorry. Ada sound ke ni? Tak dengar sangat. tak dengar kan Unisnake punya ni.
We strive to provide equal opportunities for our employees through our UKVI accreditation. We seamlessly integrate AI-driven warehouse management to eliminate human errors, increase efficiency, and enable us to give the best possible rate to the end consumer. Automated distribution and route planning are used to increase transparency and reduce fleet costs. Our warehouse has multiple staff shift patterns, which allows more efficient running and reduced overheads. Since Unisnacks was incorporated in 2006, we've imported from multiple countries.
Berapa slide untuk sesi 3 ni? 2. Unisnack dengan Bon Food betul? 4. Sesi 4. Ada 4.
Hello, Encik Rafi. Untuk session 3 ada 2 slide, which is Nopa Awad dan Mary Brown. CP all.
CP dengan Mary Brown ada slide. Okay.
Betul.
Session 4 Asfah
Session 4 semua ada slide.
ada 5 lah. 4 lah. Sorry, 4. 2 dengan 4. Alright. Kita jemput semua untuk hadir ke hadapan lah. Penuhkan ruang hadapan. Terima kasih.
Years of MATRADE, the Malaysia External Trade Development Corporation. For 3 decades, MATRADE has been instrumental in promoting Malaysian products and services to more than 200 markets worldwide. Established on March 8, 1993, with a few offices. Our network expanded to 49 offices in 41 countries. Martrade's comprehensive services such as market intelligence, digital learning, and capacity building programs are helping Malaysian businesses grow and deliver the best to the global market.
Congratulations to the Martrade board, management and staff on 3 decades of dedication and commitment in enabling local companies to compete in the international market. So keep up the good work on increasing the nation's exports and contributing to Malaysia's sustainable growth.
30 years journey of Martrade is more than just a celebration of the past. It is a testament to dedication and relentless pursuit of excellence that have shaped Martrade into the organization it is today. We look forward to the next phase of Martrade's journey, a future filled with even bolder ambitions and greater achievements.
As we mark Martrade's 30 years of excellence, we celebrate not only our past successes, but also our unwavering commitment to innovation, progress, and the advancements of Malaysia's trade.
Martrade's initiatives and support serve as the driving force that strengthens Malaysia's presence in the global market. In progressing Malaysia as a top trading nation, Martrade champions 3 main agendas, namely digitalization, sustainability, and the National Trade Blueprint, adopting environmentally conscious and socially responsible business practices which drive Malaysia's exports to the world and foster economic resilience. Malaysia's trade has soared to unprecedented heights under Martrade's stewardship. Martrade remains committed to strengthen international trade in meeting the burgeoning global demand. With a renewed sense of purpose, we look forward to the next phase of Martrade's journey. A future filled with even bolder ambitions and greater achievements. Championing excellence. This year, we celebrate a milestone. 30 years of Martrade, the Malaysia External Trade Development Corporation. For 3 decades, Martrade has been instrumental in promoting Malaysian products and services to more than 200 markets worldwide. Established on March 8, 1993, with a few offices. Our network expanded to 49 offices in 41 countries. Martrade's comprehensive services such as market intelligence, digital learning, and capacity building programs are helping Malaysian businesses grow and deliver the best to the global market.
Congratulations to the Martrade board, management and staff on 3 decades of dedication and commitment in enabling local companies to compete in the international market. So keep up the good work on increasing the nation's exports and contributing to Malaysia's sustainable growth.
30 years journey of Martrade is more than just a celebration of the past. It is a testament to dedication and relentless pursuit of excellence that have shaped Martrade into the organization it is today. We look forward to the next phase of Martrade's journey, a future filled with even bolder ambitions and greater achievements.
As we mark Martrade's 30 years of excellence, we celebrate not only our past successes, but also our unwavering commitment to innovation, progress, and the advancements of Malaysia's trade.
Martrade's initiatives and support serve as the driving force that strengthens Malaysia's presence in the global market. In progressing Malaysia as a top trading nation, Martrade champions 3 main agendas, namely digitalization, sustainability, and the National Trade Blueprint, adopting environmentally conscious and socially responsible business practices which drive Malaysia's exports to the world and foster economic resilience. Malaysia's trade has soared to unprecedented heights under MAHTRADE's stewardship. MAHTRADE remains committed to strengthen international trade in meeting the burgeoning global demand. With a renewed sense of purpose, we look forward to the next phase of MAHTRADE's journey. A future filled with even bolder ambitions and greater achievements. Championing excellence.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MIHAS 2023 Knowledge Hub session. Before we begin, we have a few important announcements. To ensure the smooth flow of today's program, please switch your mobile devices to silent mode. We appreciate it if you could kindly fill up the front row seats promptly. Thank you. Now, let's kick off Session 3 by introducing the anchor Meet the Experts Thailand and Australia, Ms. Nurhaliza Muhammad Yunus. Ms. Nurhaliza currently is the head of International Collaboration Unit at MAHTRADE. Notably, her wealth of experience includes previous assignments in Seoul and Sydney. Without further delay, Ms. Nurhaliza, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Ms. Hailey. Assalamualaikum and a very good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome and welcome back to those who are staying true to the Knowledge Hub segment held in conjunction with MIHAS 2023. This segment is among the three main components of MIHAS, apart from the exhibition and the international sourcing program. The objective of this session is to enlighten the audience on the opportunities that avails in the respective markets and to set the right expectation on the challenges that may exist from our distinguished panelists' perspective. Should you have any question for our panelists, please scan the QR code on the screen and your question will be read during the Q&A session. I now would like to invite our moderator and panelists to take their seat on the stage. Please welcome. Before we start the session, let me first introduce our moderator and distinguished panelists. We are happy to have with us Mr. Megat Miza Nicholas Dani, President of Malaysia-Thailand Business Council. He is currently holds the position of Chairman of Anakadia Sdn Bhd, a healthcare and biotechnology company based in Malaysia. He joined Kenanga Investment Bank Berhad in 1990, rising through the ranks until his last position as the Executive Director of Group Business Development Department in Kenanga Investment Bank Berhad. He holds a Master of Science in Engineering Business Management from University of Warwick, Bachelor of Science in Production Engineering and Management degree from Loughborough University of Technology, United Kingdom. He is the chairman of Malaysia-Thailand Business Council, Board of Governors of Malaysia Institute of Corporate Governance, Board of Trustees of Yayasan Amal Medicare, and also honorary advisor to Persatuan Mufakat One Belt, One Road, Malaysia. The first panelist is from our neighboring country, Thailand, Mr. Nopawat Mahathai, Department Manager of CPOL PLC. He has professional experience in the areas of soft drink merchandise and import-export. He holds Master Science in Marketing and International Management from Henley Business School, University of Reading, UK, and Business Science in Information Communication and Technology from Mahidol University. Our second panelist is Mr. William Woon, who is the Business Development Executive at Yinwi Trading. Mr. Woon has been at the forefront of their business development initiatives, driving the organization beyond just importing. Under his initiative, Ms. Yinwi Trading is now a dynamic entity handling diverse operations that encompass strategic business planning, go-to-market strategic planning, supply chain management, thorough legal compliance, and robust sales effort in both the retail and HoReCa sectors across Australia. This holistic approach has made them a trusted partner for many Australian businesses. Last but not least, our third panelist is Mr. Karul Azman bin Muhammad Yusof, International Business Director of Mary Brown's Nurul Bahad. He has over 20 years experience within the company from operation, training, and franchise divisions. He is the main committee member of Malaysia Franchise Association and chairman of Promotion and Public Relations Committee for MFA. Mr. Karul holds a diploma in Hospitality and Culinary Institute in Kelana Jaya and professional certificate in Customer Service and Renong Service and Safety Institute. Again, do extend a warm welcome to the moderator and all panelists. Without further ado, I now pass the floor back to Mr. Megat Mizan to deep dive into the discussion of export opportunity in Thailand and Australia. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Puan Norheza. First of all, Sawadee Krap from anyone from Thailand. I'd like to say hello to Kun Nopawat, Mr. Woon, and Tuan Khairul. Today, we're going to talk about two very interesting countries. Plus, we have someone who is moving into one country, that is Khairul. He will tell you as we go on what his intentions are. But what's interesting is that these two countries are powerhouse in the halal industry. Australia by itself has over 2.6 billion US dollars of trade in 2022 alone, second only to Brazil in terms of meat production. Thailand itself, it has much more bigger statistics. It's 16th in the overall food production, 5th in terms of food supply, 1 in terms of food process. That's an amazing achievement for Thailand. And you will find, as time goes by, that there are secret tips. But you need to ask certain questions that you can get and say, what is your secret recipe, or how you source and all that. We will bring this topic up as time goes by. But without further ado, the way I'm going to propose is this, that there will be some presentations. There will also be opportunities for you to ask questions. And if you also are very interested in how to do business and whatever it is, please don't hesitate. We have the platform to provide you any inquiries too. I will first start on my left, Kun Nopawat, and I would like to start off with just a simple overview of the halal industry in their country vis-a-vis their business. On that note, Kun Nopawat, I pass you over.
Hello. So, good afternoon, everyone. And this is probably the first time for us to join this biggest event. So I have to thank you, the MIHAS, for inviting us for this event. And for these sessions, I will introduce a little bit of Citizen Thailand background so you can know us better. So please, the slide. So as you know that Citizen Thailand It's owned by the CP or a subsidiary under the CP Group. And it was set up in 1989 with the 7 stores at first. And when the time passed by, that the number of stores had gradually increased each year. And in the year 2017, there was a big celebrations that we anniversary of the 10,000 stores. But our mission has not yet to complete. There's still room to, we set a new target that we're gonna be like a 20,000 store in the future. And I think with 700 new store opening each year, and it is expected to meet the new target within the next 8 years. And you know what, but anyway, the expanding the number of stores is not a critical factor that helping us to gain the revenue effectively. And you know what, the more new store, the more expense that we have to cover. We have learned this dilemma during the year 2020 to 2021. I'm sure everyone knows that what happened in these 2 years. Of course, that the COVID gave us a lesson. And the COVID pandemic that we never thought that one day that the traffic of 7-Eleven would be gone, and also that there was no tourists at all at that time. So it's quite bad for us as a convenience because Thailand depends revenue mostly from the tourism sectors. And also that the crisis has significantly changed consumer behavior in Thailand. It's disrupted the offline transactions and accelerated online transactions. So not only the consumer, but also the retailers, they all have to adapt themselves. So in these 2 years, we introduced 2 new online business, namely the 7 Delivery and all online. And the differences between these two is the service time and the places where the products would be picked up. For the first one, that the 7 Delivery, we is set to deliver within 45 minutes, and the products, let's say by leveraging our staff to pick up the product at the store stock, and then deliver to the consumer destinations by whether walking or riding. And on the other hand, for the all online business, is set to deliver by next day via the DC vehicles. And the place where I pick up the products is at DC. And so that is quite an opportunity for something like the niche products, long tail products, or the bulky products that are available in this channel, because we try to be like a supermarket or department store, but because of a limitation of the store stock, we have the large capacity at DC, so can deliver to the destinations. So, and the crisis. And let's just give you some idea what we are selling in 7-Eleven Thailand. We have 5 main categories now. Start with the first one is the fresh ready-to-eat food and cold drinks, including the meal, like a chill meal or frozen meal. And so we have like a daily food like a sausage, ham, cold drink like a gulp slurpee, and like all cafe fresh brew coffee. And we have like dim sum, salapao, bakery stuff, and pasteurized milk. And also we have a processed food, including like grocery like fish sauce, rice, sugar, salt, and seasoning, and etc. And we have like snacks and confectionery and chocolate. And the third one is a packaged beverage and ice cream, including like the alcohol like wine, whiskey, beer, and white spirit. We have like drinking water, and soft drink like ready-to-drink coffee, carbonated soft drink, energy, tea, fruit juice, chicken essence, bird nest, and followed by ice cream and UHT milk. And the fourth is a non-food, like the grocery, personal care, like beauty products and cosmetic. And also we have a household product, paper, and their pampers, detergents, some kind of that, and also followed by this cigarette. And what's the opportunity in Thailand now? And currently, I believe that it's around 4 million Muslim population in Thailand, increased by 25% from the last 10 years. And sorry, okay, never mind. Okay. And this increase deflect the positive figures to us because last year we have a number of the Halal logos, around 3,900 SKUs, increased by 13% year on year. And with the sales figures around 98 billion baht, increased by 20% year on year. Right. So, okay, sorry. So what have we done so far to promote halal products in Thailand? This is from the store in the southern part of Thailand, Hat Yai. We have like the halal corner to facilitate Muslim consumer that help them to find the halal product easily. And I just want to show you that what is the basics requirements that I would ask from you. Of course, it's about ingredient stuff, and this is like important thing as you should know. Starting with the trans fat, now is prohibited in Thailand, so everyone that's going to propose the product to sell in Thailand must check these ingredients first. And also another ingredient, even if it's not permitted in Thailand now, but it's quite risky, because you may have known that the aspartame may cause a cancer now. But whenever one day, if WHO announce that there is a significant evidence, and our Thai FDA announced officially about it, so all products containing this kind of sweetener have to be cleared out from the stock instantly. So it's like a case when they firstly announced the prohibitions of the trans fat. So just want to warn you about this. And another requirement is that, okay, at least our QA team requires ISO 22000, that is the minimum requirement that we're gonna ask from our QA team. And also want to suggest you that because we are convenience, we prefer the smaller pack size. That is better for us because the smaller pack size, because everyone knows that import products has an RSP higher than our local products. So the smaller pack size can, convince the store to sell the multi-pack effectively. And so we can set to sell on the delivery channel too, so everyone can see this smaller pack size. So this is what I would like to share to you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Kun Nopawat. It's very interesting that he's actually giving you an idea of if you want to ever make a proposal to CP All for your product, these are the references that he's given to you. I think it's important to understand that as we go by, standards are very important. The HACCP standards, I think that was mentioned earlier on, and these are the way to move forward. If you have any other questions with regard to Kun Nopawat's presentation, please do not hesitate to ask. Our system will pick it up, and then we'll try to, those that are similar, we will try to consolidate into one question, and we'll be very happy to assist, because this is why they are here. Because Matrade have made the decision to share their knowledge, and they will share with you how they go about doing things. On this note, Kun Nopawat, we will still visit you back again later. I'm going to ask some more pressing questions to him, but I will now go to Mr. Woon, Mr. William. Sir, if you can just give a rough overview of what you're doing. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. So Yin Kui Trading has been an importer and distributor for Malaysian products in Australia. So we distribute across all the Australian states and territories placed there. And ultimately, we now carry over 1,500 unique SKUs as well as over 80 brands in Australia, servicing not only the retail stores, but also looking at the food service side, quick service restaurants, as well as central kitchens. Ultimately, our product range varies across from processed products such as biscuits, snacks, drinks, all the way to cooking pastes, spices, powders, canned goods. So we have a wide range of products, and ultimately I'm hoping that we will get some questions about the requirements, because Australia is one of those tricky countries in terms of our biosecurity risks and concerns. So I'm happy to answer any of those sort of questions that the audience may have today. Ultimately, I would like to highlight about the halal market in Australia, and it's actually a rapidly growing market in Australia. One of the requirements that we sort of look for is halal, because we are one of the halal experts in Australia for products. Halal is not necessarily just about meat or associated with meat, but it's also about processing as well, you know. So I think ultimately, you know, halal gives us certification, it gives confidence to people. And so ultimately, you know, Malaysia is one of the world's leaders in halal production. And I think it presents a lot of opportunity for Malaysian manufacturers and exporters. I think that's a little bit from me. I'll pass it back.
Thank you, William. He has a huge inventory that he has sourced. I think Malaysia was initially the first place he sourced, but it's basically he's sourcing from the region also. And then I think this is something which you really need to know. If you can get into the Australian market, and if you're going to ask any questions of how to shorten the learning curve, this is the gentleman that will tell you how you should, what is the fastest you could do. So again, if you got questions or anything, note it down, put it down, and that's when we start to have fun with him. Yeah, William? Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Now, I'm going to pass you to someone who I knew long time ago, and where I managed to persuade him to come and help set up Mary Brown in Thailand. And I've seen how he operates, and I'm so impressed. In fact, every time I see him operate, I feel so slow, because he is very fast, you know, very on the dot. And I'll pass it on to you, and when we'll go one more round after. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tuan Magat. Assalamualaikum. Very good afternoon to everyone. My name is Carol. I'm the business director for Mary Brown. I have a very short experience in my company. I've been 20 over years in Mary Brown. Okay, so very little experience. A little bit quick short about Mary Brown. I don't know where is the. So the reason why, actually, thanks. I just maybe need less than 2 or 3 minutes. Is it okay? I was sitting with someone, there's a lady there, you know, she's sitting next to me, and after that we chit-chat and the whole thing, and then we're talking about my companies and all these things. So there's one sentence that I mentioned that actually Mary Brown is Malaysian-owned company. It's from Malaysia, it's our local brand. Then she said, oh really, I do not know that. So my job is every time when I have this opportunity is to do a little bit on branding, okay? Mary Brown is from Malaysia, with the Malaysia brand, okay? We've been in the company, in this industry for 42 years, 1981. I have to thank Mantrade actually very much, because since we become a member for more than 20 over years, Mantrade, we started from the SMEs, you know, and then we've been benefited a lot of like MDG, so on and so forth, for us to expand our brand overseas. And also we're talking about that, you know, Mantrade have been helping us a lot in terms of, you know, to vet through who's are the investors on, because unlike these two gentlemen from retailer and, you know, a buyer, non-exporters, Pretty much actually, Mary Brown, we don't have any product. We don't manufacture any single products, right? Because we are actually providing a service. So if you know that Martrade, we had this service cluster. So franchising is a part of the service cluster. So we export our service by how? By giving a right of that particular countries using a franchise license or franchising. To use our trademark logo, our expert, our business format, our marketing, our proprietary products, many things, right? Within a certain period. So this is the way that how we expand our brand. Okay, right now I can say that we are currently in, we have 500 over stores in total. Still small numbers compared to those big boys, but we are growing. We are currently in 16 countries. All right, so with more than 12,000 employees, I'm managing 200 franchisees from Malaysia and across 16 countries. So a different way of how we're doing business, in different countries and all those things. So pretty much, if you give me a chance, I would like to share later on how basically. So what I'm going to say here, I'm pretty much sure that right in front of me there's exporters. So just to let you know that whenever Mary Brown open or we bring our brand established in a foreign country, for example, we just opened it in Australia in month of May. He haven't visited my store yet, so I'll make sure that he's going to visit my store soon. So we not only bring the system, the Malaysia, the recipe, the trademark and everything, but we also bring our appointed supplier or the proprietary products, our special recipes from our suppliers to export, to bring it together with us to an overseas. So we've been dealing with many, actually, a small SME company from Malaysia who they produce a special sauce and all this thing. Because in Mary Brown, our menus is what do you call it? We emphasize on the local delicacies. So this is part of how we brand position our place, our brand in overseas. Because otherwise people will say that if you want to go to Australia, if you're just another fast food brand, say, oh, what's the big deal? Just another fast food enter our country, right? So we have to be something different. So our positioning is, of course, halal fast food in the country. And then also we're talking about how we bring a local delicacies. We are Malaysian, we have a very unique taste, good menus, good products, and all those things. So we put that in our restaurants, all right, to share with those countries where we open. So this is a part of our strategy, actually, that how we bring it. So I can say that actually Mary Brown is a part of the platform to bring suppliers, ingredients, or the machine, the expertise, everything, the software providers and all these things for us to help and assist our business to penetrate in overseas. Yeah, so that's a quick introduction. Back to you.
Actually, there's something very interesting about Mary Brown, right? And it's not that the fact that they create recipes that is halal and all that, but the vibe is about cleanliness, that you have a comfort level when you go into their shop, and that is that part that gives me comfort. And I've always find it very happy to see whenever I see Mary Brown anywhere. Sorry, I found one Mary Brown on the way from when fishing, and I saw Mary Brown just off Kuala Selangor. And I shouted to my wife, oh, Mary Brown, I'm so proud because this is our homegrown product. And I'm quite sure that if ever any of you have any ideas of how to franchise, not only Tuan Khairul is the leading internet, he's probably the expert, but you never know because he's also as a senior council member on the Nation Franchise Association, that this is a chance to learn from him. Maybe you may want to come up with a product that can be internationalized. There's no harm in dreaming about creating added value designs, formulas, recipes. On that note, now I'm going to go to another level. I'm going to dive a little bit deeper now into an area where segmentation, how do they differentiate between what is their priority, what is their market driven? Do they analyze the demand? Are they looking at more towards, in your case, Kunopawat, that drinks are now more, they want to see more halal drinks or whatever it is. This market segmentation, this positioning, their strategy. Now I would like to dive a little bit deeper, sir.
So what about I show you that the market size of the products with the halal logo in dimensions. Let's just give you some clue about this. It's quite confidential, but I'll show you just for this case. For the number I showed you that the first, I think the largest portions is about a packaged beverage. That's quite, because also, because most of the beverage company in Thailand, they whenever they produce the products, they put halal logo on it because they think about it, the importance of the southern part of Thailand too. But in the second largest is processed food. This is good as snack and something like that, because it's a processed food, like a snack, and everyone can consume it. It's not specific just for the halal Muslim people, or everyone can even if the Buddhism people can enjoy the taste of the snack, right? Because this is it's quite easy to tap in. But the thing that is quite something that we focus on, that is about the ready-to-eat food. It's quite the lowest portion, but because of maybe of the sensitive of the fresh foods, it is quite, as you know, that for some our CP, the meal that produced to us, that is produced by the CP Ram company, and mostly that the Thai people, they consume pork as like a main meat, right? So it's like quite hard that we find a halal meal right now. But anyway, but in the future, with our servant executives, they focus on how to serve better for the halal people, especially in the southern part of Thailand. How we can provide that provides like a time frame, like in each occasion. Like for example, whenever they walk into the 7-Eleven store, okay, they can buy the halal breakfast. Whenever they go into the lunchtime, okay, they can find the right halal that they want to. That we try to tap in all the occasions, right? Also the dinner, that is we try to be like a destination right now. Okay.
Thank you. So really, packed drinks is your number one seller?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And I'm for one, I enjoy my drink, but my wife has restricted me on sugar. So, but what was interesting was that aspartame is now being considered a risky additive, right? So this is interesting because as those products are being shifted out, more natural products with natural sugars and natural preservatives and no trans fat is going to be interesting for the processed food side. But I'm just curious about, you mentioned earlier on about, because I've seen CP food in Malaysia, from the refrigerator you get nasi lemak and then you put into the microwave. And then I was surprised, and to me, this is innovation. Yeah, and apparently it's quite tasty. But this was in Nottingham University in Semenyih when I saw CP brand in a cooler. And so this is something which I think, in a way, it is a move like what Kun Nopawat was saying, that even for dinner, they may have a market for dinner. I, for one, am very fond of sausages, halal sausages. You know, the one that you have the grill. So these are little snacks that we take for granted, but that's food that we expect to have quality and all that. So I take note that, Nopawat, that your number one is your packed beverage, and then your processed food, and then hopefully once CP Gram has innovated a new line that we may have very interesting ingredients coming online using microwave and for prepared food. William, yours is interesting, William, because you have a humongous range of products. Can you tell us a little bit of story of how the products that you move the most, and also how you work with your customers and clients in terms of sourcing, and maybe give them an idea of how things are done. Thank you, sir.
So ultimately, right, Australia is one of those developed countries, and time is of the essence. If we have a look at many of the other countries, such as Singapore, or we look at Europe, or if we look at the US, what we want is looking for convenience, time-saving initiatives. So nowadays there is a move for ready-to-eat meals that are healthy. That's what people are sort of looking for at the moment. But for us, the traditional model is still a very valid model as well. So many of the items such as biscuits, instant noodles, those are also very popular products as well in the Australian market because of the convenience it provides to people. You can have, you know, sort of a meal ready to go in, let's say, 5 minutes or so. And that is what people look for. People are pressed with time. And I think that's sort of one of the things Australia has with an issue. And particularly if with Australia's labour costs being quite high, convenience of products at a affordable cost is crucial because it allows them to eat and budget more efficiently, whereas compared to going out to a restaurant, you know. And unfortunately, Australia is not able to have that sort of culture like Malaysia, where we can always go out to mamak stores and eat. That is one thing that Australia is unable to sort of have, or does not have the luxury of. So that is the direction we're going for. And nevertheless, the traditional things such as snacks, biscuits, instant noodles is always going to be a very popular thing in Australia.
You mentioned ready-made food. Are you saying about frozen food?
Yes, so ready-to-eat meals, right, there is a diverse range. It can be frozen, and it also can be, with nowadays retort technology, you're able to make meals that are shelf-stable, capable of lasting 2 years. So these are things that previously was unavailable, is now made available to consumers. And it really makes it very easy for people who are going to work to have something like a retorted, ready-to-eat meal where they can essentially just pour out to eat or heat up in the microwave, because in Australia, microwaves are everywhere. In every single office, in, you know, sort of even in 7-Elevens in Australia, there's microwaves everywhere. So there is a convenience side on that. Even with the Australian universities or libraries and everything, there's always going to be something like that available.
In your halal portfolio, in the overall trade, your product range, how many of it falls under halal?
I would say pretty much, because we source a lot from Malaysia, I would say at least 95% is halal. Wow. Because in Malaysia, one of the markets is to get halal accreditation. And so for us, when we go to Middle Eastern stores, or whenever we go to stores that are having a kosher or a halal requirement, we're able to service that, you know. And I think that's, you know, it gives confidence to people, to be honest.
This is interesting. So what you're saying is that shops that emphasize on the community, say in the kosher side, that there is demand for halal.
Correct, that's right. Because kosher, in terms of accreditation as well as availability, it's not as available in Australia. The market is not big enough to sort of encompass that. So what is the second best option, which is halal? And halal with Malaysia, there's so many Malaysian producers. It opens a really wide or diverse range of products to people who have kosher requirements. So I think in Australia, it's really not hard to find halal products. you know. So that's why Australia is sort of a destination for Malaysians, you know, in terms of migration and everything as well.
Thank you, William. I think this is a very interesting point, that shops that traditionally cater towards the kosher market also sees halal as an important source, as an alternative to kosher foods. And I think this is an eye-opener for us to understand that that people do look out for halal food as alternative to their own dietary need. Or probably one day in our halal certification side, that for whatever reason we do a testing to say that there's no animal DNA in this product, and therefore we are confident that this is conforming to halal. That even could be used to say that this also will conform to vegetarians per se. So this is a potential for us to, because we put a lot of technology in detecting whether there's animal DNA. And this is something which I picked up from University of Chulalongkorn in Bangkok, that they actually have a means to test whether you contain any animal DNA. And so that way, if you don't have any animal DNA, it's all plant-based, it is halal as far as they are concerned. So this is the food processing element, not from the slaughtering of animals, but from the food processing. So that's something very, very interesting. I'm going to deep dive later on Mr. Woon's comment, because I think Australia is doing something very, very interesting, and we'll talk about that later on. Say, Khairil, you know, the first time I met Cik Khairil, when he explained to me about the strategy of how to create from farm to fork, to put your service, put everything, make it easy for people to operate their franchise. But there is a secret strategy, all right? He doesn't pull them out of Kuala Lumpur. He has something that he does every country he goes to. And I will now ask Cik Khairil to just give you a little bit of how he rolls things out as an example, sir.
All right. This is very interesting. I think it's applied not only for franchise, but it also applies for new exporters. If you want to venture into new countries, the most important, you need to have your vision, your mission of your companies, of course, right? And which direction? World is big, you know, so many countries, you know. So if you are new, so you might think that, oh, this product is suitable from which region. And to understand more about, of course, you need to know the size and all this thing, whether, you know, you are how much that you can produce your products to export in a certain region and all these things. So goes back to Mary Brown. So whenever we already draw the line, you know, which are the target region that we want to go, or where are the places that we want to enter. So of course, knowing that we are actually need to establish our trademark logos, you know, because we are dealing with, we're going to develop many stores in that particular country, and we need to secure the right for at least for 15 years. You know, so you need to be safe. You know, your logo, your trademark, your all corporate identity has to be secured first. And with that note, also you have to understand, in this world, Malaysia, we are so grateful because we have a franchise law. We have Franchise Act here to protect both sides, franchise owner and franchisees. But unlike for international countries, other countries, I can say that in the entire world, there are only about 8 countries which they have Franchise Act, and Australia one of it. So I'm pretty much tough time for me to enter the country because, you know, the agreement is much more thicker than compared to the Malaysia one, and, you know, so there's a lot of things. And just to settle down on this franchise thing, you know, to get the rights, it took us about almost 3 months for me, from my lawyer side to an Australian lawyer side, to talk, just to make sure the understanding there. So we have to establish the right first, all right, to make sure that your logos are being secured for 15 years for that particular franchisee. And the second part, we're talking about whenever you want to go to any country, right, definitely you need to do a lot of market studies, pre-market entry, and so on and so forth. So of course for us, I'm being paid good, you know, to whenever country that I want to go, you know, I have to visit all the restaurants, I eat a lot, you know, I have to try, because different country, different way of how they consume things, and then you know that we are fast food category, so our target market is a mass market, All right. So we want to know example just give you an example. In Malaysia, I'm pretty much sure all of you, our guests here today, they when you go to any fast food, if you eat chicken, I don't want to mention the brand name. Definitely, they have a 2-piece chicken there, some salad, some bread there, right? So this is pretty much common for us. But if you go to another country, like for example, like our neighbor, third world countries, so on and so forth, because the chicken cost is so high. All right, so what they can do is actually we have to rebundle our menus. Like instead of 2-piece, become 1-piece, but we add more rice. That's a staple food, right? So that's the reason why if you visit our neighbor country like Indonesia, you can see that you go to any fast food brand, you will see similar menu, which is 1-piece chicken and 1 plain white rice. That's the staple food. Right, so pre-market entry study is very much important because we need to understand more on what is the pocket size, what is the the target group, which are the area that you can conquer on the trading area, so on and so forth. So there's a lot of process. It's not open 24 hours or overnight kind of thing. Those decisions before we enter the market. The second part, we need to know who is our investor. I can tell you that actually almost every day I receive application in different part of the world. All right. So with this note, I think again I need to mention I really thanks to Martrade because they are always my reference whenever I need the help. So, can you please vet through this company whether they are established in that country and so on and so forth. This is very important for you to know that. So because for us we need to merge and marry with the right potential investors for us to grow together for the next 15 years. Yeah.
Wow, that's a lot there because I think this is not just knowing your target market or your expansion area, but it's also realizing that there are other available resources. And in this case, like Martrade, that was able to do a due diligence background, that itself can be a whole difficult exercise. In a country you may not know what it's all about. But there is a barrier of entry in terms of the due processes that needs to be completed. But again, this is growing pains. This is why you want to grow from where you are here to, say, your neighbor in Singapore or Thailand or Indonesia or Brunei, for that matter. Oh, likewise, Brunei wants to come to Malaysia or Singapore wants to come to Malaysia. These are very basic. You need to know where your target market. Obviously, being a halal company, I'm quite sure all 16 of your locations have high population of Muslims in your, So this ties in with the fact that Mary Brown, though not many people realize it, is a halal fast food company. And that is, and you cannot, from the branding, you don't see it, but they are. And people know this. Because that's what they want. They want to build that value. They want to have that experience of a fast food that, what I would say, a la Western fast food. But we cater to this new expectations of people who are taking up their offers. And take note of the fact that sometimes, and I will ask him later on his strategy of sourcing, because now we know he cut down from 3 chicken to 1 chicken and a bit more rice. So now I'm going to press him a little bit more. Tell me what your secret is. So I would do it on your behalf to try and take it out of him, because this is the knowledge he got. 20 years, every kind of law. If I was to be very frank with you, I suspect Australia is his crowning learning experience, because doing business in Australia is a high standard requirement, literally. Work-wise, contractual-wise, everything. By the way, take note, why his emphasis on branding is this. In Malaysia, I won't mention the name of a fast food company, but in Malaysia it was a court case clearly indicated on the royalty of brand, technically it's tax-free, okay, if you're based in Malaysia. But now, because our tax code for remittance of foreign income, there is a kind of a blanket tax charge on remittance. But that is a good problem, not a bad problem. I'm just saying to you, previously, your logo not only is key to your identity, but trust me, if you don't do this, there will be Mary Brown suddenly appear from nowhere. Yeah, and all the effort gone. I have to tell you, I met some this is just a separate issue, that a Chinese government-linked company, it's actually a petroleum company. They distribute oil in one province. They themselves gonna copycat by the Chinese company, almost the same logo, almost everything. And to their horror, they thought, why would someone copy my image, my logo and everything? Because you didn't bother to protect it. Then you ask for trouble. So there is a lesson here. Even when you choose the brand for your food, your packaging, or whatever it is, do manage your brand, right? Jaga, make sure that that brand is yours. Even if it's your name on it, brand it correctly, protect your value. On that note, I will now dive deeper into Kun Nopawat's secret recipe of how he wants to move forward in the region. And I'm also going to ask a little bit of anything in the future that he is keen to explore. And from that point of view, Kun Nopawat, what you see in the future? I mean, obviously, remember, he's targeting 20,000 shops in the near future, all right? So he's got an agenda. He needs to expand. He needs to have the best product, the fast-moving items that can give him that return. So we now know he's projecting forward. Now I want to know what you want, what you see in the halal aspect, improvements, anything. Don't worry if it's not food related or whatever it is, because you may have cosmetics or whatever. Because I tried to disturb him because they are technically all on food, all right? But I'm being a bit naughty here. I'm going to say, I know people laugh, don't laugh, all right? I did pitch to them about halal pet food, right? Why I say halal pet food? Not because of halal, not sembelih daging tu. It is the toyiban, the cleanliness, that we don't need to samak every time. We're not sure whether there's pork gelatin based into the wet food. We don't know. It's their business. You know, I mean, this is what I post. But I did promise them I will not disturb them because they want to focus mainly on human food. So on that note, anything of your even cosmetics also, you see there's something rising. What is your view of halal and what you want to happen or in the future, sir?
So as you talk about the pet food right now. Okay. Recently, I have to say that 7-Eleven Thailand, yes, we start to focus on pet food already, right? We don't think like we are convenience anymore. The new store that we opened this year is like a standalone format, so it can provide something like a supermarket format products, something like that, multi-packs, something like that. So the pet food is like I'm sure it's quite is a destinations of a pet lover. If they think about the pet food, they go to the supermarket, they go to the department store, something like that. So yes, right now we have the corner of the pet food, yeah. But about the halal, I'm sure that mostly that even if now we focus mostly on the food now, but it's quite the pet food is in the rising trend in Thailand too. So if maybe you have like a chance to put a look, maybe if we can import some pet food with halal logo or something like that. It's maybe like a capture that's in the future trend that is coming, right? And so what I foresee is not just about halal, because we think that halal product is a supplement to what we are selling. We want to sell to the whole country. We want to, for example, the snack. If you put a halal logo, that is, I think this is like something that we can focus on the destination of Muslim populations. But so just like that, we focus like a mass products right now. Essentially, that have to be something like no pork at all, something like that. And also that there is a trend of, I think it's about ESG in the future, that we focus that. So if the halal products that want to help us to, we have less, as you know, that CPO is one part of the DJSI, the Joint Sustainable Index. We have a KPI that we have to provide a healthy product to the society. We want to promote the consumer health. Like we want something like no sugar, low fat, and like something that like help them to have a good health. So this is like our commitment in the future too. Right.
Do you have, for example, cosmetics that are already halal?
The figures I shown you is based on the products that have halal logo.
Okay.
Yeah, mostly.
Okay.
So the cosmetic is something that we are interested into, right? But I cannot track.
All right. I understood. So really, in a way, because they have cosmetics in 7-Eleven, the idea, for example, what kind of oil wax that you use for lipstick, lotion, and all this. This is something which maybe can be of an interest to the market. You see, where Nopawat was alluding to earlier on when he showed the picture of the halal corner that is in southern Thailand. So maybe this is somewhere, if there's a cross-border opportunities to see, okay, how can we populate more products into southern Thailand and all that. And that might be the way to look forward to all the entrepreneurs that are out here. Because I believe that the first person who will give us the assurance that whatever's inside this lipstick or whatever's inside this oil lotion, it is of pure origin, plant origin, and there is no animal product that can compromise of the quality. So this maybe this is something in the future, Kunopawat, that when people make proposals to you, that you may consider, sir. Yeah. William, I know William is pure food. Okay, so I will not disturb him with pet food. So, Mr. William, Mr. Woon, Australia is humongous. It's huge. I am just curious because I do medical products. I just cannot even think of how to distribute it in Negeri Kelantan. Just Kelantan alone, it just boggles me down. How do I bring to Jeli? How do I bring to places that Dabong, and it's a logistic nightmare, right? Kita ada produk, tapi nak bawa produk, bring it to the customer base. To bring that to the customer base is easier said than done. I think there is a special experience that Mr. Woon's company had developed across the years on how to distribute the corners of Australia. I'm sure you've supplied Darwin, right? That's one corner already. Perth is like a whole different country. Somewhere the people from Perth, I think, don't know what the right-hand side is doing. By the way, just to tell you, the founder, the son of Francis Light, was the founder of Adelaide. He was born in that time in Penang, and that's how Adelaide was. So our link to Australia is much stronger. There is a very strong Malay community also in Darwin. There is a link. And I think the fact that logistics, now we talk about halal, but we never really talk about how do I bring, say, my rempah. I'm coming out with a halal rempah. Maybe I have frozen cube, fresh rendang, frozen sauce that can be melted down, instantly sauteed with beef, and then I have my instant rendang and nasi. So, Mr. Woon, can you tell us a little bit of how you operate in Australia, the corners that you go? Tell me your smallest little slot that you had to figure out how to do business in, and just give us a feel of the size of Australia, sir.
Australia, in terms of landmass, is humongous, to be honest. So this is where we sort of come in, because even though we manage the import sort of side, but we also have to manage the distribution side. And Australia is such a big country, we really need to have a strong distribution network and learn how to manage and go from, get our products from point A all the way to point B in the most cost-effective way as possible. Because when we talk about pharmaceutical products and everything like that, the way that they do distribution model is a little bit different to how we do distribution in F&B. F&B, the margin is not as high where we can do these sort of high costs of distribution. With F&B, you need to try to make the cost of distribution as low as possible. And that is sort of something that we are committed at doing, because we want to make food to be accessible. We want to address the issues of food security, because nevertheless in Australia, we still have these sort of issues happen, because we experience it. We know as we donate a lot of product to food banks in Australia. So we know that this issue is still there. In terms of how we do the logistics and everything like that, Australia is very competitive in terms of logistics. There are many, many companies that are doing the shipping and doing the transit between point A to point B. The question is that when you're shipping only one item or only a pack of sambal, the cost of shipping is very high. Where we come in is where we bring in the economies of scale. Whenever you scale things up, you can push the cost of the shipping from, on a per unit basis where it was a couple of dollars, all the way down to cents. It's the same thing as when we are doing containers around the world. Before, you can use air freight to ship small quantities of goods, but is that, a way to do things, to move things around when you want to push the cost down? You would use containers, you can go from 20 footers to 40 footers to 40 footer high cubes, to try and reduce the cost. So with Australia, there's a big trucking industry as well that I'd like to highlight. So getting products from, let's say you think that from Melbourne to Sydney, it seems like a big distance. How can things go from Melbourne to Sydney, which is about, 800 kilometers away? To get things over there, because of how competitive and how things move across the country, it takes only 1 day, 2 days to get something up from Melbourne to Sydney. To get to Queensland, for example, another extra day, 3 days. So in Australia, logistics is, things are always moving around the country. In Australia, there's a saying, without trucks, Australia stops. Things are always moving around in the country, whether or not if it's via rail or if it's via the trucks. You would see these trucks carry about, over 20 or so pallets of products on a daily basis between all the major cities. Australian has, only a couple major cities, so things are always moving across those sort of cities. It's sort of where a lot of businesses are located on the East Coast. A lot of things need to get moved to remote areas in Australia. So places where there are central small city towns in Australia, there are always going to be trucks that are servicing that. Because how are people going to be living there, if there is nothing going to those sort of towns and cities? I think that's one of the crucial things we can, understand.
I have to disturb you now. I'm just curious. The only town that I know from my geography, right bang in the middle of Australia, is called Alice Spring. Have you ever delivered anything to Alice Spring?
Yeah, there is. So if we have a look at Alice Springs, there are retail shops in Alice Springs that we service. And then, of course, you know, it's a very small town, and to be honest, not many people live there. It's also a tourist hotspot because a lot of people like to go and visit there, you know, to see the Uluru in a sense. So, you know, we do things that go to there, but of course, it's about time. You know, so to get to Darwin or to get to the Northern Territories, you're looking at about, you know, 5 days or to a week, just depending on the frequency, you know. So it's Australia, you know, you don't, as long as there is someone that is looking for something, you know, things can get there. And I think it just depends on whether or not if the company has the expertise on doing that. You know, and whether or not they partner with the right companies in doing the logistics and doing the distribution, you know. And I think that's one of the crucial things for exporters or Malaysian manufacturers, is finding a credible or trusted partner. And I think it's the same as with Mary Brown as well. You know, whenever they're looking for an investor, or whenever they're, you know, someone is approaching them, they're asking. Everyone's question is always asking, are they a credible supplier? Are they in the industry? Can they do what we want to achieve?
Thank you, Mr. Woon. There's a clue there. The clue is that your East Coast is where the main activities occur. So if you ever do want to send any of your products to Australia, East Coast, then you worry about Perth, maybe Perth because a lot of Malaysians there. But then you have Darwin and all this. But there is a clue, and I realized it because I didn't realize truck columns on certain highways can be as long as 100 feet long. Trucks, it's just one long truck. And apparently it's quite common in Australia. You know, is it a train truck? They call it a train truck.
We call it B-doubles. So,
wow.
Yeah, so essentially it would have attachments across to it. So we would have the truck itself and then essentially another trailer as well. So it sort of depends on whether or not if you have a contract with the logistic companies and if you can achieve the volume targets, you know, to try bring.
I think Malaysia is the only place we don't have double trailers. But I think Thailand has double trailers. Because the first time I met a double trailer on a road and I don't know how to overtake it. It's so long, you know. So yeah, luckily in Australia some roads are straight, so it's not a problem. But you know, so anyway, thank you, Owen, for that. I think always remember that in theory we may have a product, but sometimes they will, if they know you have a certain product, somebody, like you say, if there's somebody who wants it, and it's the correct amount, they will definitely call you and say, hey, you interested to send this, based on this MQA or whatever, and then MOQ, sorry. And then they will, there's business, all right? So logistics, I mean, Australia is just one good example. India is another good example. China is another good, it's huge, huge, huge. Choose your partners right. Find people who see value in your product line. And I think, God willing, inshallah, things will happen. Business will take off. It starts small, and it always starts small, but once it starts growing, you'll be pleasantly surprised. And I appreciate the fact that most of the products they have on inventory are from Malaysia, and 90+% of it's all halal. It just shows you that there's an element of branding. And to me, one of the biggest brands that I see is also from Thailand, the halal brand from Thailand and the halal brand from Malaysia. So this is something to be proud of, that these are now beginning to be populating, not just in our region, also in corners of Africa. This is all about marketing now. So I'm now going to go to Cik Hairul. I really need to know more of his secret recipes. I really need to know what does he do, how does he move, because he already mentioned to you, he is in the service line to make sure that everything that we design food-wise, supply side and everything. Now, how does he go about choosing his suppliers? And what is his approach towards setting up, say, in India, or setting up, say, what his experience in Australia or Thailand? Sir.
All right, this is a very interesting part. Okay, when we're talking about for franchise brand, actually we are facing many challenges. Okay, because it depends on how you want to enter the countries. Okay, let's talk about the untapped market. So I do have experience in when I'm setting up our first store in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, East Africa, 10 years ago. Assuming like it's something like when you are like, if you're in Malaysia like 50 years back. Okay, everything is like a bit slow there. Everything's not ready. So when you enter this country, untapped country, you have to reformat back the way that how you want to enter to the countries. Just imagine that there's zero supply available in the country. It has to be everything export from Malaysia, and we have to set up a central kitchen there. Bear in mind, actually, Mary Brown, we don't depend or reliable on skilled chef in our stores. You know, if we skill chef, we can't expand it as fast as what we did now. So we are reliable on the SOPs, a very simple methodologies in how we transfer know-how to the local staff there, with a certain short period for us to transfer the know-how. So we don't rely on this part. So when we enter this country, so what we do, we have to come up with different approach, like setting up the central kitchen. We have to engage with the proper professional chef, because there's no bun supplier over there. There is no chicken processed meat over there. There is no, everything we have to start from the scratch. So with that, we set up our central kitchens and we distribute to all our stores across Dar es Salaam city. I'm talking about Africa. But when God bless, when we enter a country like Australia, everything like, you know, because you have to know that if you want to penetrate the world, you have to ready your infrastructure, your team, your organizations, you know. So this is going to be expedite your process, the entire process. So what we do, okay, first of all, we need to establish our connection with all the appointed suppliers. Basically, there are certain international supply chain that we rely on. Can I mention the brand? Is it okay or no? Can, right? Okay. Yeah, I need to ask first. Okay, example now for beverage, we are currently working with Coca-Cola International. So we signed a contract with Atlanta, the headquarters, to service us throughout the whole 17 countries. All right, so whenever we want to open, so they will link us to whoever the agent or the service distributor in that particular country, and we set up the whole thing. All right, so we have to work with all the international players. But bear in mind, because we also have a certain product which are locally made, like our sambal, nasi lemak, you know, our mee curry sauce. Can you imagine we serve mee curry in overseas? We serve mee curry in Sweden, Stockholm. We serve nasi lemak in different regions in China and all this thing. So everything has to come to Malaysia. Come on, nobody can do it as good as our sambal. You know? It has to be from Malaysia. Right. So with that, we need to also, you know, this is the economy of scale, like what you say. You know, we have to, when we open a brand overseas, we need to nourish their local economy by engaging with the local supply. Raw material. I cannot bring chicken all the way from Malaysia. Kita pun tak cukup ayam, you know. So we have to rely on the local halal poultry in that particular country. Same goes in many products and all those things. So we have to make sure that, first of all, you need to have reliable supply chain, okay, that can really assist you to expedite the entire process of your expansions in the country. And at the same time, also, you need to working with the local suppliers. So what we do, actually, I meet many suppliers from Australia who they're approaching us, you know, to introduce what kind of line of service they want for us to do that, and a certain product. Because in our menu range for international country, we allow like 20 to 25% to be localized. So we have to rely on the local products, you know, to continue work with us and how we can serve to our customers right away.
Thank you, Cairo. We are now running into the Q&A, but I have to tell you, he had let on some of his secret recipes. It's daging burger, is whether it's in Tanzania, kat Malaysia, kat Japan, it's the same. You just put salt and pepper. The real trick is the sambal, the condiments. This is the secret recipe. This is why that they keep some things close to their chest. And they know the normal items that need to move. They develop close relationship with providers. And I'm quite sure you will assure them a volume that gives them a credible sustainability, and because you want reliability, right? So that's another thing. This is about leadership. It's about trying to develop that brand. He led on process and procedure. That means when you say you have a chef, and then you have what you call quick cooks. The quick cooks are the ones that are trained through a PMP to do it as close as possible to the process and procedure. That itself is I'm quite sure, if you were to see their training manual, that is priceless by itself. And obviously, I will not ask him to show an example, but that takes years to develop because professional chefs are the one who did the training for quick skills. On that note, we have a time for Q&A, quick one. Do we have anyone from the floor curious to? I got a lot more questions. I'm curious because I want to know. Maybe when I go up to Scotland, I may have one Mary Brown in Scotland. So my family originates up north in UK. So that's why I'm very curious about this. But any question from the floor? I open to the floor for Q&A. Don't be worried, this is we all want to know, how things are happening and just curious about how, to do your first. Thank you. Oh, she's just changing position. Okay. So I take it there's no questions. Oh, sorry. Moderator has got instruction here. It says, question for online audience. How is the health drink market in Australia for halal products from Malaysia? Mr. Woon.
Okay. In terms of the health drink market in Australia, I think sort of we need to go deeper a little bit in terms of what is it that you're trying to target? Who are you trying to target? We can talk about specific things on, is it that we are looking at in terms of a health drink to go slimmer? Is that what we are trying to do? Then we need to look into the market of, okay, where do these sort of people shop at? To try and drill down. I think that's an important thing for just in general for manufacturers and everything like that. To get your target market clear and right, who is it that you want to sell to? Because the health drink market can be big. We can be looking at, drinks such as vitamin C. Is that considered a health drink? To help boost with immunity. And if it is in that sort of direction, are we going for, the average Australian? And is the average Australian used to drinking vitamin C drinks? Is that their preferred way of consuming vitamin C? Or is it, no, they don't like to consume it via a drink, they like to consume it via supplements. So I think ultimately we need to find out what is it that, who is it that you're targeting? I think that's the most important thing.
Do you do any on your inventory currently, anything that's equivalent to a health drink in your?
In terms of health drinks, we have some, like I've mentioned about vitamin C.
Okay. No worries. Yeah.
So yeah, it is, these are sort of things where we've seen that there may be a potential in terms of health drink. Bird's Nest is also a health, well, I would consider as a health or beauty drink. As well. That is also a market that we've explored and we still sort of develop. So, at the end of the day, who is it that we are going to be targeting?
You mentioned you also export to New Zealand or?
No, we do. So that's another sector of our business. So we help it with consolidation. So we, in terms of buyers around the region or anything like that, they may be looking for Australian-made products. We're able to help with that. We're able to help source, consolidate, and then ship.
So I see. So you take advantage of your own purchasing power, and then also, if possible, help potential other buyers to club the deal, and then to help them source at a better rate.
Yeah, we do that. So
Okay.
that
Right.
is no issue at all. We sort of do these sort of things as well.
All right.
Correct.
Now, I got another question that says wrap up. so I'm supposed to wrap up now. But I would like to thank all the speakers. If I've accidentally said anything wrong, please forgive me. But I really appreciated the fact that today you've given us an insight on how you do your business, and also sharing some of your secret recipes on how to maneuver and to have a shorter learning curve. On that note, on behalf also of, do I pass to you, Puan Noaliza? Okay, I pass back to our anchor. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Megat Mizan. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to our moderator and distinguished panelists for the useful insight of Thailand and Australian market that are very beneficial to the Malaysian exporters. Ladies and gentlemen, we have finally come to the end of the session. I wish to thank all of you for your attendance and participation. Please scan the QR code on the screen to receive your e-certificate. Thank you.
A round of applause to our speakers and moderator for session 3. We appreciate the engaging deliberations and interactions from our audience, both present here at MITech and those joining us virtually. Before we conclude session 3, we kindly request our audience to provide your feedback. Please scan the QR code displayed on the screen and log in through MIHAS virtual platform to access the feedback form and receive the e-certificate. A heartfelt thank you goes out to our esteemed panelists of session 3. Should you have any questions for the panelists, we invite you to approach them during the intermission following session 4. Ladies and gentlemen, to commence session 4, it is my pleasure to introduce our anchor for Meet the Experts, the UK, France and Turkey, Mr. Azfar Azhar. Mr. Azfar is currently the manager of Meteor Unit Madrid. He has previously served in Istanbul. Mr. Azfar, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Ms. Wiley. Okay, Assalamualaikum and very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Knowledge Hub segment held in conjunction with MIHAS 2023. This segment is among the 4 main components of MIHAS, apart from the exhibition and the international sourcing program. The objective of this session is to enlighten the audiences on the opportunities that avails in the respective market and to set the right expectations on the challenges that may exist from the panelist perspective. I now like to invite our moderator and panelists to take their seat on stage. So before we begin, let me introduce our moderator. So to moderate this session, please welcome Mr. Te Leong Leng from the Associated Chinese Chambers of Commerce Industry of Malaysia, or in short, ACCCIM, as the moderator for this session. Mr. Te currently holds the position as the Deputy Chairman of the International Trade and Industry Committee. ACCCIM is the national level organization of the Chinese Chambers of Commerce in Malaysia. Founded on 2nd July 1921, ACCCIM has over 100,000 members representing Malaysian Chinese companies, individuals and trade associations in particular, and the Chinese business community in general. On our 4 distinguished panelists, first, all the way from the United Kingdom, please welcome Mr. Paul Lay, the Sales Director of Uni Snacks Europe Limited. Mr. Paul embarked on a professional career spanning over 30 years, of which 90 years in the mainstream retail management that included buying roles in 2 of the largest supermarket chains in the UK, Asda and Morrisons. He pioneered the introduction and rapid extension of authentic world food ranges in mainstream supermarkets. His passion for developing teams is key to his success in retail and the supply chain. Our second panelist from France, please welcome Mr. Boris Couvelier. Mr. Boris is the Executive Director of Carrefour France. Mr. Boris was responsible in creating a new business, sales of goods to wholesalers, convenience stores and ethnic stores. He is also charged in handling import and international products for Carrefour. The third panelist from Turkey, please welcome Mr. Igal Ahitov. Mr. Igal is the General Manager of Dolphin Gida. Mr. Igal studied mechanical engineering at Stevens Institute, received his master's degree from Georgia Institute of Technology, and got an MBA from the University of Michigan. He worked as an industrial engineer in the US and Turkey for many years. Since 2007, he is a shareholder at Dolphin Gida. Dolphin Gida is an importer and distributor company based in Istanbul. And final panelist and representing the Malaysian exporters, please welcome Mr. Tan Swee Ken. Mr. Tan is the Director of Bond Food Industries Sdn Bhd. Mr. Tan is the key man in developing strategic direction and growth strategies for Bond Food. Established in 2009, Bond Food specializes in manufacture food coatings, seasonings, and marinades for the food industry. Currently, they have exported worldwide, especially to Europe. To proceed with session 4, allow me to hand over this session to the moderator, Mr. Ter, the Deputy Chairman of ACCIM, to dive into the discussion of export opportunities in the UK, France, and Turkey. We encourage all audience to give your utmost attention to this panel session and ask relevant questions to the panelists. Audiences may scan the QR code to post your question to the panelists. Selected question will be picked up by the moderator during the Q&A session. And also, we like to announce for audiences that ask questions live from the floor, we have 7 interesting prizes awaits you. Okay, Mr. Ter, the stage is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Asfa. Very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to session 4 of the Knowledge Hub at MIHAS 2023. Meet the experts from UK, France, Turkey, and also joining us for this session, as we know, we have also a Malaysian exporter. In this session, we are going to go to Europe. Yeah, so I was reminded by the organizer just now that I have to work very hard. Yeah, because out of the 4 sessions today, this is the one that is the furthest. Yeah, it's probably uncharted waters to many of the participants. So I have to work very hard. Yeah, but my job here is to get these people to talk. Yeah, so you can know more about these 3 markets. Yeah. So maybe to start off, please allow me to set the stage by giving an overview of the halal market in Europe. The European halal market has been expanding, driven by factors such as the rising Muslim population, increased demand for halal certified products, and globalization of trade. Due to limited availability, demand for halal products has outstripped supply. This is a scenario in Europe. The halal food and beverage sector is one of the largest segments within the halal market in Europe. Well, it includes halal meat, dairy products, processed foods and beverages. The Europe halal food and beverages market size is estimated at US $14.66 billion in this year, and it's expected to reach US $19.26 billion by year 2028. So you can see the size of the market we are looking at in Europe. Apart from F&B, halal cosmetics and personal care, as well as pharmaceutical, have also gained popularity and seen rapid growth in the European halal market. Let's talk about UK. Yeah, the Muslim population in UK is set to triple in 30 years, rising from the statistics which I have here, 4.1 million in year 2016 to 13 million in year 2050. The UK halal market today is worth 4.5 billion US dollar. Now, if you go to UK today, you see that major national grocery chains, Asda, Sainsbury, Tesco, are providing an ever-increasing variety of halal products. Now let's go to France. Halal food is a big business in France. Yeah, it's growing very fast as well, with the largest Muslim population in Europe at about 6 million. That is the official number, 6 million. France halal market is already reckoned to be worth 5.5 billion euros. So that's the size of the market. Now let's go to Turkey. Yeah, finally, last but not least. Turkey is a huge consumer of halal meat and associated products. Turkish spending of halal meat totals over 168 billion annually. Yeah, that's for halal meat alone. Turkey imports around 20,000 tons of meat every year. Yeah, so big meat eater, yeah, in the Turkey market, with a young growing population demand for top quality halal offering is expected to increase in the near future. Yeah, so that is an overview, yeah, of the halal market in Europe. Yeah, so as I said earlier, my job is to get these people to talk. Yeah, so but before we start our more of a free flow discussion, let's go with a bit more of formal introduction by they themselves from the horse's mouth. Yeah, we shall now give 5 minutes of airtime to each of the panelists to give a short introduction about their respective companies, what they do, what they are doing in MIHAS 2023. So let's listen to the introduction from 4 of them, starting with Mr. Paul Lay. Yes, the floor is yours.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Ter. Hope you can all hear me all right? Because I can't really tell. So good evening, everybody. It's very nice to be here. It is actually my very first time in Malaysia, and so far, I've been very impressed. Not just professionally, but also outside. Scenery is fantastic. So I'm going to start by playing a quick video, which is literally 90 seconds. Do pay attention, because the lady who narrated, she does talk rather fast. So don't worry, I will recap, but do pay attention, please.
Unisnacks. We made it our business to bring delicious flavours from around the world to the UK. From packaged confectionery, snacks, beverages and food ingredients, we import established and trustworthy brands from Asian countries to our BRCGS certified warehouse. We then distribute to retail and wholesale traders, as well as to professional food services, before they enter people's homes. So what makes Unisnacks different? We are committed to environmental and social responsibility. Our warehouse and office is solar powered. We recycle wastewater. We're transforming the fleet to electric. And as diversity is a core value, we strive to provide equal opportunities for our employees through our UKVI accreditation. We seamlessly integrate AI-driven warehouse management to eliminate human errors, increase efficiency, and enable us to give the best possible rate to the end consumer. Automated distribution and route planning are used to increase transparency and reduce fleet costs. Our warehouse has multiple staff shift patterns, which allows more efficient running and reduced overheads. Since Unisnacks was incorporated in 2006, we've imported from multiple countries, grown a team of over 100 employees at our state-of-the-art green working office, built a 3.5-acre distribution centre, scaled to a 14,000 pallet capacity, and developed a repacking facility. We're currently distributing to household names such as Sainsbury's, Asda, Tesco, B&M, Morrison's, Itsu, Wingyip, as well as many more retail and food service customers. Bringing global food to the UK, Unisnacks.
Okay, thank you very much. So to the next slide. Oh, thank you. Very kind. I'll pass that back to marketing. Okay, I'll quickly run through. So we are an importer and distributor in the UK. So we have been in business for 17 years. Yes, if you can click. Yeah, so 17 years trading. We are located in Bedfordshire, which is a county just north of London, for those who are not familiar, about 30-40 miles from North London. So so in the 17 years, so right now we supply to distributors, wholesalers, down to smaller retail shops. On that side of the business, mainly to Oriental food outlets, if you like, Oriental food suppliers. But on the other side, we also have mainstream suppliers. So like it was mentioned before, I used to be a buyer for two of the biggest supermarket chains in the UK. So luckily, we do supply to the top 4 supermarket chains in the UK. And obviously, we are in discussion with other supermarket chains as well. We also supply to the likes of Costco. So all of these are big volume customers, obviously. So we do have a very wide scope of customers. I'm sure I'm missing some of them as well. Within Unisnacks itself, there are 2 divisions. There is the Unisnacks division, which mainly deal with impulse product. So by which we usually mean products that don't need any sort of preparation. You just open a pack, ready to eat, like biscuit, ready to drink product, for example. And we supply to general trade, by which I mean majority are the Oriental food specialists, wholesaler shops and so on, and modern trade customer, so by which we mean the mainstream customers. We also have another division, which is Unifood. They deal which is the division that I actually head up. They deal with food products, and generally these are products that will need a bit of preparation, maybe cooking, for example, like rice sticks, rice papers, or it could be cooking ingredients such as oil and so on, or noodles, and we mainly supply to like food service providers. So that's sort of like us in a nutshell. Like I said, obviously I'll come back to it, as and when you've got more questions. A bit very quickly about the UK, because it's probably already been touched on. So about 68 million population. We are the 6th largest, obviously, consumer economy in the world. Oriental customers or consumers, obviously, very close to our heart. About 1 million. There are about 5 million Asian consumers in the UK. The UK majority mainly is a service economy, with most of the food is imported, so that's obviously an opportunity for you guys. And also over the year, every year we've got about 17 million floating population, by which we mean like students and tourists. Of course, a lot of people come and visit the UK. A lot of students, many perhaps your friends and relatives, or perhaps yourself, have studied in the UK. So we do have a lot of those, and a lot of those students who come from this part of the world, obviously we also benefit from, and our customers also benefit from. So 2.4 trillion economy, and the food industry itself is about 238 billion. In terms of the customer side, if you like, there's 72,000 retail outlets in the UK, which includes the mainstream supermarket, 600 wholesale distributors. Many of those we also supply to. Food service, obviously, again, close to my heart, is very important customer group for us. So we include like restaurants, hotels, catering, and care homes as well. Care homes, so old people who move into care homes, they need catering service as well. And many, forget actually how big that customer base actually is. So overall, 350,000 food service businesses. Next slide, please. There's a joke in the UK, like during the pandemic, we used to get daily briefing, and the minister always go, next slide, please. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry, that was... Anyway, so the UK, so within the UK, obviously, we cover all of the UK, from Scotland down to England, to Northern Ireland, to Wales. So that's the geography of Britain. We have a sales team, all over the place. We, as a company, yes, we're relatively young, but we invest in... I'm not going to go through all of these, because I've got 5 minutes. We have technology. Everything is AI-driven. Our warehouse is purpose-built, from sourcing, placing order, to coming in, clearance, intake, and then obviously processing our customer orders outbound. Everything is AI-driven, state-of-the-art technology, including our warehouse system and a transport management system as well. Our system is so good and so forward-looking that Bedfordshire, which is the county we're in, they actually use it as a business, as a case study for their other businesses as well. Next slide, please. And we are responsible supplier, and as was mentioned in the video, our site is net zero. Everything is solar powered. Our fleet, including our transport fleet, as well as sales team, their cars, they are all electric driven. We are part of the UK Living Wage Foundation. That just means we set our minimum wage as per the government guideline to make sure everyone gets a minimum fair wage. Next slide, please. And then in here, we're just talking about being a responsible supplier in terms of our environmental impact, such as on recycling. In the UK, a couple of years ago, the UK government introduced a plastic tax system that is very much with us. We do work with a supplier because we want to be a responsible supplier, so we work with them to sort of minimize the impact of the tax. We believe in buying right to sell right, benefiting the community. Obviously, I think I'm nearly done. Next slide, please. These are just some of the brands. I'm not going to go through, but you probably recognize some of the brands from Malaysia already. Obviously, being here, we recognize. In fact, Mr. Tan himself, I think you're featured on there as well. So obviously, being here, we're looking for even more suppliers to join us with your fantastic products. Next slide. And we work closely with trade organization. Of course, this is a little bit outdated, my trade. So when I go back to the UK, I shall update it with a new logo. But in various countries that we import in, such as Korea, we're in close working relationship with the trade organization as well to obviously support suppliers such as yourself to get yourself into the UK. That's it from me for now, I think. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. So that was Paul from Unisnacks Europe. Well, you heard him very clearly. Already working with Malaysian partners and looking for more partners from Malaysia. So this is the company which is established for 17 years already. If you want your products to be on the shelf of the major supermarkets in UK, Unisnacks is a company to go to, and Paul is the person to talk to, I believe.
My fault. And yes, please come to talk to us. I think one advantage I've got is because I've worked for supermarkets for 15 years before I joined Unisnacks, the past seven years, something like that. So, and as was mentioned, when I was working for supermarkets, it was very much when supermarkets suddenly woke up to the opportunity to supply world food. But world food, they mean their targeted audience being customers of ethnic origins from outside of the UK, such as, now I have to explain a bit of the terminology in the UK. Often when you talk to people in the UK, when they say Asian, they're talking about people from, for example, India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, that part of the world, if you like. And then as you move towards the east, they start called, like Far East, Southeast Asia, including this area. They call people from over there Oriental. And that's why, just now on the slide, I say Oriental consumers, about 1 million, but Asian, as I just clarified the terminology, is about, I think it was about 6 million or something like that. So supermarkets suddenly woke up to this opportunity. And if I talk about Asian in particular, the reason their supermarkets are particularly interested in that group is because I'm not trying to generalize, but it's just a fact that a lot of Asian families tend to be bigger families. So they see that if they can somehow capture these customers by, for example, providing halal product, brands that they're familiar with, because in UK there are obviously a lot of supermarkets specifically tailored for customers from Asian background. I'm not talking about mainstream supermarket. So these could be just like your local supermarket, maybe an area where a lot of Asian people live in those communities. So they will have those supermarkets which supply a lot of those products, which are very good for Asian food cuisine. It's a food that people from that part of the world can consume. Then they see that if they can somehow cater them and provide some of the brands that they are familiar with, then these people are not only going to shop those products, they will shop all the other household items as well. Soap powder, other fresh fruit, clothing, and that's why it's so important for them. And that is why in the past 10 years, the range of Asian products, let's talk about Asian because obviously that's what we're here talking about, halal, has grown so much. It's more than double just in the past 10 years. And it started from one supermarket, which is Asda, one of the supermarket chain. Then Tesco came in. Asda, I was working for Asda. Tesco came in. Sainsbury's came in, which is number 2. So Tesco number 1 in the UK, Sainsbury's number 2 in the UK, Asda number 3, Morrison's number 4. They came in as well. I mean, now, Ramadan, for example, supermarkets would typically do a promotion for 12 weeks. So they start from even before people start fasting. So it's 4 weeks before they started pushing the product out there. And then through fasting period, and then Eid, last 2 weeks, they completely change their promotion. So they even have staggered promotion through the course of the 12 weeks, just to show how important it is. It's close to Valentine's Day. The turnover is close to Valentine's Day. Christmas obviously always going to be number 1. Valentine's Day, but Ramadan it's close to Valentine's Day. It's so important.
Okay, thanks, Paul. We'll come back to you later. If you have your questions for Paul, please hold your horses first. We'll come to the Q&A part later. Because now we're going to go to Mr. Boris Cavalier from Carrefour. Did I pronounce it correctly? Carrefour, France.
Carrefour, France, yes.
Okay, yes.
Assalamu alaikum, every people. Nice to meet you. I'm very happy to be in Malaysia. It's my second time, and I love Malaysia. So I visit many countries, and I prefer Malaysia, and particularly Kuala Lumpur. I like very, very much, and I love very much Kuala Lumpur. Yes, I introduce myself. Yes, I am CEO of the hard discount supermarket, and I am executive director for Carrefour for B2B and big importation and ethnical product for Carrefour. And I will, well, you have a problem with presentation, but it's okay. What is the halal market in France? It's around 4 billion euro market in France, and it's growing every year 12%. It's very important. But the another key is Asian product is growing 20% too. And we have something is growing in France. It's between Asian, halal, and African products. We have the same customer, and it's new for France. That means Arabian people come from Arabian people. They eat Asian, but they're searching Asian halal food. You know, if you know Korean noodles, for example, samyang. Why samyang is very popular now in Europe? Because it's halal. Yum yum is halal too. That's why if you don't put some halal product, you lose 30% of the market. It's very important. That's why Malaysia, it could be the key. Indonesia could be the key for Europe market. Because we have officially, you told before, we are 6 million Muslims in France. Unofficially, we are more. But more is not, it'll be 10% now. More. Because you could imagine Arabian people, it's a third or fourth generation. You imagine Arabian people have 4 or 5 children. And since 10, 20 years, Muslims are 6 million. It's not possible in the it's not possible in the natality. That's why the market is growing, and it's very important to find Asian halal product. And I think Malaysia could help us to import product. And I see the Mami team, and we would like to import many products from Mami, of course, and we would like to help. But we find another product, and we would like to import, for example, snacks and cake from Malaysia. And it's true, normally, retailers don't come directly to the country. Now, normally, we work with wholesaler. But Carrefour decide to send me in every country to find the product. We don't buy every product, but we buy maybe 20% the best high-level selling product, and we import directly for Carrefour. It's our strategy, because we would like to cut the margin, because we are retailers, and our goal is every time we sell every day low price. That's why we have to cut the margin for the best selling. It's our strategy. I have another. Yes, it's Asian and I speak already. Yes. So if you have a question, you could ask. But thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Boris. Yes, we will have Q&A session later. Okay. Thank you. Now we go to Mr. Igal Ahitov from Dolphin Gida.
Good evening. Good evening. This is Igal from Istanbul, Turkey. Merhaba to everyone. It's my first time in Kuala Lumpur. Unfortunately, I don't have much time this time to travel. Can you hear me? I'm sorry. My first time in Kuala Lumpur. And I hope next time I come to Kuala Lumpur, I'll be able to visit more. But it looks like a beautiful city so far. I will very quickly and briefly talk about our company, Dolphin Gida. Next slide, please. Our company is an importer and distributor company based in Istanbul, and we've been in the food business since 1995. We currently distribute 24 international brands from 11 different countries: Hong Kong, China, Malaysia, Thailand, and also from Europe and from UK as well. Our clients are mainly food service clients, Asian cuisine and fine dining restaurants, cafes, hotels, holiday resorts. And also we are quite active in modern trade. We work with the Macro Center, which is part of Migros, Carrefour, Metro, and so forth, and traditional local channel in the local retail chains, deli stores, and so forth. So 70% we are food service and 30% we are in retail. Next slide, please. We are based in Istanbul, but we have salespeople in Ankara, Izmir, Bodrum and Antalya. Our warehouse is very close to the port in Istanbul, 1,400 meters squared, and we have 2,000 pallet capacity. Also, we have chilled and frozen products as well. In Istanbul, we do the distribution directly, and we can reach all around Turkey with our logistics company. Next slide, please. I'm not sure if you've been to Turkey or to Istanbul, but we work with many of the major restaurant chains, Zuma, Sushiko, and so forth, and individual restaurants as well. Next slide, please. As well, also in retail, Macro Center is part of the Migros group. We have high-end retail locations all around Turkey, Carrefour and Metro as well. Next slide, please. So in terms of our brands, we are quite strong in Asian cuisine. You may recognize some of the brands. From Hong Kong, we import Amoy soya sauces. From Thailand, Suri, and many different sauces from Europe, Poco Loco brand, and so forth. Our first and right now the only company we have from Malaysia is Bonfood. We are very pleased to work with them. Just for Turkey, they developed a new brand. Their usual brand is Bon Chef, but in Turkey we market their breadcrumbs and panko, Japanese breadcrumbs, under Makoto brand, and it's really picking up. We've been working with them for over 3 years. Also, we have like noodles and rice noodles. Next slide, please. In addition, some of the brands you may recognize, they are European brands. We have brands which is very well known in United Kingdom, Vitabix and Alpen. And as also we have from Thailand currently coconut milk and coconut water and rice. So this is in a nutshell what our company does. Thank you. If you have any questions, we'll talk later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Igal. Last but not least, we go to Mr. Ken Tan, Malaysian company from Bond Food Industries Neighborhood. Ken, please.
Hello. Hello. Hi, Mr. Teh. Thank you very much. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ken from Bond Food. I'm the director for this company. So let us go through our company introduction. Next slide. So our company established in 2009. So our company mainly, we are producing the food coating and seasoning. And our target market will be retail, HoReCa, and food industry. Food industry mainly we cover for the meat further processing, seafood further processing. And current our market, our capacity is about 50% for local Malaysia consumption. Another 50% will be export around the world. Currently our facility, our capacity, our breadcrumb capacity is about 26,000 tons per year. And the dry mixers will be about 7,000 tons per year. Next slide. So our main product mainly is a breadcrumb. They range from Japanese breadcrumb. It can be either in dry form or fresh. We call it nama panko. And also we do have the American style breadcrumb, which is in the dry form, which we're supplying to all the further processing, chicken nugget factory, fish ball factory around the world as well. So both type of the crumb we can make, we can custom made and tailor made as per our customer need. Can be a bespoke product. Besides that, we do have the batter and braiding system, which is adhesive batter, tempura batter, flour braider, and pre-dust. For the seasoning, we do have the marinade, glaze, rub, sprinkle, sauce in the dry form. Next. Currently, our facility in Malaysia is accredited with above certification, like the HACCP, FSC 22000, which is a global safe system, GMP, Halal, kosher, and also we are the SEDEX member as well, which is comply to all the ESG requirement. Yeah. This is roughly about our current market. We are exporting around the world. So total is about 41 countries at the moment. It's ranged from the east to the west. So we cover 5 continents at the moment. So you can see from Southeast Asia, Oceanic, Middle East, South Asia, CIS, Africa, Latin, and Europe. For Europe, we got about 10 or 11 members at the moment. And thank you very much, Mr. Paul and also Mr. Agel, for supporting our product in their region. Thank you very much. Yeah, I think this is my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken. Oh, so Paul and Igal are your customers, yeah, and Boris will be your future customer. Partners, yeah.
Partners, yeah.
Okay,
Long-term
that's a
partners.
better word. Yeah. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, so you can see we have 3 premium buyers from 3 countries. We have a Malaysian exporter here to share with us about his export journey, what he has been through. Just now we were having a chat out there and he was sharing about his journey to get the SEDEX. Yeah, so it was very interesting. So yeah, I know after listening to the presentations, you probably have some questions in your mind, but we'll come to the Q&A later. But first, maybe now we have some panel discussions. I will have a chat with each of them, yeah, to give their views about their respective markets. And then we'll come to you, yeah. So maybe we can start with Paul.
Sure.
So Paul, what you are planning to achieve here in MIHAS 2023? Are you here on what kind of mission? Are you here on the procurement mission?
Yes, as a representative of Unisnacks, yes, absolutely. We're looking for new suppliers who we can start a close working relationship with. It is a partnership we look for. We're not a trading company. We want to find brands that we can actually nurture and develop and make it a success in the United Kingdom. We will pour all our effort and investment into supporting the brand. Obviously, it's a close working relationship, and we would expect, therefore, working with suppliers, we're going to be your only partner in the United Kingdom. That is key for the business. We want a equal input into pushing your brands in the United Kingdom. So yeah, very much looking for new suppliers. And I had the pleasure of talking to a lot of suppliers who I've never been in touch with. And I found a variety of products absolutely impressive. Quality is impressive. And it's great that all of your products are halal, which, you know, as Mr. Boris mentioned, you know, that's a big tick on the box because there's a demand in the UK. Yeah, so far, yeah, I've been impressed by the talent in this exhibition.
So you're looking for new partners, but are you focusing on any products in particular? You have anything in particular, or you are keeping your mind open?
Well, yes and no. No being we are a food business, so food and drink business. We're not going to deviate from that. Ambient product is one that we had a long history with. We just started supplying frozen as well. So obviously that is the next area that we're going to pour a lot of effort and investment into. So I have spoken to a lot of frozen suppliers as well, because that's one area that we also want to focus on, because we've got a good range of brands on ambient products already in the UK. Many of those are exclusive, be it really major brands such as Meiji and Meiji and Orion, for example. But on the other hand, yes, frozen is an area we really want to focus on developing.
You mentioned food, but it's just food, but not beverages. Is there any reason?
Food and beverages, yes.
Food and beverages.
Yeah, soft drinks, drinks in sachet, you know, like similar to Gokili, for example, that you pour water in. So food and beverages, yes. Yeah, and in terms of frozen, everything from your raw seafood to dessert and everything in between, you know, your dim sum, dumplings, gyoza, everything. And you guys have everything.
So it's usually a kind of exclusivity partnership you're looking at exclusivity partnership in
Yes.
UK.
Yes, that is key to us. Sometimes, we realize with certain big brands, in particular global brands, that there's certain reason they're not ready yet. Fine, we can work with them as long as we've got a commitment to work towards it, because we will prove to them that we are the best distributor for them, as we have proven many times with a lot of other big brands.
So you're only willing to talk to producers who are going to, who can agree on the exclusivity arrangement with you?
At least open to it.
Okay. And yes, you mentioned you have a rather diversified range of products and services in your group. How significant is the halal product business to you? The halal product business? Do you see it as a growing segment within your group business?
Absolutely. I mean, it's already covered many times. Halal is a growing market. We are not strong on halal products ourselves, but customers are looking for halal products. Particularly, like for example, what Mr. Boris mentioned, Samyang. And declaration of halal is really important. We know certain products might be halal, but if there is no declaration, no one knows it's halal, and that doesn't work. So, yes, it's important. It's growing in the UK. Customers are asking for it. I myself, I have a lot of colleagues, a lot of friends who are Muslim. For me personally, I would like to see them being able to enjoy a lot of the products that I can enjoy as well. That when they walk into a restaurant or when they walk into a shop, they're not always looking for vegetarian product. I want them to also have halal options of their products. So I make it also my personal mission to give them better choices.
And from your experience about the UK market, generally the consumers, when the consumers that look for halal products, are they also non-Muslims? Or usually they're just Muslims, or non-Muslims are also now looking for halal products?
And of course, Muslim customers, they will look for halal. I think it's about education. Of course, there are certain people who don't understand halal. They might think it's totally different from what they're used to. They don't believe it, or they're against it for some reason. But I think a lot of it is just about education, which is really important. We're all different. And I think, it's just about explaining to them the principle of halal, the methods behind it. Particularly these days with social media, there's so much rubbish out there. People put something out there and people take it as truth. And for us, also as a supplier, you supply to us, we also supply to customers. It's also our mission to also educate the market as well. We've got very strong presence on social media. Facebook, we've got close to 1 million followers. We're on Instagram, we're on TikTok. And we use those forums to educate our customers, educate consumers. So I think at the end of the day, people all have different opinions, but it's up to us to give them the information and the awareness so they can make an informed choice.
So overall, you see halal market as a growing segment?
Absolutely, 100%.
Very
100%.
Sure, okay, thank you. We're going to talk about the regulations and the requirement to supply to the UK market. Yeah, for example, meat products, poultry-based products, and maybe what are the labeling requirements, issues like sugar tax, and etc. Are there any specific certifications that will be required for a Malaysian producer of halal products to export to the UK?
And I've consulted our QA team because I'm not specifically QA. We do have QA team, in-house QA team, and they work really closely with suppliers. They coach the suppliers. So if we spot your brand and we want to take it further, we'll put you straight in touch with our QA team, and they can answer all kinds of questions from you. They'll probably look at your ingredient list, and they will straight away advise you whether it's workable or not, or what do you need to do, what certification you have to get. Top line, I understand the minimum we will look for is GFSI certification, because that will cover BRC in the UK as well. Because a lot of our customers, particularly mainstream customers, supermarkets, they all ask for BRC or equivalent certification. That is important. But without going into all the rules and regulations, because I'm by no means the expert, I would say we have an in-house team who do it all the time, advising the suppliers, working with the suppliers tirelessly, because we have a specific team who will do that. But top line, yes, of course, there are certain regulations that suppliers must follow before we can import them into the UK.
So any of the producers here who are interested to supply to you, you will help them to link up with your QA team, yeah?
Yes. Firstly, obviously, the products needs to be right. And I have spoken to a number of suppliers, obviously. And, I'm going to be here, obviously, after the talk as well. If you supply a food product and you're interested in talking to myself, by all means, I think there's a there's a slide missing, which was my contact details. But if you want my contact details, come to speak to me. We need to make sure it's the right product first, and then we can proceed. Because if you're supplying something that we don't think there's an opportunity in the UK, we'll be honest with you. I'm going to explain to you why. But if we think there's something there and we can develop it together, of course we'll work together.
Okay, so don't forget, after the session, you can crowd around Paul. Did you bring enough name cards, business cards?
I have, actually. I have.
Okay.
I think I've got enough.
Yeah, lastly, Paul, do you mind sharing with us about the Unisnack's procurement procedures? Talk a bit about procurement procedures, how to be on the vendors list and things like that.
As I kind of touched on, just approach us, firstly. So you can either contact myself, or that there is a generic email, I think it's contact@unisnacks.co.uk. So just come to us with your product. In terms of the process, yes, we will go through your product. If we're interested in your product, we will put you in touch with our QA, who will go through all the requirements, with you, what is allowed to be imported into the UK. For example, certain products might be a no-go from Malaysia. We will say that to you. You might then consider, or might give you some advice to consider tweak your ingredients list or country of origin or whatever. We'll work together on that. And then once we are confident that, yes, the right product certification is there, we can import, then obviously we'll talk about a contract. Generally, we set up a 10 years contract, of which obviously we will give each other commitment in terms of volume, and we will all work towards the volume. We have a principle in the business that for any supplier, what we work towards is, firstly, we must at least order one full container, 40-foot container from you, from you monthly. And then in the medium term, we will have to make sure that there's at least a £1 million turnover in a year. And that's pretty much the principle we want to work to. Because imagine all the efforts we have to put into developing a brand in the UK. It's not really worth both sides' effort if there's no such opportunity there. And then hopefully, we agree, payment terms, and we start supplying, and we land your product on some supermarket shelf in the following 12 weeks.
Talking about payment terms, usually what kind of payment terms that you offer to your new suppliers, new producers, new suppliers, new partners?
Okay, I'm going to hold back on that one because we do have a brand team, so they are the ones who actually deal with the suppliers closely, and also obviously discuss payment terms and so on. So I don't want to just say, generally this is this, because I don't want to give out the wrong information.
So it's kind of a case to case and it's subject to negotiation, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, we can always discuss, the different circumstances. Every supplier might have different circumstances. We can always work together. If it's not possible from our side, we will let you know. But yeah, we can always discuss.
Okay, thank you, Paul. I do see some questions coming in already, but we will come to that later. But now let's go to Boris from Carrefour, France. Boris, almost everybody in Malaysia knows Carrefour, yeah, as one of the world's best, most well-known hypermarket chains. Yeah, so you are the CEO of Supeco, and also the ex-com member of Carrefour in France. I'm not sure whether you touched on that earlier just now, but what is the relationship between Carrefour and Supeco actually?
Supeco is our discount supermarket in France. Yes, we created this chain 3 years ago, and we have this chain in Spain, Romania, and Poland, and Italy.
Yes. Sorry, did you say discounts?
Discount supermarket.
Discount supermarket.
Yeah, for example, the big player is Lidl in Europe, and Aldi, and at Carrefour we create Supeco. Yes.
And okay, I'm going to talk about H market. Yeah. So, what is the potential of halal products in France? I think you talked about it just now. And can you share about Supeco's partnership with H market, between Supeco and H market, to bring halal products to France mainstream stores?
Yes. We create a joint venture with H market. H market, it's a halal supermarket in France, and it's the leader. Sales, it's more than 200 million euro in France.
200 million of H market.
Yeah, H market. It's the leader actually. Yes, he has 13 stores now in France, but the performance on the square meter is very impressive. And we are working with the Edge Market because he know very well the halal market in France, and he helped Carrefour to create the assortment for halal assortment for hypermarket and supermarket in France in general. Yeah.
Okay, you are in MIHAS 2023. What kind of partners are you looking for here in Malaysia in MIHAS 2023?
Before I did not expect nothing, just I come to Malaysia, I would like to find some product because I was in Hanuga in Taifex and I didn't find so much halal food, and after I was thinking why I don't go to Malaysia.
Okay.
I come to Malaysia and my first impression is in general Asian country is moving more faster than European people. It's true. For creative new product, packaging, innovating product. I'm very impressed about Asian people, how you are moving in Asia. So for me, in Europe, we are sleeping. It's a problem for European people. And for each product, each food, you are very creative. And when I see your packaging, for example, I discussed with Mami, I like very much, but I could not tell many times I like Mami because after the price will be not good. But I discussed with, for example, Mami or Julie's.
Julie.
Yeah,
Mami and Julie.
I love too much Julie's, and with Edge Market we love Julie's product too. A cake with peanut and banana. It's very good for us, I think. So I find you have one person, one director of Edge Market, and I think we have many opportunities in Malaysia to find many products for Europe. But I saw this morning many companies of Malaysia they are not ready to export to Europe because they don't know the rules for Europe. It's not same for UK and Europe. You know, for example, for meat, for milk, it's not same. It's more difficult in Europe. That's why we have to work together. If you like to export to Europe, some companies know, but I think many companies don't. But you know, in Thailand, they have the same problem. In Korea, they have the same problem. Many Asian countries prefer to export in China because the market is more big, or in America. In Europe, finally, it's a little market for them. That's why now they are interested about European market. It was not the priority, but now it's a priority because it's growing very fast in Europe to Asian product and halal food.
So far, have you found any specific kind of products that you find very interesting in MIHAS that you think have great potential in France?
Yeah, of course, it's
noodles.
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 Yeah, of course, noodles, because I don't know if you know the statistic of noodles of the world, but 2017 it was $34 billion of the world, and now it's $47 billion of the world.
The noodle business.
The noodle business.
$47 billion.
Yeah, of the world. Yeah, it's the most big business in the world, and the most big companies will be soon. It's Yum Yum. You imagine the potential of the noodles, and in French we don't eat too much noodles. That will come because we are late. For example, UK and Germany. Well, I don't know if you have German people here in the room, but German food is complicated sometimes. That's why we prefer to eat Asian food, maybe. But in French, we have a culture of food, but noodles that's coming very fast. You know, we put many noodles in our hypermarket, and the sales is very, very good in Carrefour. Yeah. And I saw snacks, very interesting about snacks and cakes and drinks. I saw my colleague import already FNN. Yes, some drinks from the FNN.
Yep.
But and of course I'm searching the price because I'm not wholesaler. I'm B2C. Yeah, and my mission every day is to sell to my customers everyday low price. It's the most important things for me. That's why I'm searching the price and the quality for my customer.
Okay. So yeah, you are mainly in the B2C segment. So noodles, snacks, drinks, these are some of the interesting products which you have found in the MIHAS.
And for my colleague from Edge Market, it's same.
Okay.
We have many opportunities in Malaysia, I think, and normally we order some container already. We are just waiting the price.
Where are your colleagues from H Market?
Mami, we are just waiting the price, Mami.
Yeah. From Belgium, right? We met just now. Okay. Oh, he's from your friend from H Market.
International guy because he come from Morocco, but he speak 5 languages.
Okay, interesting. Okay, one final question for Boris. How does Supeco manage the responsibility to ensure your supply chain is sustainable? I'm talking about ESG. Is ESG, environment, social governance, an important factor in evaluating your partners?
Yeah, of course. All certificate, ISO, ESG, everything is very important for Carrefour. And of course, for children's working, it's very important for us too. The certificate, no children work in the plant. We are controlling that, and sometimes we send to control the plant. For example, every 6 months we could send someone control, for example, Bureau Veritas or Socotec, and control the plant. If you respect all, you sign the document. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Boris. We'll come to your questions later. Yes, we already see questions for Carrefour. Next, we're going to go to Mr. Igal Bey. Yeah? Igal Bey. Bey in Turkey is you use bey when you know in a very more respectful way. Sorry,
like Mister.
Like Mister in a more respectful way. Yeah. So Igal Bey. So Igal, are you on a procurement visit to MIHAS? Are you Are you also on a procurement mission? Or?
Yes, we are here for a procurement mission. As I mentioned in my presentation, Bon Food was the first company we started to work with in Malaysia, and we are really very happy with the progress. We've been working with them for 3 years. So we would like to add more companies from Malaysia to our portfolio. You may also know that Turkey and Malaysia have a free trade agreement, so it's advantages for both countries to do more business together. So some types of products that we are looking for are coconut milk, coconut water in Tetra Pak, rice vermicelli, rice stick. These are really growing products in Turkey, both in the Asian restaurants and also people who have worries for gluten. They want to have gluten allergies or they want to eat healthy fashion, so that's another one. We are interested in canned pineapples, sliced pineapples in cans. Also, egg noodles, as they mentioned, egg noodles is a very fastly growing market like all around the world, so we are looking for egg noodles. So we are looking for different kinds of products like these.
So again, noodles, yeah. So noodles producer, you have big potential. Huh? And noodles, and earlier you mentioned another one?
Egg noodles and rice vermicelli and rice sticks. So all those type of products we're looking for.
All right. Next question. Turkey is a big Muslim country. Yeah, I think one of the largest in the world, with so many halal producers, halal product producer. So do you see that there's still opportunities for Malaysian halal exporters in the Turkey halal market, with so many local producers around in Turkey?
I think they definitely Malaysian exporters definitely have a chance, I think, in the Turkish market, because in this respect, the Turkish consumers, when they buy a product, if it is a Turkish-made product, they don't necessarily always look if it is halal or not. But especially for imported products, they pay more attention if it has a halal sign. So, because Malaysia have many producers with halal certification, the consumer, especially on the product, if they see halal sign for imported product, they have more confidence. So even though according to Turkish regulations, the product does not need to be halal to be exported, but both in the eyes of the consumer, it is a great plus. Plus also for importation procedures, when it's a halal product, is so much easier compared to non-halal. So I think there is definitely a potential for Malaysian companies with halal production to export to Turkey.
In the global halal market, do you look at Malaysia as a competitor to Turkey? You better have the right answer because there are many Malaysians here.
I don't think Malaysia and Turkey are like competitors because actually Turkey also is a very big food producer as well. But as you know, Turkey and Malaysia, we have different climates, different products that we are strong at. So I think that there may be, of course, there are some products that may be overlapping, but still, I think there's a lot of potential. And I think the more halal awareness increases in the world, the more so I think it's a cake that is growing bigger and bigger. So I don't think like competitors, but even like partners, because it's a positive loop, I think, to help each other as customers and companies require for halal products. I think the demand will grow as well.
The cake is big enough.
Yeah, the cake is big enough and getting bigger.
Share. It's a very big cake, yeah. So in a way, Malaysia and Turkey complement each other. Yes, Boris has something to say.
I could answer this question if you want, because I import from many halal countries. But it's, if I compare Malaysia and Turkey, yes, you are very competitive. For example, for cakes, candies, you are very
cakes and candies.
Yeah, candies you are very good, and drinks you are very good too. And for example, if I compare the price from Tunisia and Malaysia for cakes, yes, it's average same price. That means you could be competitor. For you imagine Tunisia, I cross the Mediterranean and I could buy cakes. But from Malaysia, you have good quality and halal certificate, because Tunisia they don't put halal certificate.
Tunisia?
No, and Morocco no too, because it's a halal country.
Okay.
That's why they don't put a halal certificate. But for some customer, it's very important you put. And in France, they trust more halal certificate from Asia than halal certificate from France. It's crazy.
Okay. So in the French market, they trust the halal certificate from other countries.
For example, he's come from Malaysia or Indonesia. I don't know why they believe too much. It's true, Bilal, or not? It's true.
So you mean our halal certificate is very much recognized?
Yeah, because
look up highly in the market.
Because before, some people think Muslim is only for Arabian people, but with internet and everything, now they know Muslim is Asian Asian people, and now they trust too much, because when they go to Mecca, they saw Indonesian or Malaysian, how you are very straight, you respect the rules, everything. And you think, if they respect the rules, that means they respect the rules in their country, and for certification, everything. It's like this, they think like this.
Okay, thank you Boris for sharing. Thank you, Igal. So now we will go to Mr. Ken, our Malaysia representative, sharing with us about your experience. So Ken,
hi.
How is your product positioning in Europe? Which countries in Europe have you been exporting to? Do you mind to share with us?
Hi, thank you, Mr. Currently, we are selling to Europe, about 11 countries at the moment. So from Ireland, Spain, Netherlands, UK, Poland, even Ukraine as well, Russia, Turkey, yeah. So Romania as well. So it's total about 11 countries, yes. For us, positioning in the market, we must always stay competitive, as per Mr. Morris saying just now. Because the distance from Malaysia to Europe, the cost is quite high, especially when in the COVID time. The cost is crazy. We ship 120 feet container to Ireland. It costs about 11,000 USD, just 20 feet container. Just put about 6 to 7 ton of a product inside, but costs us about 11,000 USD. It is too much. But now the sea freight comes to the normal, so everything is good now. But we always must stay competitive with the pricing, and we have the good, consistent quality as well. Only we can have a persistent business, long-term business, so that we can make our partner in every country happy, reliable, honest, yeah.
So in general, Ken, you think Malaysian halal products are competitive versus products from other countries?
Yes. Actually, even like, you see, like country like, maybe you don't know, like in Russia, in Moscow, you thought people there not Muslim. But actually there's a lot of Muslim over there. There's a lot of Muslim. And when they see the halal logo from Malaysia, they're very trust on that. Yeah, like the place in Kazan, in Samara, yeah. Those area, yeah.
So can you share with us about your experience from the very beginning, entering European market? What were the challenges that you faced and how you overcome those challenges?
Wow, big story. There's a lot of pain and sweetness in between. I still remember 2 years back when Russia and Ukraine war started. We do have the 2 container, 40 feet. I still remember the freight cost, 15,000 USD one container, 40 feet.
Wow.
We ship 2 container, 40 feet. And if I'm not mistaken, the war happened on 28 February, like that. Our container stuck at the Istanbul, 25th transshipment from Ankara to Odessa. Hello? At the time, our customer don't answer our call. Although they already paid 30% of the deposit, but they don't want to answer the call. So we are in bewilderment. The container is there, but the container cannot enter Odessa. That's a big problem. Even customer don't want to pay the balance. We collect 30% already, but they don't want to pay the balance. So we're in a bewilderment. Either we ship back the container to 240 feet, or we leave over there. Luckily, we got a good partner in Turkey. Our partner in Turkey helped us to change the BL and resell in Turkey. So luckily, we got a good partner in Turkey.
So
yeah, we put a lot of effort
partner.
on that. Actually,
Yeah.
we put a lot of effort. Mr. Eagle put a lot of effort on how to shift the BL, everything.
The legal way, yeah?
Yeah.
And throughout your journey, your export journey, say in Europe, can you share with us about your partnership with, not with the business partner, with Matrade?
Yeah.
What kind of role Matrade has played to support you in your journey?
Wow, this
Some advertisement for Matrade.
tremendous. Actually, our company is quite young. We are running our manufacturing like about 10 years. And we successfully developed to about 41 country milestone. It's not easy with this short period.
10 years, 41 countries.
Yeah, but Matrade is the people behind. Matrade is the people behind. We go with Matrade together under the MDG grant, so that we join them together for the exhibition around the world. So there's a fruitful. Every trip is fruitful. 5 partner, 6 partner additional to our list, to the Anuga, to the SIL, to the Gulf. Yeah, even to Australia as well. So really fantastic. And now we are shortlisted by Matrade to the mid-tier program, MDG mid-tier program. So the Matrade really assists us. They show us the market insight. What is the opportunity? Where is the opportunity? where is the priority to focus on? Really big applause for Martrade. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah, yeah. Besides that, the trade officer around the world, like for example, the trade officer in Mexico, in Turkey, Mr. Azhar. Yeah, yeah, and also around the world, it's very supportive. Like for example, we do have a new customer from Mexico. During the COVID, before the COVID, we can't travel there. And the trade officer in Mexico, they try to help us to organize a meeting, meet the customer over there, explain. And even the first shipment, our shipment arrived in Jalisco. Yeah, they visit the customer, show the product together. That is really build the confidence with our customer. Our customer really feel that this is the way, Malaysian way. Malaysian way. Yeah, yeah.
So big endorsement for the role played by Martrade.
Yeah,
Congratulations.
yeah, really.
Thank you very much to Martrade, yeah, for the role you have played to help the industries.
Yeah, they really
coming from the mouth of the exporter himself, you know, I think Ken has a very great story to share. Many Malaysian companies should follow your footsteps. In 10 years, you managed to establish network in 41 countries.
Yeah, yeah.
That's not a small achievement. Huh? Okay, thank you, Ken, for your great sharing. Ladies and gentlemen, I think, yeah, time flies when we have good discussions. We have approximately 17 minutes left. Probably we should now go to the questions from the floor. I do see on the screen we have more and more questions coming in. Yeah, so, okay. You can either put up a hand like this lady here. The mic will be with you. Yes, please state your name, your company, and the questions. Keep it short and sweet.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Christelle. I'm also French, but I work in Malaysia for a school called Netherlands Maritime University College. So my question is for Monsieur Boris. Bonjour, comment allez-vous?
Alhamdulillah, ça va.
Ça
Merci
va?
beaucoup.
Comment ça se passe ici? Vous êtes ici depuis combien de temps?
I am here since no, we came yesterday.
Okay, so my question is because, of course, as a French, I know Carrefour very well. It's our pioneer in France in terms of food. So you were talking about the halal market for Carrefour, the halal products. So I just would like to know how many percent of your product are for the halal market?
I think we have 10%. 10% it's a halal product, and because finally halal product in France is not like in Malaysian market, because in Malaysia everything is halal. You know, you could find halal water, you could find I don't know, many. You could find French fries were halal.
Yeah.
But in France it's not like this. In France water is not halal, coca is not halal. You have only certification for meat. You know, that's why, and for some noodles. That's why it's not very important we have a halal certification. But that's coming for many products now, because, I don't know, maybe we are moving in France, but many Muslims prefer halal certificate for many products now.
Yeah, because actually Muslim is our second religion in France. We do have a lot, okay, of course, coming from Algeria, Morocco, Tunisia, but now right now they become a French citizen, so it's quite a huge population. So now it's only 10% of the market for France, and we have not many products are halal certificate. But since now this Muslim community is growing, so do you plan to maybe to do all your product halal, then everyone can enjoy?
No, we are making already some private label halal, for example, chicken or beef, and we are putting more halal product in our stores. You know, we are changing. Well, you could imagine in our hypermarket we have a problem with non-food, because the non-food now is e-commerce. And we are moving e-commerce to, for example, ethnical products. That's why we put more. And H Market, our partner, help us to put more Arabian, Asian, and halal product in our supermarket and hypermarket.
Thank you, Mr. Boris,
Thank you very
for
much.
your answer. Thank you so much.
Boris, for halal products, you only work with H Market or
No.
This is one of your channels of
Yeah, one of channel, but they are the expert for halal product.
expert for halal products. H Market is.
They know very well the market.
Okay, thank you. So next question, please. We'll give priority to the questions from the floor asked by the participants before we go to the computer screen. Anyone else would like to ask question to any of the panelists? Okay, while we're waiting, then next probably we go to the screen. First question is, if we do not have EU certifications just yet, would Carrefour still be interested to access our products?
Yeah, of course. We discussed already this morning with some company, and we could work with this company, but you know they have to change all ingredients. Sometimes it could be very difficult for this company. That's why I could not promise you we will do, but we could work together. But if it's not for Carrefour, it's for Europe, and I promise, if you give me your ingredient data sheet, I could tell you which product you have to change, because I know many lower in Europe, and I work with many lower in France, and they could tell you, okay, you have to change your milk, for example. Milk must come from Netherlands or Denmark. I don't know. Powder, same. And I could tell, and we could work together, yeah, of course. But if your product is very innovative, I could not find your product in another country, for example, Korea, Thailand, no. Of course, I will work with you for changing the ingredients.
Changing the ingredients.
Yeah,
But ultimately, you still have to comply with the EU. You still need to have EU
every
certification.
every time.
You always need to have the EU certification.
Yeah, every time.
So it's something that is mandatory.
Yeah.
In order to supply to Carrefour, you need to have EU certification.
Not for only for Carrefour, for all retailers.
Yeah. To enter the European market.
Yeah.
It's a must.
Yeah.
So I think that answers the questions. Yeah. But however, Carrefour can work together with a potential partner to help them in the process.
Yeah.
Okay. Next question. What about Malaysian products that you find very surprising in a good way? Oh, good question. Huh? What kind of Malaysian products you find surprising in a good way, or good in a surprising way? Surprising in a good way. Packaging, taste, and etc. Maybe Paul, you want to take these questions?
Yeah, sure. I think mainly it's just the variety of the product, the range of the product. Trendy items you also have. Obviously, nowadays, a lot of suppliers are going to plant-based, so you have those as well. Innovative. I found a lot of innovation in terms of variety, flavors, ingredients. So that's all good. As opposed to add to the latest questions with regards to halal products, it's very much the same in the UK. If you look at Asian product category, typically supermarkets, if you like, every year they would do a major range change. And if you think they're always looking for new products, they would try new products. So the demand is always there. I know I talked a lot about supermarkets, but on the other more independent customers, like independent trade, general trade, they are also always looking for halal products because they know they've got a demand there. So they ask for more and more products with halal certificate. So as I said before, Unisnacks, we supply to both general trade as well as mainstream. So there's a growing demand there, certainly, and it's not going to stop.
Okay, thank you, Paul. If any of the panelists would like to add on to what Paul has just said, please feel free, or else we should go to the next questions. Any questions on the floor? Else we'll continue with those online. To Mr. Igal, yes, Igal Bay, this is your question. In the Far East, Malaysia, Korea, and Singapore, the only countries that have signed an FTA with Turkey. But why there are many products coming from Thailand and China? Interesting question.
It's a
Why you still
hard-
prefer
hard
products
question.
from others?
I know for a fact, as I mentioned, we work with Malaysia, and very recently we started to work with Singapore as well. I'm not very sure about Korea, so I would have to double check that. I'm not sure for a fact if we have a free trade agreement with Korea. But actually, yes, it's correct that there is a free trade agreement, but it's a certain list. When you have the free trade agreement, it's not for all products. There are selected products that have reduced tariff, but some products are not under the tariff. So it's not anything that you import is with a free trade agreement. So that's why there may be some products where some companies may find it more efficient or means cost effective to source from China or Thailand. That may be the reason, because for only selected items you have the reduced tariff. So that would be my guess.
Okay, because the free trade agreement is not for all items.
Exactly.
For
For
selected
example,
items.
one of the products we were looking for when I first came here for MIHAS was the frozen ducks, because in Turkey there used to be a company that produced ducks, but it went bankrupt. So, and the quality of the product is really not good currently. So we're looking for. But when we checked, for example, ducks, frozen ducks, is not in a trade agreement. So that's why I mean. Not all items are within the scope of the trade agreement.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Igal. We go to the next questions. UK. Paul, your question. Does UK still practice the same food importation regulation as EU, even after Brexit?
And the simple answer, as far as I'm aware, is yes. That's my understanding. Yeah, that's a straightforward answer. Obviously, if there's specific products, we will always go through the ingredients list to make sure everything is compliant. But as far as I'm aware, it's the same. Nothing's changed, even though, with Brexit, but nothing's changed.
Okay, so I hope that answers the questions. Next, any other questions? Any more from the online? In terms of product supply and distribution, is it based on just-in-time replenishment from suppliers? In terms of product supply and distribution, is it based on just-in-time replenishment from suppliers? Anyone?
I would say yes, because there's no point holding a lot of stock for a long time if you can't sell it. We do forecasting with suppliers, and we have a competent sales team all across the country. So generally, we don't hold stock for a long period of time. So yes, it's just in time.
Okay, makes a lot of sense. To Dolphin Gida, Mr. Igal, do we need to include Turkish words on our packaging?
It's according to Turkish regulations, all the ingredients and all the necessary information has to be in Turkish. So there are two different ways. Sometimes they make special packaging just for Turkey with everything with Turkish characters, and we use Latin alphabet, but in Turkish. And sometimes, depending on the quantities, it's possible to do stickering as well. But definitely, there has to be Turkish ingredients and where it's made in, and all that information in Turkish is a requirement. You cannot sell anything without Turkish information in Turkish.
The Turkish wording is only for the ingredients, or?
No, not only for the ingredients. There are very complicated regulations in Turkey, very detailed. You have to have the energy table, how many calories, portion, and all that information, where it's made. All that information has to be in Turkish.
Okay, I trust that is very clear. Do we need to acquire halal certification from the GIMDES to enter the Turkish market?
Okay. Turkey does not require you to have a halal certificate. If you do have a halal certificate, it is a big plus in importation process, because they run many analyses in Turkey when they accept the goods. And if it is not halal, there may be sometimes extra good analysis to find if there is anything against halal. Also, in the eyes of the consumer, it's a big plus to have halal. So that's why it doesn't have to. I'm not sure which agency did you say?
GIMDES.
I'm not familiar with GIMDES, but as long as you have halal, it's a plus. But because it's not a requirement, it doesn't have to be GIMDES.
As long as you have halal.
It's a plus, but it's not a requirement. So that's why you can have any halal requirement as a plus.
Okay. Thank you. I believe we have maybe time for 2 more questions. How to navigate the challenges to enter the EU market, especially with the stringent requirements, regulations? How to navigate the challenges? Okay. Paul?
Okay, well, we're no longer, sorry, the previous one. Sorry, you can't see it, but
maybe
the question has changed.
Yes.
So the question was to do with EU, but you know, in terms of the UK, you have to supply legal product legally. So you're going to have to comply with stringent requirements. What I will say is, as I said, we work closely with suppliers and we will help you navigate. We will explain to you the rules and what is it you have to do. We will not import anything that's not 100% compliant with UK regulations.
It has to be, you have to have EU certifications.
Oh, sorry, I know the question is to do with EU, but what I'm saying is, as I mentioned earlier, alluded to earlier, British regulations haven't changed, even though after Brexit. So it's the same, and we will only import products that are legally compliant.
Okay, sure. Boris, Igal, if you want to add on any of the questions, if you have, regarding regulations in entering the European market.
No, it's not very complicated, you know.
It's not very complicated.
Give me your data sheet and I will check with the lower and we have the answer.
Okay. Very good answer. Okay.
It's very simple finally.
Yeah.
And every time it's the same, no?
Yeah. So there's no doubt you need to have EU certification.
Don't think it's very hard. No. But the most thing is you could change or not, because you could not change for example, for 2 containers. Impossible. You have to change all your chain, and it's very difficult for us.
Okay, thank you. So yes, one last question. We're almost there. I see Bond Food is exporting to a lot of countries. What is the biggest export destination? Very simple question for you, Ken.
Hi. For us, the biggest export destination is oceanic country. Oceanic, I mean Australia and New Zealand. That is the most we're sending the stock over there, because the geographically wise, we are in the very strategic area. That means the lead time, like for example, from Port Klang to Brisbane, just take about 12 days, just cost us about 500 to 600 USD for the sea freight. So it's other place from around the world can't compete with Malaysia, because our lead time is short and the sea freight is at the lowest. So we take this strategy thing so that we can be the leader in the market. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Ken. I think with that we have come to the end of our Q&A session. Maybe if any of the panelists you would like to have the final words or any final advice for Malaysian exporters, we go around not the table, the sofas.
Yeah, you have great range of products. You've got products that are in demand at the moment. So come to talk to the distributors, and we will guide you through the process.
Thank you. Boris, any final words for the participants?
Thank you very much, Malaysian people. I love you.
Likewise, if you have any questions after the meeting, please feel to talk to us. We'll be very pleased to increase the number of companies we work with Malaysia.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for having me here. So for me, as an exporter from Malaysia, as an exporter, we really want to have a heart that we want to share the Malaysian food around the world. it's very happy that when I go to Kazakhstan, I saw the Malaysia product. Wow, I feel like I'm in the home, at my home. So, for us as an exporter, Malaysia, there's plenty of good food around. So, our responsibility as a manufacturer in Malaysia, we wish to share all the good food from Malaysia to around the world. Yeah, this is, I think, our ultimate goal. Yeah.
Sorry, Mr. Ter. Perhaps, Born Food can share your final words to new exporters, to Malaysian SMEs in going for export.
Advice. Yeah.
Hi. So for the exporter in Malaysia, I think the most important thing is when you want to export to that country, please prioritize which country you want to go. After that, see the opportunity, whether there's any opportunity over there. Then after that, you must study the rule and regulation. Like for example, in EU, they cannot accept some leavening agent like with the aluminium. So we must avoid it, yeah. And we must study in clear otherwise it will be a big trouble, yeah. Yeah, thank you.
So I guess the
and
message...
also one thing, please stay with Madrid. Yeah,
Thank you.
That's our backbone. We always remember Madrid is behind us. Yeah, with Madrid we can go very, very far and accelerate.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Ken.
So yes, message is very loud and clear. Big recognition for the role played by Madrid. Yeah, if Ken can export to 41 countries within 10 years, I think many of you can also. Yeah. So with that, thank you very much again to fellow panelists for your great sharing. I trust that all participants have gained a lot of insights from this session number 4. And thank you very much again for your time and have a great evening.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ter. Thank you, Mr. Paul, Mr. Bovis, Mr. Igal, and Mr. Ken. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your presence today. And I wish to thank all of you for your attendance and participation. Please scan the QR code on the screen to receive your e-certificate. Thank you. I shall now pass to Ms. Suhaili.
Thank you, Mr. Asfar. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a hearty round of applause to our exceptional speakers and our skill moderator for session 4. Our sincere gratitude for the engaging deliberations and interactions from both our in-person audience here at MITech and those joining virtually. As we end session 4, we kindly request our audience once again to provide your feedback by scanning the QR code displayed on the screen, by logging in through MIHAS virtual platform to access the feedback form and to receive the e-certificate. I would like to express my heartfelt appreciation to the established panelists of session 4. If you have any questions for our panelists, please feel free to approach them during the post-event session. Thank you. Now we have come to the end of the program of MIHAS 2023 Knowledge Hub session. Without further ado, I would like to call upon Madam Sharimatun Mat Saleh, Deputy Chief Executive Officer, Export Acceleration of Madrid, to present her closing remarks. Madam Sharimatun.
Thank you, Suhaili. Esteemed moderators, panelists, distinguished guests, Malaysian exporters, entrepreneurs, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good afternoon. A big round of applause for all of you. I'm sure you've had a long day. They say the early birds catch the worm, but the one who stays until the end catches the biggest beef. Okay, so on behalf of Madrid, again, our sincere thanks to all the moderators and experts, panel speakers, who have shared their experience, both from the Malaysian exporters' point of view, from Born Food. You heard his final message, stay with Madrid. And from what was mentioned, 41 countries in 10 years, Malaysia boleh. And I hope that will inspire all of the other exporters, new exporters to, strive on, continue to do your best. You can do it. Malaysia boleh. Remember that. So through the 4 engaging sessions, I heard there was a lot of good feedback. It's not just, Malaysians are quite shy, gentlemen. Sometimes they don't like to ask questions. But I heard that this session was indeed very interactive. They asked a lot of questions, either physically here or online. So I would like to congratulate for the audience for an active participation. I promise I'm not going to be delaboring the long speech. I'm just going to say the gist of it. Sessions such as this is so important, and I really applaud those who stayed until the end and allocate their time to be here, because it's not easy to hear from premium buyers. All the premium buyers, we looked up at all your revenue, we combine it together, is worth US dollars 28 billion. So, and a quarter of them are here today. So imagine the opportunities you can have. It's not easy. It's not something that is to be taken lightly or taken for granted by the exporters, especially for the MSMEs. Not everyone is export ready yet, but they need to learn, they need to hit all the advices that has been given, the key points, the cues, what need to happen, the do's and don'ts. So I believe Knowledge Hub has served its purpose for this year's MIHAS, and will continue to have this. It's not just about making the sales at the booth, but learning up the do's and don'ts to ensure that when you export, you have a smooth journey. Learn from the best, avoid the mistakes so that you can leapfrog instead of repeating the same mistakes that others have avoided. So with that, I'm just going to say, hope to see you all of you again in the next Knowledge Hub session in 2024. By that time, it will be the 20th, 2 decades of MIHAS. So I hope it will even grow bigger and better. We've occupied all 3 floors, but we believe there are some areas that we can still squeeze in more exporters, and we can also bump up the numbers of virtual participation, although of course it's more interesting to be live, in person, meet up with your prospective buyers, meet up with your sellers so you know who you're dealing with, you take away all the fear and all that. So congratulations once again, and have a good evening. Thank you. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Madam Sharimatun. Kindly remain on stage. I would like to invite Mr. Naim Abdul Rahman, the head of Knowledge Hub 2033, to join Madam Sharimatun on stage for a token of appreciation to be presented to our moderators and panelists from session 3 and 4. I would like to invite the panelists of session 3, moderator Mr. Megat Mizan Nicholas Dani, Chairman of Malaysia-Thailand Business Council, Mr. William Moon, Business Development Executive of Yinqi Trading, and Mr. Khairul Azman Muhammad Yusof, International Business Director of Mary Brown. right, gentlemen, group photo for session 3, all together to be stand at center of the stage. All right, thank you, moderator and speakers of session 3. Now, I would like to invite the panelists of session 4, moderator Insignio Te Leong Leng, Deputy Chairman of the International Trade and Industry of Associated Chinese Chambers of Commerce and Industry for Malaysia. Mr. Boris Kovilla, Executive Director, B2B, Import and International Products of Carrefour France. Mr. Paul Lay, Director Sales of Unisnacks Europe. Mr. Igal Ahitov, General Manager of Dolphin Gida. And Mr. Tan Swee Kern, Director of Bond Food Industries. All right, gentlemen, kindly proceed for the photo session. All right, thumbs up. Okay. All right, thank you, moderator and speakers of session 4. Thank you, Madam Sharimatun, Mr. Naim, moderators, anchors, esteemed panelists and participants. We trust that this session has been of immense value to all participants. We look forward and hope to see you again at MIHAS 2024 Knowledge Hub. Until then, thank you and stay safe.